Get up, get up, get up. They call us the morning mashup, but we refer to ourselves as Bennington. I'm Ron Bennington, Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
Stanley Bennington.
What's up?
This morning, we were all just out front, just bopping along with KC and the Sunshine Band as they warmed up the Fox crowd.
That was so wild.
It might have been one of the coolest New York mornings you could have. I get out of the cab. I'm doing a little dance. Man, I'm just like running across the street like, it's KC, man. I had no idea I loved them so much.
People were just walking to work and stopping like, what? Is this happening?
Have we been up all night?
Is this real life?
Why are we going to work so early? Who cares? KC's here.
Mr. Baby Toes says on the Twitter, more early morning Bennington? Yes, please. Friday morning Bennington? Life is great, says Jamie.
I feel the same way.
Jacqueline says, this is my first tweet, and the world should know I'm only here for the Mommy Slippers and at Bennington show.
Oh.
Not sure who Mommy Slippers is, but might be getting their own little morning mashup going. Tommy says, I'm up, stop yelling. Well, that's just the song by our housebound today, which is REM, or more specific, 80s REM. We like our Michael Stipe filled with hair.
And that's from Green, right? Which is like the last of the 80s.
That's a good call there. I think that is the last of the 80s. But you know what? Stanley's got a computer. He's going to compute it.
He's going to work it out for us.
That's what the computer's for. Figure out when the REM albums came out.
I call it the REM machine.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an REM laptop? Find out. What was the last REM of the 80s?
Green was the last REM, 1988.
All right, Gail Bennington finding herself top of the morning mashup today.
Yes. I hope I can maintain. It's an early start.
Seriously, you have to. You got to take this thing pillar to post, all right? From the cradle to the grave. You're the top of the morning mashup.
I'm
A
honored.
little later on, we're going to be enjoying morning mashed potatoes.
Oh, it's delicious.
My favorite part of morning mashup.
Yo, me too. When does the morning mashed potatoes come? Somebody down the hall is stealing that right now.
Why didn't we think of that?
They're goofing around, but we really could do morning mashed potatoes. The Killer Cook said nothing better than getting to the car, the source ingredients, and here, hashtag Bennington. Source ingredients.
Source.
Last night was so damn busy that I was TV Central. Jon Stewart giving his farewell.
Yep.
Then you had Fox News raping and attempting to kill Donald T. Rump.
To kill with rape.
You know what? I would love to see how Republicans would feel today if that same show, nothing changed about it, but it took place on NBC. They would have been like, they're trying to kill our Trump. But they tried to kill their Trump all by themselves.
They want him out. It's clear.
It just is making me dig my heels in more than ever.
And him too, if you could tell. It only fueled him.
I don't know. I know he was up this morning on a couple of different shows claiming that he won. And Drudge has told everybody that he won with 51%, which would be massive in a 10-person field. You know what I mean? It's just, those are crazy numbers. But if it's on Drudge, it's got to be true. But I was really getting mad at the Foxers.
Yeah, they were. And I think the thing is, because they didn't treat anyone else like that, that's why it felt like such an attack. Like no one else had as many personal attacks as old Trump did. Yeah,
they treated Trump as if he was like a guy off the street who wasn't even supposed to be there, and they would just start to yell stuff at him. But he already got up swinging this morning. His tweets were stuff like, Megyn Kelly is a bad person with bad hair. I never saw her with a guy before, so I naturally assume she's a lesbian.
Good one.
Yeah,
he stays on top of it.
He's ready to, he's not going to be politically correct. That's the biggest problem in the world today.
I like
that was my favorite thing.
The best is his response was, I don't have time to be politically correct. Like, it's not that if I had more time, I would be. And frankly, America doesn't have time for that.
I am too busy not to say mix, spaghetti eaters, and kibasi breath. That's the speed I do.
No time to stop and think about whether or not that's okay.
Rachel says, hashtag Bennington and REM, great Friday morning. Hog Slop, so happy to hear you all this morning.
Thank you,
Hog
Hog
you were
Slop.
doing a morning show today. We got to get that word out a little more, too, Stan Chrisley, if that is your name.
It is not, but it could be.
We ought to just start calling you Chris Christie, Jr. Illegitimate
You
son.
like that?
Teachers are terrible. Take away their jobs.
I thought he came just pile driving.
He did. Going toe to toe.
I said, I'm only going to put this on for a minute. And just, the Fox people were so crazy, and I was so mad at them that I ended up staying a long time. And when they got around to, what has God told you to do about the economy? What does Jesus want you to do? And nobody said, wait, what?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? It kind of sounded like you said Jesus.
I guarantee you that they never said stuff like that in the 1950s or 1940s, back when we thought people were backward.
Yes, and the time that they say, let's return to that time.
Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't say stuff. They were like, well, that's very personal. Puka dude. Hashtag Bennington. Friday surpasses the peace that passes all the understanding.
Didn't know Puka Dude had a Twitter.
Mr. Baby Toes now was actually ashamed to hear his own Twitter name.
Be proud, Baby Toes.
And then there's boats for sale from 2015. Hashtag Bennington.
Gotta check that out. Pontoon?
Yeah, it's a pontoon.
Sick.
We don't like to go too fast.
That's
we take it easy.
Signature boat.
It's a leisure craft.
Killer Cook wants everyone to know that he is indeed Chef Darren. But somebody else must have had that name, and he had to go with Killer Cook.
Can I throw in some numbers behind Chef Darren?
Chef Darren number 1.
What did God tell you to do about the Mexican illegal immigrants? And no one
Let me
said.
just speak to him right now.
I mean, I'm assuming it was God, but it was probably just the thought. I would like to have the confidence of a Russell Wilson. And people are writing, did they really say that? Yes, that was legitimately a question in their heads. But I would like to have a Russell Wilson that every time I had a thought to just assume that it came from God. Like, you know what? I think God wants me to head over to BK for a nice Whopper. God is starving right now for some junkety food. Because that's the confidence level that they have.
God says I've really been underestimating Casey and the Sunshine Band. Gotta listen to him more.
God wants me to use this butter and egg money to get myself a little cookie cane.
I just do what God says.
I think God just said, snort that. So we're in here for 3 hours a day on Opie Radio. Thank you, Opie, for opening up your Friday home to us. It's always fun. And then later we're going over to Raw Diggity 99, where we normally hang out. And very cool Unmasked today. We're also doing an Unmasked on Friday if you're in the New York, or Monday if you're in the New York area. And I'm going to give away a spoiler alert, and I only got this off the Twitter tweets. A lot of big-time comedians coming out to see Brian Regan.
I know, as if it wasn't great enough.
I know.
It's going to be an exciting event.
This makes me feel good for Brian. Like when he looks out there and he sees his peers and, quite frankly, his lesser-thans sitting there to enjoy his Unmasked. So, and I heard that the very funny and yet stunningly beautiful Tammy Pescadelli is going to be there. I'm not going to give away too many names, but I would go for that alone, just to catch a glimmer to her.
Even if there wasn't an Unmasked.
No, even if it was just the two of us sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
But she's very happily married because you know why? She's the marrying kind.
She is.
She's the type that if you met her before she made her choice, you'd be one of her suitors. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's a suitor.
He's a suitor.
But I'm the paterfamilias. So, yes, we're all mad at Fox News today. I hope that this just has you. I'm now going to refer to you as Opie Nation. Opie Nation, I hope this just makes you double down on Donald T. Rump.
I know. I think it's making him double down on himself, though. He stands strong, and he does not mind playing the heel.
No.
He did not start backpedaling, even when he was getting boos from the crowd.
I hated that crowd so much.
They're so fickle. He would say something and they would boo. And then 10 seconds later, he would say something. And I'm like, I can hear the same voices cheering. These are the same people.
But
These are
like
different.
this. We like what you're saying now.
We like this. We like this.
They cheered for him when he said, I hate Mexicans. But they turned on him when he called Megyn Kelly an ill-begotten she-bitch. First of all, Megyn, you're an ill-begotten she-bitch. This is why you've never found a man for yourself. You look like Barbie's mom.
I think also Megyn Kelly was overestimating the crowd when she put him on the spotlight for saying cruel things about women. Because the more he copped to it, the more the crowd was like, haha, we do like that about you.
Well, he did drop Rosie's name, which is like their most hated person for some reason. But it was a nutty night. It was a nutty night. And then, of course, Jon Stewart bid adieu, low-key, as he possibly could be, not playing it, where it was, it wasn't down to the point where people would say, this is sentimental, because he wouldn't allow it to be that.
Yeah, it was like lightly emotional. It was like moments of heartfelt, but it wasn't super saccharine. It wasn't a long, drawn out goodbye, very sad. It was like that stifled cry. It's like, I don't want to do this.
Stop saying that, Colbert. Don't thank me. You're still doing Army Man voice?
Oh, I thought it was a little different.
No, it was just dead on Army Man voice.
It does apply to so much, though.
Yeah. This is an Anthony Cumia tweet from last night. Waiting for Trump to speak while listening to the other candidates drivel is like sitting through Air Supply waiting for Led Zeppelin. That got some fine retweets, but he was heavily retweeted last night. I think that Ronald Reagan, poor Ronald Reagan is stuck in this debate like a bad group text. People went crazy for that one.
He was brought up a lot.
Were you excited about the correspondence coming in, though, from all over?
Yeah, I thought that was so cute.
It was very, very sweet. And again, you could just see how wrong Dan was. There were so many people. Riggle played a major part in it, but then there was so many names that we never even had.
That's true. There had
to be like 30 of those dudes.
I know. I forgot there were so many.
Yeah, so many who went on to do some pretty amazing things.
Yeah, all of them with their own really solid careers. It was a career-making show for those people.
Oh, absolutely. But the other thing that was interesting was, like, you're like, oh, look, all these big stars are showing up, but they're all guys that worked for him.
Right. You know what I mean? Unlike other shows, a lot of times you have the celebrity run-ins where they're like, this show's always meant so much to me. But
okay, Colbert. You just said it, Colbert. Where he had to go outside and get major stars. And he did for his, 3-month goodbye.
Maybe he should have had a more career-making step.
I was really, when they got Springsteen and he did Born to Run, I'm like, oh, that's nice. But wouldn't Bon Jovi Never Say Goodbye been a better choice?
I know. Poignant to his last
Where was Springsteen
speech.
playing at? That's what I was trying to figure out.
I thought he was in studio.
I thought he was outside.
Really?
I couldn't tell.
I thought he was in studio because I thought the camera panned around. I saw the audience in the background.
I don't remember seeing the audience, but everyone ran out. So, ran out to dance in front.
But it took them a while, so I thought maybe they had to run outside and do it. I would have done it outside.
That would have been cool.
Yeah. It was a very, some people are like, what, Springsteen again? But here's the thing. Stewart is a Jersey guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They love their other Jersey people. Jersey is like the Canada of the United States, where if you are from there, they adore you. Even if you've moved on, like Jack Nicholson or Jim Carrey from Canada. They don't care. Go to LA, but the fact that you were born here. Every time I'm at a party somewhere, I hear Danny DeVito. Meryl Streep. I go, Meryl Streep? Yeah. Meryl Streep is from Livingston. You know what I mean? They know what little town they're all from. They love people from Jersey.
Tremendous amount of pride.
By the way, I hear Jon Stewart every time I'm somewhere. And then he made it sound like he's moving his family back there. I think he doesn't want to raise his family in the city. It's not so much he wants to spend more time with them. I think he wants them to have a backyard.
Does he have young kids?
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
His kids are 3 and 5. Perfect age.
Perfect age. You can relate.
Yeah, that's the same age as my kids. It's perfect age because they stopped puking and shitting, but they still say incredibly bad stuff. We're puking and shitting! Army man voice!
It's everywhere!
I don't mind that being your fun voice. Mm-hmm. You still need 7 or 8 more voices.
All right, I gotta start working on this.
It's hard to come up with other voices because Army Man's loved so much. And really, that voice is just Jackie Puppet for any radio historians out there. Dreams, they complicate my life.
Such a good song.
By the way, I don't even like anybody who doesn't back Donald Trump.
Oh, I thought you were going to say R.E.M.
I can see where some people would want to get off the bandwagon.
You'll debate a R.E.M. hater.
Oh, yeah. I'll just start going like this. Jon Stewart's from there. Meryl Streep. Danny DeVito.
Does this apply?
Don't you like Danny DeVito? He's from, like, okay, easy. He's from Sandy Hook. They always know everything. And yet none of those bastards will use a South Jersey person. None of them will say Mr. Bruce Willis.
Yeah, I was going to say Bruce Willis. So he's not normally thrown in the mix?
Never.
Because he's too Philly.
Yeah.
South Jersey is like a Philly extension.
Exactly. And North Jersey thinks that the Giants are their hometown because they play there.
Philly's happy to have the South Jersey people. They'll claim them.
Philly adores South Jersey. That's their, what I like to call Philadelphia's Riviera. A chance to go over that bridge, drive through some Mater fields, and then get to Wildwood. What's that Wildwood 90s YouTube that goes around that weird
it's that great
documentary
about
anything can happen on the boardwalk, hon. You know, you get out here, you meet a nice guy, start partying. So great.
Highlights from Wildwood, New Jersey is what it's called.
So good.
It's not the best title, though, is it?
No, I mean,
I'd rather call it this. Highlights from Wildwood, New Jersey. Army Man.
Or was the documentary just Wildwood, New Jersey, and these are the highlights from
It should be called, the highlights you were wrong about. It should be called Greetings from Asbury Park.
The first time I went to Asbury Park, I had like a weird deja vu. Like I was like, have I been here before? But I didn't think I had.
Well, have you ever been to a Southside Johnny concert? Because then you would have been there before. Well, Asbury Park it has ghosts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I felt a very weird, like, I really feel like I've been here before. Like everything felt really familiar.
My entire life, people were like, you watch, Asbury Park's coming back. I'm really feeling it. They just put in a new 7-Eleven.
Oh,
feeling good about it. They've always wanted that town to come back.
And it was big for a long time, right? I mean, it was
in the
like
30s,
right?
You know what I mean? You basically still had rumble seats when that was big. But yeah, that's why you see that old band shell and all that.
Everyone was jitterbugging.
Yeah, Springsteen never stopped singing about it. There's a video up on the iBang of Mr. Bruce Springsteen arriving in the at the Daily Show, and It's part of the recap, but I think it needs its own damn post if it was up to me. Because that's big news for the Jersey people.
If you had your druthers.
I didn't see Trevor Noah get a big blast from people when he walked out.
Yeah, there was like an, oh, look who it is. It wasn't like, yeah, we love Trevor Noah. It's just like,
Well, he's like Larry Wilmore, but, with an accent. All right, there's Bruce getting out. And not really trying to hide him on the way in there. I think Bruce has got a lot of style.
He does.
Bruce is, he just seems to get stronger every year. You know what I mean? Like physically stronger.
I was checking out those arms.
Yeah.
Clocking those guns.
Yeah, that's Jersey style right there. Look, he's rocking some cool shades.
Gotta stay ripped.
Hair's looking good.
Who's he waiting for, though? You're the star, Bruce. You should be the last person to get out of the car. I would tell them that. Everybody get out, and then Bruce. I'm going to come walking out a couple minutes later like Elvis. The entire band has to get out there and start playing before Elvis gets off the toilet. Well, it was nice that he waited for his chick, but she was riding in a different part of the car than him. Anyway, that's all up on the iBank. People going crazy for him, though, huh?
He's beloved.
Yeah.
He's beloved. I think it's Sweetie waited for Red.
I don't think that's her real name, but...
I thought we could all call her Red.
She looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
She looks fantastic. Look at the crowd there. They're like, are you playing, Bruce?
What's happening?
I'm not saying anything. I wish Bruce would have came on and just riding a horse.
It'd be a good look for him.
Yeah, wherever he goes, he just dresses in white and rides a white horse.
Bareback.
Of course, bareback. You know what? Change that. I want him to ride a unicorn in.
We make that happen for Bruce.
By the way, I don't know if anyone else just gets locked into their hair color the way red-haired people do. Because you just call her red, and that's like... But no one would say, Chris Stanley, what's up, Brown?
Hi. Why are you calling me that?
You know what? Let me change it to salt and pepper. Stress is getting you, huh?
There's a lot of gray hair that I found. There's gray beard hairs, too. Which, like, not even gray. White. Fucking stark white.
Why
like a president.
Why do you think you got to point this out to people who are sitting right in front of you? You look like you just got off a ship. We were out for 6 months.
I was the sea captain.
The crabbing was good.
No one goes out for 6 months crabbing, do they?
There's a couple different seasons.
A lot of these crabs are pretty rotten, and it's not great.
He went out for 2 hours with Johnny down at the shore. Where's Johnny go? Barnegat Light? Is that his place? We haven't talked to him the entire summer. He's been gone.
I know. A lot of times we hear from him on Fridays, though, on his way out.
No, not. It's August. Like a Frenchman, he takes August off.
Oh, he's completely gone this month.
Yeah.
What a life.
He said, I'd sooner take a razor blade to my jugular than not have sand on my toes during August. You got to give it to him. Hard Rock Johnny.
He loves the beach, that man. He's married to the sea in many ways.
I guess, but just from the shore.
Right.
No, he doesn't like to go out into it. He likes to see it from just standing on the beach. I love the sea.
Not too much, though.
No, not enough to go out there in it. I love the sea from standing on a boardwalk. All right. I got a question for you guys. And Joey Jojo, you're going to be part of this.
Okay.
This is going to be 20 questions.
Okay.
20 questions. Are you familiar with that game?
Yes.
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 Stephen Colbert, he's not going with Colbert. He's going to be Stevie Colbert, has just announced his first guest. Who's it going to be? Stan Christie, you go first.
Are they a movie star?
Yes. Joey Jojo.
Is it a man?
It is indeed. Oh, you guys are... I guess Gail's got it now. Male movie star.
Is this someone with a current summer movie out?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't keep up, though, you know?
Do they have an Oscar?
Yes. Joey Jojo.
Are they alive?
They are.
All right.
Is it? Can I make a guess this early on?
Yeah.
Is it Mr. Tom Hanks?
It is not. Nice try, though.
Is it George Clooney?
Stan Stanley is unbelievable today. Way to go, big man.
Crushed
You're the
it!
big winner.
That usually never happens.
Good job.
What's it feel like?
You know, when Joe was basically just trashing the game and acting like, don't call me in. I'm the silly guy. This is, I don't want to be around for important questions.
He keeps in character.
Well, it's fun to keep in character, but let the game get going first. You know?
You gotta keep the game
Don't be
moving.
dumb guy. And Stanley,
Yeah.
he plays for the win. You just moved to the top of the morning mashup, Pete. You took it away from Gail.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
This is like Foursquare when somebody else comes along and unseats you. The Nightman is crushing it.
I'm the mayor of the mashup.
I too am.
How y'all like that?
What do you think of Southern?
How y'all
like that?
How y'all like it?
You don't like it so much, do you? Double wide, bitches. Double wide, you single wide bastards.
So proud of that whiff.
I was humble, by the way, when I was the top of the mashup. I don't remember taunting you.
That's true. But,
Success goes right to my head.
yeah, well, Chris Stanley, if I had a new nickname for you, it would be Winter's Bone. Just the second you start talking. You are a Winter's Bone. And here's Joey. Is he alive?
Yes, Joe.
I don't know why your freak nasty has anything to do with you. Seriously. She could have her
Me too.
pick of any gentleman caller in Brooklyn.
Still can't believe
And
that. Pretty
Queens.
nasty.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of choices in Queens. There's Koreatown, where the ladies
Mm-hmm.
look so nice.
Little Brazil.
Little bra, I call it.
Flush.
Little bra, big asses. Flushing. I don't know much about Flushing, do you?
Asian. It's very Asian.
Is it? Flushing
Oh,
is very
yeah,
Asian?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
its
Is that
thing.
Koreatown?
No,
No.
Koreatown's like in the 30s here, but it's Chinese. It's a lot very Chinese in Flushing.
I still like to call them Koreans. I go, you
Just to
make,
be safe.
yeah, just to be safe, I call every Asian a Korean. Because it's not offensive.
I know. Well, because the normal misconception is calling everyone Chinese. So at least if you're saying Korean, you're like, oh, I'm mistaken. I thought I was making an educated guess on this.
Well, I saw you yelling at your kid to study more, so naturally I assumed that you were Korean. Here's the thing, and like people will go like that, like, hey, the Chinese go, Japanese. But do we get mad if someone says, hey, that guy from Virginia, and we're like, no, Pennsylvania.
How could you
Man,
say that?
We could go, we understand. We look like people from Virginia.
I could see how you make that.
We get it. We all look like John Riggins to you. I don't have time to be PC.
I just don't have the time.
A lot of you slut holes know what I'm talking about. I don't have time to be PC. People actually clap. Like, we don't either.
We want to say what's on our mind,
Even if it's racist.
especially.
You know what? I miss Army Man now that he used
He's trying to pull it back.
As soon as he became normal man, I'm like, that's not so fun.
No more normal
You know
man.
what? I can't be pleased. That's my fault. I'm going to blame myself now. I am a diner who wants everything the exact opposite of what came in.
Take this back, please.
Take everything back.
But you ordered
And
this.
You eat it. It's so fucking good. No, you eat it in front of me. I want to see you put this disgusting steak in your mouth, chew it, and swallow. All right, lift your tongue, so make sure you don't have it under your tongue. Just spit out later.
But I'm a vegetarian.
Well, that's your problem.
Dreams, they complicate my life. I'm loving our early morning song.
I know. So good.
All right, Tom Kelly said the name of this is Wildwood Days, not highlights. Gail, actually, You almost have a morning mashup, Mayor, back in your thing.
Ooh.
A mistake like that.
Oh,
this
no.
is just going to be a warning, Mr. Skate.
Oh, good. Please, all right, it's not taken away yet. Good.
I only wish I had a warning.
Still savoring it.
Consider yourself lucky.
G-Man says that Rand Paul is a garden gnome with a perm. I think that, as weird as this is, he also said that Chris Christie should have been forced to wear the baseball uniform last night.
God, it would have been great.
The thing is, I noticed this morning people are like, well, he had a very bad debate. He rolled his eyes. You know what I mean? Like, it's the littlest thing. They're like a beauty pageant.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why debates are so important, because you never see a president in a debate. You know, you're not going to see, like, well, Obama has the debate against Putin tonight. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Rick Perry, the last debate he had was like such a poor showing, and it like destroyed his whole campaign. And then this time he did the what did they call it? It's like the happy hour debate, which is
happy hour debate,
which was the lower rung candidates, and he was trying to talk about Reagan, and he called him Ronald Raven.
First of all, it's a great fucking name. You're the new mayor of the mashup for just
No.
That's so Ronald Raven.
No.
There's plenty of time for you to win it back. You lose points for not showing composure.
Oh, I have little to none.
My name is Ronald Raven, and I'm about to make sure the 80s are safe from communism. What about me? What about Ronald Raven?
So grunge.
I wouldn't mind if you just called him Ronald Raisin, and they just pulled out the old 80s Raisinets, or whatever the group was called, where they just acted like, hey, we're not making fun of black people, but we have raisins dancing around the Motown. We don't have time to be politically correct. We're selling raisins. I don't know about you lazy people, but I don't have time to be politically correct. I'm building hotels all over the place. Yes, I bought Hillary Clinton when he was showing that. I bought her. What did you get for it? 3 years later, I told her to be at my wedding. And it made big news, big splash on page 6.
I snap and Hillary jumps. I own her.
Hillary was at her house. It just went like this.
That makes me look like
shit. I did go there. He gave me $700 and he went to his party. I buy my friends and wedding guests. Not like you dummies. I gave every one of these idiots money, and now they're running against me.
Well, the reason you can't hurt him is, like, he won't be fazed by what you say. He also, like, cops to everything. Right. And then, you know, Rand Paul right away starts to run in and try to put the boots to him. He's like, I gave you money. And then he just, like, leans back, like...
Remember when you gave me a shoe shine? For $400, you came over to my house and shined my shoes. Made you whistle.
Damn it.
It's a Kickstarter.
Damn it, Trump.
I thought that Rand Paul was rocking a Buddy Holly do. I was digging it. I yelled out rockabilly.
It's a good look. A little bit wet. A little bit of a wet look. Wet curls.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
There was a lot of interesting hair out there.
Who else were you digging?
I thought Christie had like a boyish swoop going on. Like, looked like his mom licked her palm and then just fixed his hair. You know, Christie did another thing. That's kind of cool. Christie did another thing of bringing up how they were almost in the towers. My wife was only 2 blocks away, and I was supposed to have breakfast in the towers, but I stopped for donuts and one of those Jersey breakfast sandwiches with Taylor ham, egg, and cheese. Very specific about the sandwich. I happen to be friends with the cake boss. We went to a lot of funerals from people from 9/11. Not like Rand Paul, who doesn't want our records out there. That actually was something to fight about, you know, because it was safety versus freedom. Yeah. It was a very comfortable,
oh, these two guys are talking about something that Americans do slightly care about. Not like, does Jesus whistle or does he hum loud?
Yeah, it was a good start to that conversation. Then Rand Paul just says, why don't you go hug Obama again?
Yeah. You know who I hugged? The victims of 9/11.
And he's like, those are the hugs I remember. And the crowd just was like, what? What does he mean? You know the hugs I remember? You don't remember hugging Obama?
Oh, and I also hugged veterans.
Who have you hugged? Let's go around the room and see who everyone's hugged.
Oh, and I hug girls with big tits. Maybe you don't because you're gay and gay marriage. I also like the governor from Ohio who is not going to get a pop like that again because he's not going to be hometowning.
I know. I don't know if he'll even make it to the next debate.
No, he'll be down to happy hour. But what a hit job Fox News tries to do to our Donald Trump.
I know.
Please, everybody, if you're just polled, just say you're voting for Donald Trump. You don't have to, but say it in every poll.
Just to show them their little plan didn't work.
If I had if I just suddenly looked up and found out that I had to vote last night, I would have voted for Trump out of spite.
Oh, yeah.
I felt for him.
Yeah, I mean, they would have done a better job had they at least attempted to put other people in the hot seat at different moments.
Yeah, they didn't do it to anybody
but they
else.
only did it to him, and it was every question was a personal question, like completely putting the spotlight on him. And
yes, and then
everyone else is like, "What do you think about this?"
I even saw Jeb Bush go like this one time. Wow, that's a little rough on Trump, isn't it?
Mean-spirited.
I'm ready to be president because my dad and brother were also presidents. And it's my turn, damn it. It's my turn.
I'm daddy's boy. What can I say?
What about me? What about Ronald Reagan?
Sweet Rick Perry. He just can't settle in at a debate.
I can't believe that you watched the happy hour debate because I had that on as well. And I felt bad for those people.
I did too.
I mean, there was nobody there. It was like when you watch a fight out of Vegas and the opening things is like nobody's there. They're fighting for the welterweight championship. Obviously, you people don't care about anybody who's 118 pounds.
And for guys like Perry who actually were in the top tier debate at one time, I kind of felt bad for him.
Well, there's only like 1 percentage point difference between those guys and Chris Christie.
Right.
It's like the 4%ers got to go up, the 3%ers don't.
Right, because Christie was the lowest of the 10 that was up there as far as the polls go so far.
Wait.
Right. Oh, good point.
I thought, by the way, he looked very good last night, too.
Yeah, is he dropping some LBs?
Yeah, you got they call it the world's slowest stomach stapling, but I think that's, busting balls. It's happening at a good, gradual distance.
It should go at a healthy, slow amount of time.
Well,
it's best.
You can get a chocolate shake past that stapling. That's what he's figured out.
Right.
That's the problem. This would be better if you didn't keep chocolate shaking it every time. We are losing to China. We're losing to Mexico. And Rosie is a pig. G-Man all over. Rob's tired, said, God told me to go dry. Yeah, the fact that somebody would say God told him to do something is insane to me. Insane.
And that the rest of the country is supposed to go, this guy seems normal.
I get excited when there's early morning Ronnie B quotes. I feel like this gets me up above my quota.
I know. Maybe you're the top of the mash.
I did the mash. I did the morning mash. That's coming up. Just a few months. Get out that song that you guys like to do. We are the mash. I wonder what the number one hit is this week.
I don't know. What do you think?
Know. That's the morning mashup. They always know. They always know the numbers.
They're on top of it.
Yeah, they are. Well, there's a countdown, They're doing I think Fridays they actually will take requests. Fridays by request.
Nice. Ladies' choice sometimes.
Just the ladies. This one's going out to a guy that I didn't appreciate when I was with, and now I think he's great. Kirby, Uptown Funk.
How does that apply?
I think Uptown Funk is still number one after 2 years. I hope so.
I believe it. How could it not be? I dare you not to dance when that song comes on. It's impossible.
I dare me not to dance if any song comes on. Aaron.
Hey, Ronnie B.
Hey.
First of all, listen, man, the relationship and the chemistry you two have on the radio really just strives for me to accomplish the same thing with my boys.
But here's the thing. What about the way Stanley fucks it up?
How?
Well, he's that stepchild, so we don't count him.
He does have that good voice, though.
I'm not fucking it up. I'm Jackie Puppet.
Rubio's ears last night looked like two hunks of meat on his head, and I could not listen to a word he said. All I did was stare at his ears and scream, "Look at his damn head."
I didn't notice his ears, actually.
Huh?
I didn't notice his ears.
I never noticed anybody's ears.
Oh, my God. Google his ears. They're ridiculous.
All right, hold on. Rubio's ears. Rubio was bragging about that his parents had no money. That seems to be the new thing. People used to say I worked my way out of something. Rubio looks fine.
There's a little meat to it. Every time I see him, all I can think of is that time that he was so thirsty.
Yeah.
It's all I can think of.
I get the same way, though.
He
Stay hydrated.
He was just eyeballing that bottle of water that was just off camera. Like,
I think we should all take a drink together right now.
Just licking his lips and looking at the water.
Mark, make sure not to drink any water when you're out there this time.
Which one of the candidates?
So good.
I couldn't even remember. Sounds exactly like Dana Carvey. Like if Dana Carvey did an impression, he would not even have to.
It's just his actual
voice. He would just talk like Dana Carvey.
I'm not sure who that is.
Well, they're all great, though. I'm voting for all of them. I wish I could vote for you all. Matt in Westchester.
Mr. B, did you notice last night that when Donald Trump went on about the wall, they actually gave him an additional 30 seconds and they said, answer the actual question?
Yeah, they were just fucking with him. They were just trying to point out any bad thing that they could. Fox hates Donald Trump. I had no idea until last night.
Yeah, I thought that
I knew it immediately.
Yeah, I thought that they would have been at least taking it seriously. I mean, considering the way the polls have been looking, and
yeah, but that's why they wanted to knock him out of the polls. I mean, to open this up with show of hands when they knew that he was going to be the only person instead of just saying it to Donald Trump. And I wish that when he raised his hand, he should have fucking had the middle finger. I was yelling third party at him.
I like he took a moment just before he raised his hand where he looked around and he's like, yep, I'm going to be the only dude who raised my hand. Like he knew that it was going to happen.
Well, Joseph said this, I'm voting for hashtag Trump out of spite. Spite is the number one motivator for my whole life. I agree with you, Joseph. And Kara says, couldn't tell if Chrissy lost weight or his tan was thinning. That's anti-Italian, I believe, on two different bases. Here's one that just says, if Chrissy's campaign was based on sandwiches, then my choice became very easy. This is meanness.
Christy was looking tan as hell, though.
Yeah, it's the summer.
Yeah.
And he's Italian. They're tan people.
Oh, sure. Doesn't take much, I'm sure. And that Trump is a color all his own.
Oh, he looks great, though. I don't know. I can't say anything if fucking Stanley hit me with the jaundice cam the other day, so
what's that?
I don't care what happens. Here's Robin, chicken in the car won't go. City with the big shoulders, that toddling town, the second city, the windy city, hog butcher to the world, city with a ton of nicknames, Chicago, my kind of town. What's up, Rob?
How's it going, man? I actually, I just wanted to say, I listened to the A2XM last night. I travel a lot for work, so that was like my only way of getting it. But I feel like actually, I like the guy. I think he's fearless, and I think that what he went through last night, was just kind of jacked up. But I also think it was funny, you know, how he did mention, you know, that, hey, I gave you guys money, you know, and you're running against me right now, and you're kind of using my money to be at this debate right now. And it was just jacked up. The whole thing was just crazy.
Were you surprised that Fox treated him that way?
Honestly, no, because, I mean, it's Fox. I mean, what else can I say?
I was shocked. I did not think they were going to do that.
It was really unprofessional, honestly.
He's retweeting a lot of people that said that Fox News fucked with him last night.
Well, it's clear.
Yeah. He is retweeting like a bastard today. He also says that the Time poll had him winning this, as well as the Drudge poll.
I believe it. You know, his opening, you know, statement about the third party thing, obviously it got people booing, but by the end of it, they were cheering. You know, it doesn't take a lot for him.
Well, the third party thing, he's smart to do it because he's saying that the only reason that Trump said that is because if you try to run me out, you know what I mean? Right. I'll go and do my own thing. You saw last night where he has to keep a third party as an option. But he's actually retweeting people who says that Megyn Kelly made them never want to watch Fox again. And people saying, I expected better from Megyn Kelly. Wonder what her hidden agenda. He's retweeting that. Man, he's retweeting a lot today. And then Donald Trump did this for himself 4 hours ago. I really enjoyed the debate tonight, which goes to show you that this dude was still, you know, hanging in there at 4 a.m.
Right.
Even though the Fox News trio, especially Megyn Kelly, was not very good and not very professional. Then he writes to Frank Luntz, your so-called focus groups are a total joke. Don't come to my office for looking for business again. You are a clown. All right, Trump also tweeted this out. Wow, at Megyn Kelly really bombed tonight. People are going wild on Twitter. Funny to watch. That's funny that he just takes it as Twitter. Now, Frank Luntz again. Frank Luntz is a low-class slob who came into my office looking for consulting work, and I had zero interest. Now he picks anti-Trump panels. Low-class slob.
That's great. That's a great put down.
I got him with a low-class slob. Biggest loser in the debate was Megyn Kelly. He's a big retweeter. He doesn't just favorite.
Oh, no. He gives up the retweets.
He knows what the deal is.
He also retweeted Ivanka Trump, saying that he won by landslide.
Oh, she might be a little biased.
Why? They're not even married anymore. I say that goes to show he's willing to go across the aisle.
Yeah, he turns him.
Here is Rich in Florida.
Hey, I'm worried that if Trump's not in there, that nobody's going to stand up to Hillary Clinton. They're going to be all sweet to her instead of saying, what have you done except for marrying Bill Clinton? Because she has no record other than that. So how does she really represent the modern woman and what the women's plight in the country?
Rich, you represent them. And I think that you're exactly right. That Donald Trump is the only person who's willing to ever say anything bad about Hillary Clinton.
Never a bad word spoken about the woman.
She's a slob in a pantsuit. Eric, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
I'm wondering if the issue is just a beef between Trump and Rupert Murdoch.
I've heard that
news,
before.
Or is there history there?
Yeah, I've heard that before, that Murdoch doesn't like Trump from, billionaire stuff.
Right.
But I did not expect that last night.
No,
Seriously.
I was pretty surprised. I mean, when it opened that way,
yeah.
And, obviously he was taking heat early on. The very next question being, how are you going to be a president if you're a sexist? And I was like, whoa, okay, I see what's going on here. And then as the questions started coming up, they were just giving softballs to
Everybody else just got nothing but love from them. Everybody else got love. Stunning to see.
And respect, like they just were being respectful of everyone else.
I did not see that one coming. I really didn't. Maybe I'm naive, but I thought that the Republicans, particularly Fox News, who had him on the show so many times in the past, would have been glad to have him up there.
And I just feel like if you're not at least giving a fair moment up there to the person who's most popular, I don't know, it's maybe a little false confidence to say we don't need Trump right now to excite the right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree with you. By the way, nobody here, particularly my producers, corrected me. Ivanka is the daughter. Ivana is the ex-wife. That comes from Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, big ass prize closet this morning. Congratulations to her. I'm sorry, it's Joey Jojo's pretty good prize closet.
It's pretty good prize closet.
Now, here's the thing. You know that she's an Anglophile, right?
Okay.
So know that just before you go, oh, I have a cookbook from, try to know what your audience is. What do you have for Queen Elizabeth?
I have a DVD. Dirty Girl, signed by Lisa Lampanelli.
What doesn't he get about she's an Anglophile? You know what that
British.
is?
Oh, I didn't know what Anglophile
Then why would
was.
you say yes when I said she's an Anglophile? You said yes.
I thought it was like celiac. Sorry.
Celiac.
It's not like being a celiac. All right, so she gets Lisa Lampanelli. Well, that's a fine prize.
It's a great prize.
And somebody who was on Trump's show. And
Makes a lot of sense.
Thinks of him as a gentleman. All right, so that's for Queen Elizabeth.
Despite their feuds, they seem to have a respect for each other.
Yeah, there was respect, and I'll go so far even to say love. There's a lot of stuff up on the iBank today. The Jon Stewart wrap up stuff. Also filtered excellence today.
Oh, nice.
That always gets put together by our own Earl. I'd like to do the thumbs up, thumbs down, but it seems to take so much time. You heard about this story, Gail, that you have to wait 10 more years to watch Jerry Lewis's Secret Holocaust movie.
Yeah, Jerry Lewis has a film from the 70s that was never released. And it's
Is that
called...
really from the 70s? I thought it was before that.
I thought it was too.
The Day the Clown Cried?
Yeah, The Day the Clown Cried. And it's a Holocaust movie where he plays a clown who was sent to a concentration camp.
They get the children to go to the gas chambers.
Yes, like a Pied Piper.
Yeah. I've heard of people who've seen clips of it.
Right.
Somebody said that they were in a vault and saw it. Why do we got to wait 10 years?
So he gave it over to the Library of Congress.
Smart.
And he said, this now belongs to you, but you have to agree that you will not have any screenings of it and will not share it for another 10 years.
He said, why didn't he say until the day I die?
Yes, that's what he means, because he will be, I think, 100 in 10 years. He's about 90, right?
He's got to be 100 now. Last time I saw him.
But yeah, he obviously is saying, just wait till I go, because I don't want to be around to see how this is received.
Well, we know how it's going to play poorly. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
No one is going to say, I love the clown leading children to the oven movie.
It's a feel-good movie.
Yeah.
But he apparently had the only full copy of the film. He was like the sole...
And
sole possession of
I've
it.
also heard that it was never finished. Like they pulled the plug on that while they were shooting. But it's one of those things that's just absolutely a myth now. You know what I mean? Like people whisper about it, and you know, it couldn't be bad enough for me to ever say. You know what I mean? Like I pictured something as worse than Sharknado. So I would say to myself, this is a lot better than I thought it would be, no matter what it was.
Right. Worse than Sharknado because it's like probably pretty unaware of itself.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he always had a healthy ego about himself. I always enjoyed that. I never saw any entertainer other than him drop IQ numbers. You know what I mean? Like, Here's what my IQ was. And he would tell Johnny Carson.
Okay.
And I was always like, that's odd for a funny man to be doing. Johnny, I've been into surgeries before, and I understand them.
I was surprised that it was from the 70s. When I had heard about it before, I assumed it was much older.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was at 1951 or something crazy like that. The war just behind us. Also up on the iBank, the new Scorsese, it's a HBO, I guess, series. I don't know whether it's a miniseries or it goes on forever, but it's called Vinyl, and it's about the 70s, a record company where there's cokes and prostitutes and rock and roll bands. It looks just amazing.
The kind of stuff Scorsese's pretty damn into.
Yeah.
It's like, he loves that stuff. Loves shooting that stuff. It's very him. I'm excited for it, actually.
I'm excited too, and it looks like it's gonna be a big role for Dice, and that should be great. But I need another show. You know what I mean? I'm True Detective ends this week.
I know. I can't believe it's over, and I'm still this confused.
Chris, what is it?
We'll finally find out about Birdman and who he actually is.
Can't wait.
So that is this Sunday, True Detective Season 2. And I'm sure after this, they'll never put up a Season 3 because of all the whining and bitching the internet has done about it.
There's been a lot of complaints.
And why wouldn't they? And then people are upset with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they've started this club. I think they call it the Red Club or something. And it's to teach females about how fun football is.
What?
Yeah. Well, here we are in 1958, and they like to get some of the housewives to understand what we mean when we say first down or timeout, or why the men go and have a secret before they snap the ball.
What kind of secrets are they telling just now?
What did they get together? Are they talking about the other team? So, again, you could have done this in 1958, but women have been pretty big football fans, I'd say, almost since Monday Night Football on, right?
Yeah.
That women started to also enjoy football and go to games. But in the last 10 years, there's just as many women in fantasy football contest or even on ESPN as anyone else. I think women, I don't run into women who don't understand football anymore.
Yeah, and I think it's a big change that's happened. Certainly in my lifetime, I feel like way more women follow football without men around even.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like, it used to be a thing where I was like, oh, he watches. I mean, I'm still kind of like that, but if your husband watches, or you're like, oh, okay, I'm around him.
That's what it became. It became not just the game. It became, this is what we do on Sundays and Monday nights. And then over the past 25, 30 years, women are just fans. They're just, you don't run into women at a bar who are like, I'm just here because I don't know what is happening. You know what I mean? They know the rules. It probably would have been smarter if the Bucs just said, here's some football pointers for people who aren't into football.
Yes.
Without saying they have to be
for women.
Yeah.
Because we know that you don't know how much all the points are.
Right. Let's see. When we're calling a play, it's like a recipe,
It's something I can understand. Thank you.
Do you know how this is our version of nursing?
Okay.
You have to cradle the football the way you cradle babies.
Yes. Okay. I get it.
Right. And I think you all know a little something about making weight. All right, let's break here. When we get back, Stan Stanley is going to give us Filtered Excellence that's up on the iBank today. fun being in here on a Friday morning.
I love the Fridays.
This is Bennington.
You're listening to Bennington on Opie Radio, XM 103, Sirius 206.
Comic book superheroes, secret agents, fire-breathing dragons. If you're looking for the perfect gift for that geek in your life, or you just want to treat yourself to something fun and exciting every month, go to lootcrate.com. Lootcrate.com is the ultimate monthly service for geeks, gamers, and pop culture fanatics. Sign up today, and for less than $20 a month, Loot Crate will send you a specially themed mystery box filled with hand-picked apparel, collectibles, and licensed gear from all your favorite franchises like Marvel, The Walking Dead, Star Wars, Game of Thrones, and more. Each month, box features a new theme inspired by movies, TV shows, and video games. This month's theme is villains, because whether they're terrifying or tragic, there's just something about bad guys that's just plain fun. Celebrate your darker side with items from Marvel and DC, as well as something unique and wearable that's never been featured in a crate before. Go to lootcrate.com/OP now to sign up, and for a limited time, use promo code OP at checkout to save $3 off of any new subscription. Go to lootcrate.com/OP now. That's lootcrate.com/OP. That's REM. REM, I believe, I can't think of another band that they kind of named a radio format, because of them. But this was the dawn of college rock, which later then became indie rock. But college rock, I believe REM was the first.
They were like, we have to set up a whole new category. They've set something up here.
I believe it was because college radio stations were playing that first album, and no rock stations in America was. So they're like, I don't know what they're doing over there. It's college rock, aka smart rock.
These guys
I don't like it.
Sound pretty clever.
Doesn't sound like Styx, Asia. But they were a little confused at it. Then they got their hand back on it.
Yeah.
It's like, at one point we had independent film, and then Hollywood said, well, let's just tell Jennifer Aniston to gain 5 pounds, not wear any makeup, and we'll call that an independent film.
Just as good. It's a nice little indie.
Speaking of independent film, we have my favorite, I believe, current independent filmmaker coming up on Unmasked, Bobcat Goldthwait. I think he makes absolutely great movies. He'll be on Unmasked at 2:00, and then all weekend with Barry Crimmins, and it's an excellent Unmasked, one that I was just happy enough to be sitting there for.
It was such a great one. It's my favorite so far.
Of all time?
I think it's staff favorite. We all discussed.
Over Gallagher? Because actually, there's not one person that was here when I did Gallagher. That's how much of a turnover we've had.
Really? You weren't here for that?
I was an intern. But I was there.
Weird. That was a long time ago.
And yeah, it was a long time ago.
Wow. I did not realize that did not feel that long ago when you did that.
This is what happens with life. Molly tried to explain this to
I know.
us last
It's
Friday.
all just speeding up.
Everything that Molly said has come true. And by the way, when Molly was here last, 3.5 years ago.
What?
No.
Yeah.
You have got to be kidding me.
Mm-hmm.
Where's it going?
Well, it's space-time continuum, my friend. We're going at a speed right now where life speeds up.
It felt like just last week, old Pissis was here.
Forgot about Princess. I forgot that we did a roast on her entire family.
Oh yeah, they got it hard.
What is this? A roast on my family? Comics has been going that club that we did that in forever, and yet they've never put anything into that spot.
Nothing else has moved in?
No, I was down there not too long ago. Well, I was there 2.5 years ago.
What? This is crazy.
Yeah, last weekend was 2.5 years ago.
It's too fast.
Yeah.
Dear God.
You have to slow it down.
All right, give us filtered excellence, Chris. We're going to thumbs up, thumbs down it.
Call Me Lucky opens in select theaters.
Thumbs up.
2 thumbs up.
Cop Car, a new film with Kevin Bacon, plays a dirty cop who, in the film, 2 kids steal his cop car, and he has stuff stashed in it. So he has to
Does the car talk?
This is Cop Car.
Does the car talk?
No, it did not. No, it does
Thumbs
not.
down.
I'm going to check that out. It sounds good.
No.
Dirty Cop, Kevin Bacon.
Dirty Bacon would be more like it.
Delicious.
Let me ask this. Does
Yeah.
he get a whole town to dance?
Not that I know of, no.
Because I think Cop Car could be called Footloose, too. It's that fucking good.
I'd definitely see that then.
Yeah. Is there a tractor chicken fight?
No,
Just for the opening alone. Just the feet.
Well, wasn't the ending almost the same way, too? Man, how good that town on their first night dancing.
I know.
Phenomenal.
They really did great.
What state was that supposed to be in? They never say, did they?
Where
Is it
was the
like
tiny
Idaho?
town of Footloose?
Seemed like Footloose would have taken place in like an Idaho or Montana. Chris, why don't you just work on FE?
Got it.
And start to build a team now, be looking stuff up so I don't have to hear tapping through that mic all day.
Born to Play Guitar by Buddy Guy's new album.
Loved Buddy Guy.
Yeah, I
He
will
was in
check
here
that
the
out for
other day.
sure.
That's
Thumbs
big
up.
Thumbs up. And toes. Thumbs and toes up.
Whoa. Does that count?
Under Tiberius, a new novel by Nick Tashes.
Love Nick Tashes. Don't know if I have the time to read. Book on tape. So
Yes.
when I'm doing my paper
Road
road,
trip.
I can listen to it. What's it about, by the way? This book.
It's historical fiction where he says he finds a Roman manuscript detailing Jesus's life,
Yeah.
and Jesus was just a grifter with Gaius and scamming people for money through Christianity.
Okay, I'm in. Definitely in. This sounds great.
I don't know, corny Jesus. It seems a little blasphemy to me. Got a little trouble with it, but love Nick. Don't know whether I'm gonna like Grifter Jesus, but I will check it out. Thumbs up.
Sweet Carney Jesus, I'm in.
The Bollocks, a photo essay of the Sex Pistols by Dennis Morris. It's
I feel like I've seen every Sex Pistols picture there could possibly be.
it's from their 1977 tour.
That's the only tour, Chris. There's no other tour. They did one tour and stopped.
They couldn't keep it together. There was enough mayhem on that tour.
Maybe somebody should have taught Sid how to play.
And then in New York City, there's a Marlon Brando retrospective at the Film Forum.
Ooh.
What movies?
On the Waterfront, The Wild One, Viva Zapata, Julius Caesar, A Streetcar Named Desire, The Godfather, Last Tango in Paris, and Apocalypse Now.
I'm going to give it a thumbs down because they don't have One-Eyed Jacks,
Your beloved.
which I call the most attractive Marlon Brando movie.
And what about my favorite, the Appaloosa?
And then in New York City again,
He's not answering.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
at the Museum of the Moving Image, it's the See It Big 70mm film festival
Thumbs down. Too big.
where they show 2001: A Space Odyssey, Lawrence of Arabia, and West Side Story, and all films filmed on 70mm.
Turn that around. I'm back in. I'll
You're
love
back
it.
in.
Yeah, I'm going to watch every single one of them.
Despite how big?
Yeah.
And they're also
By the
adding.
way, I'm going to be honest here. I got 70mm and IMAX confused.
Right.
I think the next, I believe the next Quentin Tarantino is coming out in 70mm, and he said that when it first comes out to these larger theaters, it will not have, you'll get like a little booklet that goes with it, and that'll have like film by blah blah blah. It will not appear on screen. The movie will just pop up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why isn't it out right now?
Well, 'cause
That is so cool.
this isn't the time of the year that a Tarantino film comes out.
He wants it now.
He wants it to be Oscar ready. He's never won a Best Director
I know.
Oscar. He's won 2 for screenwriting, and oddly, nothing for his acting. Even though he did an Australian voice in the
I
last.
know. Oh, I mean, he pulled that out. I couldn't believe it.
Well, when he said "Tie Me Kangaroo Down, Sport," I'm like, this is fucking heavy. This is good shit right here. Here is Dylan in Atlanta.
What up? I saw Vacation, and I wasn't expecting to like it, but I liked it.
Well, we actually well, I'm the only one who saw it, right? You guys haven't
we didn't
yet?
see it.
I thought I was going to despise it. I ended up thinking it was really good. So
Yeah, I mean
for a
laughed at
comedy,
several
it's only
points.
comedy. But the critics killed it. They murdered it.
They're still
in its sleep.
They're still rolling in with the bad. There hasn't been like a reverberation of something.
They never rate a second review to a movie. They just
I meant like more reviews coming through because I think sometimes it.
You think there's second week reviews that come out?
I don't know.
We may be late, ladies and gentlemen, but a movie from 10 days ago, we think is fantastic.
We couldn't get in opening weekend. We had to wait.
Seemed to make sense to me.
You live on the planet Earth, though you know when.
Yes, I do.
Come out. Opening day. Well, we get 10 days, and then the reviews come out. It's not a play.
The second reviews.
Yeah, second reviews are much better. Not only is there no such thing as second reviews, but you won't see Ed Helms again until another movie. Like at no point do they ever say to themselves, "I'm going to come out and do Fallon and say, oh, by the way, my film is in its second weekend." That never happens.
Right.
They just go away the second that the film opens.
It's all
up.
about the first weekend.
Yeah.
And then they work them like a dog.
Right up to it. But they have a mathematical thing figured out on the first weekend's thing, and then they know like an audience score as well, so they'll know word of mouth. And they say they can get pretty close to the quarter of what that film will do. The algorithm is down, and you're not going to get around it anymore. They know how we think.
Yeah, they know what we want,
and that's almost embarrassing to me. By the way, Fantastic Four, they're now saying maybe the worst comic book movie reviews ever. They despise this one.
Yeah, but don't they get upset about a lot of things? This is the worst of them?
I don't think you know what critics are these days at Rotten Tomatoes.
Right.
They are 100% fanboys now. So, I mean, if they hate a comic book movie, it still does about 59%. And that's despised. This movie, where are we at on percentages, Chris?
Right now, it's at 9%.
9%.
Oh, my God.
Only 9% are liking it.
That is a low percent.
Yeah. Well, no Michael Chiklis. So what are you going to do? You don't have Michael Chiklis as Rock Boy. I think the character's name was Rock Boy.
Sure. That's probably right.
I'm Rock Boy. Slamming time.
The director tweeted out and then deleted that he look
himself.
Oh no! Oh no! It's not that bad.
I'll kill myself. Then you're all happy.
Yeah, you know what? Let me delete that.
Yeah,
it's too extreme.
Fine. I'll make other movies. Not as good as this though. Rock Boy spinoff.
That his cut of the film that the studio made him change would have been a great movie and would have gotten great reviews.
Wow. I like his attitude.
It's not my fault.
It's Sony.
So even though this is a Marvel comic book, it's not a Marvel movie. And it doesn't seem like the Marvel comic books work unless the Marvel movie studio is doing it. This is like the second time in 6-7 years they try to make this film.
Yeah.
And they shit the bed with it twice. And they keep saying, we're thinking about a Silver Surfer spinoff. You can't spin off something that no one saw the original movie.
Right.
The Fantastic Four just doesn't work. No one wants to see the Invisible Girl and the guy who stretches, and Rockman, and Fireboy.
I think if it was done right, they would. That's the problem. No one wanted to see Iron Man until it came out. I remember thinking, Iron Man, that's the stupidest idea ever. No one's going to see a guy who's wearing an armored suit.
Yeah, I mean,
he was not a big comic book character.
I mean, Silver Surfer's cooler than Iron Man.
I would agree 100%.
Like, Silver Surfer's a pretty cool dude.
Well, he's silver and he surfs. What's not to like?
And he has like a sad romantic story. There's like, he's a complex character.
He's troubled.
Well,
he's very troubled.
Well, we know that from the great Richard Gere remake.
Yes.
Breathless.
Where he's obsessed with the Silver Surfer.
Silver Surfer's a moron, man. It's a love supreme.
Yes.
But I have the perfect person to play Silver Surfer, Laird Hamilton, the world's greatest surfer and savior of other people.
And he's quite silvery.
Yeah, and he's constantly pulling people out. I just worried that he's going to snake somebody at the end of the movie. Well, you said you've been following along SeaWorld. This is big trouble.
Yes. SeaWorld, their profits are down 84%.
Wow.
It's a massive hit. And it's clearly, the decline has been the last 2 years, which is since the release of that really popular documentary, Blackfish. So Blackfish clearly had enough of an impact. Whether or not people saw it, it got the conversation going enough that now they're down 84%. That's crazy.
SeaWorld now looks like those old Florida places like Alligator Land and stuff.
Right.
Like, they still do this?
Barbaric.
Yeah. It's very weird because people aren't mean to zoos. They still go to zoos.
Yes.
But they have turned on SeaWorld.
But I think part of it is the performances that they put on, because they're like making a show of them.
Yeah. That thing leaps into the air in front of you, grabs a fish.
Oh, yeah.
Then they tell the kids to come down closer and the thing comes up and splashes them.
I have a memory of seeing Shamu like right up close as a kid and just being like, this is so much more terrifying than when I was at the top of the stairs running down, like, yeah, this will be a great idea.
Yeah.
And then coming face to face with it and being like, oh, that thing looks like a murderer.
Well, here's the deal. You were scared as a little kid, but I bet you'd still be scared now.
Oh,
if you went up and saw it. Because it's just coming through this green pool and then this massive being.
Yeah.
Like you could see the crazy intelligence in its face.
Absolutely.
You could just imagine it talking to you like, please get me out of this tank. My dorsal fin is falling over to the left.
Not to mention, they continue to find proof that they have like ancient orcas in the wild, where originally they were like, yeah, this is normal. They only live about 15, 16 years. And then they keep finding these proof that these orcas are like 80, 90, 100-year-old orcas.
I had no idea that.
They just lied.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, this is what their life cycle is.
Well, did they just lie or not know?
I think they probably don't care to know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that there was ever a concern of theirs to preserve the species.
Well, I went down there years ago, and there was a thing where the dolphins would leap out of the water, and you were allowed to throw Coke cans at them. And I'm like, I don't know whether this is right. I hope it is. Because they were like, they like it. Hit them with a golf, and we'll give you one of those big Shamu mugs. They will always push the Shamu mugs.
It's a giant Shamu cup.
Here's Frank up in the Bronx.
I think one of those places had. You ever see that game with the hammer? And you hammer the
Whack-a-mole. Yeah.
They were doing live dolphins there, and you had to bang the dolphin on the nose to whack it. I think
it's a whack-a-mole.
Yeah, whack-a-dolphin, I think they called it.
But there used to be a thing where they said they would, train regular people to go in there, because that thing where the girl, say whatever you want, might be the worst thing in the world. But seeing a girl being pushed out by her nose by a killer dolphin, and then she shoots up in the air like 25 feet.
It's insane.
And then dives from there. It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen live. You know what I mean?
But that was one of the weird things about the documentary is like these people who are like these marine experts, but they were just like actors and dancers.
I can't watch a documentary when things are crying and stuff.
It's horrifying.
Terrible.
I can't do that to myself. I'd rather think of it the way I love it, that those Cindy and Sandy Dolphin and Shamu are just having a great time and they love it. And you got, very healthy young trainers that are getting pushed around and they wave to people. That is the second greatest animal show I've ever seen in my life.
What was the first?
First was down at Key West at the Sunset Party. There used to be a French guy who did a lion tame act with house cats.
What?
And it was the funniest shit. Everything that you would see with the hoop on fire and a fucking house cat would go with it. And he had this tiny whip and was making get on a chair. And it was amazing. And people were just throwing money at him. It was the greatest thing I had ever seen in my life.
I mean, those cats are treated really well.
I don't know. I guess they get to stay in the hotel with him. I'm not sure. I think they traveled around by VW van from town to town.
It's a pretty good life.
I think the Key West sunset party is one of the greatest ideas ever. Just the sunset, everyone meet out there and start to party. Here is Paul in the Bronx.
Hey, SeaWorld is the only zoo where the animals are allowed to give their own critique. They gave it 0 rotten tomatoes by killing the handlers.
Boy, you know, the whole thing of phone screening is to screen bad things, not to shoot them through.
We need filtered excellence.
Yes, filtered, not unfiltered. Joe always does a fake thing like he's turning around and looking into it, but I know that's just a show for me.
I'm doing it for a show for everyone, but also I'm talking to them, like seeing what's up.
When Dan and you shared that look yesterday, I expected it from Dan, but you broke my heart, Joey.
No.
You broke my heart.
I want to win it back.
No, you can't win a man's heart back. Once it's gone, it's gone. I don't know. I'll check with Chris. Chris, can you win a man's heart back?
You can't win a man's heart back.
Okay, there you go. That's from... And that guy's the mayor of Morning Mashup.
Thank you.
I know. That's the only way to your heart, really, is the morning mashup.
I'm holding strong.
Well, you know.
Last time I checked, I was
there's no
top of the
John.
mash.
Oh, you got it back?
Yeah, I got it back.
Sorry, Chris.
Oh, I thought I got it back for the hard comment.
No.
No, but you're forgetting the...
Why no? You wouldn't have backed me up with the Joey Jojo. You would have been like, everybody's great.
That's my role here.
You can't make up your own role, though.
Oh, I thought I could.
Yeah, you can't join the army and go like this. I'm a new thing called Step Captain.
You gotta listen to me, too.
Yeah.
I thought my role was Wendy Lady.
Oh. I guess I'm hooked then. I got that from that thing that they shared yesterday. Even though really it was Stanley who shit canned the fucking bit. You know what I mean? Stanley was the one who fucking dead sold it.
Was that you, Stanley?
I was in yes, that was me. That was me.
Well, it's in the past now.
And the future.
No, not
I
in the
hope
future.
not.
No, not in the future.
Please, no.
I want to bet if we're going in that direction for him to dead sell something. Gail had a spectacular day after the show yesterday. She shared a smile with a gigantic rock star. Tell everybody who it was.
A life-changing moment. Sharing a smile with one Mr. Keith Richards.
Jesus Christ.
Keith fucking Richards.
He came up to do something with Rolling Stone. Is it David Frick? Is that the writer at Rolling
David
Stone?
Frick.
And I was watching David Frick waiting for Keith, and he was just going to interview him in one of our studios, the Fishbowl. And David Frick was like pacing back and forth, like, fuck, I don't want to screw up this. At least in my mind, he was like, don't fuck up the Keith Richards. Because you gotta admit,
Right.
at Rolling Stones, when you get Keith, you're already stole the name. Your magazine stole the name from
Of
them.
course. And like everybody was a buzz, but not like a buzz excited, like on edge. Like, let's make sure this goes right. Everyone was just moving around like.
Well, let me just set this scenario. So I'm in the lobby, and before Mr. Richards gets here, there is a tour group of young urban kids. And the tour group, they were all brought in here, and there was a level of excitement out of them. And there had to be like 18 or 20 of them, and they were being grouped together in front of the Sirius sign, and then their picture was going to be taken, and then they would start the tour. At that moment, Keith Richards comes in, looking like, to me, like a fucking rock and roll god.
Yes.
As he's walking up and they're taking the picture, Keith Richards bends down so he doesn't get in their picture and walks underneath these children, you know, and I'm thinking, if he stopped, they would have an unbelievable picture with them and Keith Richards. But since they're young urban youths, they don't even recognize Keith.
Somebody's like, oh, this guy's trying to get through.
Yeah.
This guy.
And then as he's moving down, one of the kids go like this. Hey, is that the Rolling Stones? What it just says about Keith, is that the Rolling Stones?
Just one dude of like 30.
So, and calls a man the Rolling Stones. So later I went over and I said to him, that's Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones. It was a cool moment for you. I want you to keep this in your head so you can tell your friends one day. But Keith is a rock star.
Yeah.
He looks and acts like a rock star.
It was like that crazy moment, like he walked by me and made eye contact.
Yeah.
Smiled. We shared a smile. And I was like, this is like happening in slow motion. Like this is real Keith Richards. Like it felt crazy. It felt insane.
I was with him on the elevator and he's just sitting there. I'm like this. Time is on your side. But that's the Stones. We were just talking about them yesterday and like what little young badasses they were in the early 60s. And then we see him in 2015 and he looks like a badass.
He totally looked like a badass. It's exactly how you would want Keith Richards to look. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I was just like, yep, that's exactly what I wanted to see when I saw him. It was crazy. It was really surreal. Like somebody
Like,
who's
is that
so,
big?
oh yeah, someone who like is so iconic, like your entire life. It's bizarre.
I like the fact that he doesn't let people down, that he goes around being Keith Richards.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the smile was clearly like, I'll let you bask in this moment.
Right.
Go ahead, enjoy what you see. And I was like, I am enjoying it. Thank you.
Go, that's right. You're looking at Keith fucking Richards. Kafe.
I don't know. I think we might be dating now.
Well,
Wasn't really
yesterday
clear.
you were mad at him for saying that Sgt. Pepper's is just a piece of shit. And today, I'm sure you agree. It's the worst.
Oh yeah,
album
I
ever.
totally agree now. Anything he says, I'm behind now. Because I think we're a couple. I think that's what happened. I'm not really sure.
Here is Eddie in North Dakota.
I read somewhere yesterday that for every cigarette a person smokes, God gives Keith Richards 5 more minutes of life.
It's kind of cute, though, that little joke. I mean, it is a joke, but it works as a joke. You can't take it away from him.
I don't.
Yeah.
He had a nice little setup for himself.
Well, did you see security was fighting about it?
Oh, they were upset with it?
Yes. The head security guard said, we cannot do this as building rules, because they had 3 packs of cigarettes in an ashtray waiting in a non-smoking area. And our security said this cannot be done. So I don't know what happened. I left because I felt like I saw him.
He smoked, yeah.
And I'm not going to be like, well, we're not allowed to say that, though. So we're just saying that he didn't smoke.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be like Gail and just keep trying to see him. But did they eventually put it up where nobody could see him in there?
Yeah. They put up the blinders.
Yeah. I stuck my hand before and I go like this, you're going to blow this frick. I feel it already.
Get inside his head.
Get in his kitchen.
Yeah. Richards is going to take you down, my friend.
Take you down to Chinatown.
That was the biggest rock and roll star you probably ever.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you
Hands
can
down.
get to be a bigger rock.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that might be about. I mean, you might be able to tie. Like I remember at an Unmasked, we're all standing outside smoking, and Paul McCartney just walked by us.
Right, but that's a tie. You would say that's a tie.
Most people would say Paul McCartney is bigger, but I'm for me it was it's like more exciting to see Keith walk into a place.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, both those bands invented what it's like to be a rock and roll band, But do you think more people copied the Stones or the Beatles? I don't even think it's close. I think when you're a rock and roll band, you're doing the Stones. You're not doing the Beatles.
And not only that, it's not only the music, but it's the persona and the style,
the dress, everything,
and the stage presence.
Right.
Completely gets ripped off. Where I don't know if people are like, yeah, we're doing a Beatles stage presence, Beatles dress. Not to the extent of the Rolling Stones. It's a full package kind of deal where people are like, we want to be like that. It's just cool on all angles.
We want to have fun when we're touring. We want chicks.
Yeah.
We want dope. We want everything that. But if you look at, after that, most bands have a Mick and Keith. They don't have a John and Paul.
Yes.
It's rare. It's rarer to see a John and Paul in a band than it is to see a Mick and Keith.
Yes, to see frontman and a guitarist with mystique.
It's exactly exactly what that is. But if you look at Aerosmith, Led Zeppelin, most of those bands were just doing the Strokes are doing the Stones. Damien, Connecticut.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So about 15 years ago, my wife she was younger, but she knew who he was. It was a hibachi house in Westport, Connecticut. And they walk in, and Keith Richards is sitting at a hibachi table with his family wearing this huge hat that had a big peacock feather in it, and he was just smoking cigarettes, and no one was bothering him.
Yeah, that's the way I would expect Keith's life to go.
Why would you bother him? It's Keith Richards.
It's Keith Richards. Just seeing him is plenty.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Did not need to have an exchange.
I don't want to get stabbed. I don't want somebody to stab me. Oh, Bennington, let's see. He was murdered by Keith Richards for bothering him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Joey only was out there for 5 minutes, let Keith go. And everybody clapped and told him he's living a party life. I do like it, though, when celebrities misbehave. I think it's a much better story to hear Elton John screamed in my face.
Oh, yeah.
Elton John was a great guy.
Or they were rude to you or gave you sass or something. Yeah, it's way better.
That. It's a better story. It's the way that you go from admiration to shock to disdain, I think is perfect.
Yes.
I remember when I was a kid, Kenny Rogers gave me $5 for driving him over to the airport, really about a quarter of a mile. And I was like, Kenny Rogers is the greatest person of all time. I still feel that way. No matter what happens.
Right.
I'll see him. I'm like, did he have face work done? I go, who? The wonderful man, Kenny Rogers?
How dare
he
you?
Gave me a $5, which I saved for almost a half an hour after work before I had the sweet sixer with it. But I now looking back on it, I wish Kenny Rogers would have done something awful, because that when I ever tell Kenny Rogers gave me a $5, nobody's impressed. But if I would have said Kenny Rogers spit on my shoes and called me an ill-begotten son of a bitch,
then you got something.
Yeah, I love it when people will say that their brush with greatness went poorly. A friend of mine was a big giant. I think I told the story before. He was my agent. He was a big Buffalo Bills fan, and we had him at this Jim Kelly at this beach party. And Ross, who he used to fly around. He lived in Florida, but would fly around to go to Bills playoffs games. Never missed a game. Used to go to a Bills bar where you had to buy a table for the season. Then you ate all Buffalo food. So we're at this gig, and Kelly and Troy Aikman came out together, and he has this ball, and he's like, Mr. Kelly, what you have brought to the city of Buffalo is nothing more than joy. And while he's saying it, and Kelly's hanging out with all these chicks on the beach, and all he goes like this, just give me the fucking ball. And he fucking signs it, right? And I was standing there, and I took a knee. And the happiness that I got out of what I now refer to as his shame ball for the rest of his life. Fez Whatley had the same experience. Fez Whatley came back and cried because one of the Bucks treated him poorly.
Yeah.
I thought it was the greatest story ever. I'd rather have that story than hear that he was a good person.
Now, Fez is the type of person, it will change his feelings on them, and then he will.
Him after that.
But did Ross do that? Did Ross say, no, I don't enjoy
Ross stayed the same. Like, look, what he has brought to me, he can't even let me down.
I like that.
Let's play a little game. If we like the story, we'll give you a prize. Your terrible brush with greatness. 866-969-1969. 866-969-1969. I know that Chris Stanley has one. I know because I've heard this time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
He despises this person that we all love.
Really?
Tell your stories, Chris.
So I'm on the west side. I'm on like 42nd and like 8th or something.
All fucked up.
Yeah, I was stoned at least. So I'm walking down the street, and on the right-hand side of the street, outside of a restaurant, is the very tall, and who I was a very big fan of at the time, Andy Richter.
Wait, how tall is Andy Richter?
He's like 6'3".
Andy Richter's tall?
That shocks me.
He's a big dude.
I never would have guessed that.
Andy Richter.
It sounds wonderful.
I like him already.
At the time, I was a big fan of the Conan O'Brien show. And he had recently gone off of that show. So I say, "Hey, Andy, big fan. Love you, dude." He turns around.
So that's you. That voice.
Handyman voice is that.
He turns around and looks at me in disgust. Like, why would this person even... He didn't give me the time of day, didn't talk to me, just stared at me, and then went about into this restaurant or whatever. He wasn't even busy. He just fucking like, oh, there's a fan? I'm not going to even acknowledge their goddamn existence. Andy Richter can kiss my ass.
Oh my God.
I got another one, too.
Okay. All right, now it's starting to sound like it's you.
No, it's not me.
It is you.
I'm just a fan of people, and then they don't want to give it back to me.
All right, give it to us fast. Because look, my phone's exploded with people who want to be part of this. So give me your story.
Okay, I'm downtown by West 4th. I'm walking down the street. Christina Ricci is walking down the street with her boyfriend. I'm like, "Hey, Christina, big fan. What's up, Christina Ricci?" And she doesn't even fucking look at me. She just keeps walking with this douchebag she's with. I'm like, "Hey, I'm not a crazy person. You're an attractive young lady. You're a great actress."
Bentley, what's up, buddy?
Hey, morning. I was working down in Florida and came to a door or a gate, an outside gate, and had all my hands full. I couldn't open the gate. Gene Hackman saw me on the bow of his boat, jumped off his boat, came down the dock, opened the door for me.
Yeah, that's not a horrible brush with greatness. Joe, explain to your staff what the game is about. It's about when people misbehave, not behave wonderfully. And here's Todd. Todd, what's up?
Yeah, when I was a kid, my mom used to host a celebrity golf tournament in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Got to meet a lot of B-level movie stars and athletes. And one year they had Clint Eastwood there. So I was always sitting at the first tee so I could meet everyone as they teed off. And I talked to Clint Eastwood and asked him for his autograph, and he just absolutely refused. And said if he signed it for me, that he had to sign it for everyone else there.
I think that's too typical. I hope you understand that we're not giving out a prize.
I understand, yeah.
Because we're stuck on that now instead of getting new calls in.
Okay.
Here is Patrick. Patrick.
Hey guys, yeah, I was in a Fuddruckers in Paramus, New Jersey.
That's already embarrassing.
Hey, look, they got good burgers. Hey, so I'm about to sit down, and I look across the across the room coming in is LT. I'm like, holy shit, it's like 90, I guess like 94 or something like that. So, a couple of 5-year-old kids run up to him, and they're all like trying to get his autograph, and he just pushes them all away. And he's just like, no, I'm not doing, Meanwhile, there's only like 7 people in this place, so it's not like he's gonna get bombarded or anything.
I feel like he was mean to 5-year-olds and not you, sir. Not a horrible brush, a terrible brush with greatness. Bill, what do you got?
This isn't Bill, Ron. This is Doug, but I had a terribly sad brush with a celebrity. A couple weeks ago, my uncle is in a facility with Alzheimer's, and who walks into the room but former New York Giant running back Ron Johnson.
That is horrible. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Here's Chris. Chris, what do you got?
Hey, man, my cousin Denise had a brush running with O.J. Simpson once.
Okay, I see what you're doing.
No good.
866-969-1969. Here is Samantha. Samantha.
Hello. Years and years ago, I saw Scott Stapp from Creed, the singer of Creed,
Sure.
and his wife at the Miami airport. And I was an annoying teenager, and I liked them. And I went up to them and wanted to say hi. His wife puts her hand in my face and pushes me away. As he walks by, he fucking pushes my face.
Now, here's the thing. Maybe it's because her husband suffers from mental illness.
Could be. He must too.
But so you just went up as a friend, and she, a fan, pushed
No
your
one
face.
else recognized him. No one else even knew who he was. Me and my brother-in-law knew exactly who he was. Just went to go say hi. I didn't go up like some crazy person. And
My biggest problem with this story is that you're a fan of Creed.
You should be punished.
many moons ago.
To be pushed by the face, though. Not even a chest push.
All right,
didn't
Samantha,
even look at me.
you're going to the pretty good prize closet.
Ow! Pretty good.
Samantha gets Problem Child, signed by Gilbert Godfrey.
Jason in Detroit.
Hey, Ron. Years ago, I got to meet Harley Race because I went to a wrestling show, and I got to the back area where they were leaving before the show was even over because I wanted to meet him. I went up to him. I had a photo of him, and I asked Mr. Race, "Could you please sign this?" He looked at me and told me to fuck off. I guess he was playing the heel.
Yeah, I think he stayed in character.
Don't break it.
And I give, you don't break kayfabe. I give him all the credit in the world. Paul, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey.
So, wrestling camp in junior high school at Hofstra University, that's where the Jets worked out. We're coming out of the cafeteria, and who's coming right to us but Joe Namath? And as a smart ass, I said, "Hey Joe, no pantyhose," and we were walking down a set of stairs, and he gave me a little shot, and I tripped and fell and split my knee wide open and got 6 stitches on the cement ride.
No, what did Joe say after he pushed you down the steps and hurt you?
He just kept going. He didn't even know. I
Smart.
was an afterthought, dude. I was vapor.
Oh my God.
You're going in the pretty good prize closet.
Pretty good.
He gets Born to be Bobby by Bobby Slayton.
Signed by Bobby Slayton.
Signed by Bobby Slayton.
We know it's by Bobby
Yeah,
Slayton, but it's
true.
also signed by him.
Yeah.
Elliot.
Hey, so it's like 1999, Philadelphia. I'm at Chili's, and I see Allen Iverson. Very big fan of Chili's on City Line Avenue. It's like the height of his fame, so, I'm a little nervous. I walk over to him. I have a napkin for him to sign. Mr. Iverson, could you, I'm a big fan. Could you sign this for me? He doesn't even look at me. He takes the napkin, rolls it up, throws it across the room, and he goes, "Roll with that, homie."
First of all, that is better than an autograph.
Oh, yeah.
Second, you sound like a geek for being at Chili's.
And Iverson has a no bullshit personality. You should have expected it.
Here's Kevin.
Ron.
Yeah.
Ron, how you doing?
Good.
All right, so I had a brush with Jennifer Aniston. She was filming Picture Perfect in my town.
With the great Jay Moore?
Yes. And a couple of friends of mine, no, not a couple of friends, just a buddy of mine, we realized that they were filming this movie, so we hung around to see what was going on because we didn't know who was there at the time. Olympia Dukakis comes out. She played her mother in that movie.
Yeah.
Olympia Dukakis comes out. She signs autographs, takes pictures. She's signing copies of Steel Magnolias. Right? She's very, very friendly. Jennifer Aniston comes walking across the street with like an entourage of like 5 to 10 different people. Looks at us, doesn't even wave, and walks into her trailer. So now a couple of us are like hanging around, like, all right, maybe she'll come out like Olympia Dukakis did, and sign autographs or whatever. Never happened. All of a sudden, this big, huge black guy comes over, and he comes over to us, and we're in high school, and this guy is like towering over us, and he goes, "Excuse me, but you're gonna have to leave." And we're like, "What?" we're going to have to leave. He goes, well, Miss Anderson can see you from her trailer. She wants you to leave. We said, what? We're like a couple of kids. And she's, what, afraid of us? What are we going to do? We're like on our bikes. But from that point on, can't stand her. She's a bitch. I can't stand her.
I would say yes, except for the racist impression of the guy.
It wasn't racist so much as the bass in his voice.
What do you think, Gail?
I don't know. Just not signing autographs. I think you need a better exchange.
Yeah, I do too. But
not the signing autographs is fine, whatever. But chasing us away because she's afraid of us.
Yeah, I'd be afraid too.
You were on those scary bikes.
By the way, this goes to show you everything that's wrong with Twitter. This is a tweet that was sent out. You rude son of a bitch. Pepper's parents are dead, and you couldn't give him a sup. At Andy Richter.
Oh no! Come on, guys.
Andy Richter.
Come on, guys. Why are you bothering Andy Richter about this? Oh God. I hate the tweeting people. I hate it.
I know, it's awful.
This should be a safe space for us to share.
I know, I agree with you 100%. Jeremy.
Yeah, I was in Birmingham, Alabama with my brother for a bar mitzvah. We're staying in this nice hotel right next to the big civic center there. We're kids, 12, 13 years old, playing on the elevators and just riding up and down on the elevators. Elevator door opens. And there are 8 large black men, and in the middle is Eddie Murphy in full white leather, head to toe, getting ready to go over to do, I guess, a show at the Civic Center next door. He says, they're going to have to go. And these 2 giant men, very gently now, they weren't, but these 2 giant men very gently grabbed us by the shoulder, escorted us off the elevator. They got in. Eddie's standing there looking at us, smiling as the door closes in our face. And they
What year was this?
Have to go.
It was during the Raw days.
Yeah.
I'm 42 now, so I was 13.
First of all, I love the story. And if I could live in a world where no one could get on an elevator with me, I would love it.
Oh, sure. If you had the power to have someone escort people off the elevator?
When someone gets in an elevator with me, it's no different than if they got in a toilet stall with me. It's the same exact feeling.
The door opens. Someone's in here!
Someone's already riding this elevator. You NBC Fox. Let's go over to Sully. Sully.
Hey, Ronnie, it's Sully.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I was a little kid, and my dad and his friends every year would go down to St. Louis for a 3-game series down there. And after the game, push him and his buddies are just getting hammered and drunk. And we'd stand and wait for autographs outside the stadium. And Vin Scully was coming out. And my nickname's Sully, so I thought it'd be cute. Hey, let's go get an autograph. So I walk up and I'm like, Mr. Scully. And he puts his hand out and he goes, I don't do autographs, kid. And my dad goes, Vince Scully, you fucking asshole. And it started a big goddamn fight right there. Security had to come out, separate everybody off. I mean, he just walked off like nothing happened. But I was fucking mortified. I never wanted to go to another baseball game with him again.
Well, it's all your fault. I mean, if you hadn't asked for an autograph, I never heard this is the first bad word I ever heard about Vin Scully in my life, though.
Really?
He was the nicest guy ever.
A good reputation?
Yeah. Well, he's the greatest of all time.
I was just a little kid. I don't know if he was in a shit mood or what, but wow, my dad showed his ass. I know that.
Yeah, that's an embarrassing one. Here's Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Yes, sir. Mid-1990s, I was working for a children's hospital at the time, and every year Florida would beat the crap out of Georgia in football. Well, it was my job. They played in Gainesville one year, not in Jacksonville. I had to go, and, of course, Florida beat Georgia by about 50 points. After the game, I was going to sign football from Steve Spurrier to say, whatever, to give away as a donation for the hospital. So he sees me at the press conference with my Georgia shirt on. I hand him the football, doesn't even say a word, just signs it, and he writes, I just hung 50 on your ass, Steve Spurrier. So some donation, guy in Atlanta has a football in his mail that says, I hung 50 on your ass, Steve.
First of all, I love the story, and it's better. You know what I mean? He personalized it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And you
It's
can't
better that
expect
way.
somebody from another team's jersey to, if I looked up and saw that, it would disgust me. Dan, what do you got?
1981, Indianapolis, visiting a rich uncle of a friend of mine during Indy 500 week. We're in the nicest restaurant in Indianapolis, King Cole. Strolling violin players, suit and tie required. Rodney Dangerfield walks through this restaurant, cargo shorts, Hawaiian shirt, carrying a Budweiser. I'm a 21-year-old thinking I'm funny as hell. I go, hey, Rodney, you'd get some respect if you wore a tie. He looks at me, and the whole restaurant is just looking at Rodney Dangerfield, and I'm feeling very proud. He looks at me, and he goes, kid, go fuck yourself.
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, my God. It was my first brush with stardom. I was mortified. I wanted to climb under the table and kill myself.
I love it. Pretty good prize closet, my friend.
Ow! Pretty good.
He wins. American Werewolf in London, signed by Griffin Dunn.
Oh.
First of all, love Griffin Dunn.
Yeah.
I called him Gryffindor by mistake.
Really?
Spit in my face.
Brush of greatness.
Griffin Dunn gets better looking every year. He's a very attractive man.
Distinguished.
Yeah, but you know what? He has a beachy look about him. You know what I mean? Like, he's distinguished, but like if an owner of a magazine was in the Hamptons, you know what I mean? There's enough kind of rough rumpledness about him. We got to take a break here, but by the way, aren't these better than stories than if you met somebody and they were just lovely?
A million times better.
You could tell this story for the rest of your life.
And, if you write to @Andy Richter, I'm sure he'll get around to being nice to
Oh,
Chris.
no.
I want to get the actual height on Andy Richter, because you know why we probably think he's short is because Conan is a giant.
Right. I think that
as a giant freak.
I've always assumed that he was short. But
Seemed like a short guy.
everyone's short compared to Conan.
We will break back. This is Bennington.
You're listening to Bennington on Opie Radio, XM 103, Sirius 206.
Over the years, you've upgraded your phones, your TV, your car, but what about your underwear? That's where Tommy John comes in. Tommy John is the revolutionary men's underwear that combines leading-edge, breathable fabric with masterfully innovative design for a fit so perfect, it's almost like wearing nothing at all. The legs never ride up. The waistband never rolls down. Every pair even comes with a no-wedgie guarantee. Plus, their undershirts go on like a second skin and never come untucked. If you want to look and feel amazing while keeping cool and comfortable all day, switch to Tommy John. You'll love their underwear, undershirts, and the best pair you'll ever wear, or it's free, guarantee. Check out Tommy John's complete line of phenomenal underwear, undershirts, and socks at TommyJohn.com now. Use the promo code OPIE to get 20% off your first order. That's promo code OPIE for 20% off at TommyJohn.com. At TommyJohn.com.
You're listening to Bennington on Opie Radio, XM 103, Sirius 206.
Comic books, superheroes, secret agents, fire-breathing dragons. If you're looking for the perfect gift for that geek in your life, or you just want to treat yourself to something fun and exciting every month, go to LootCrate.com. LootCrate.com is the ultimate monthly service for geeks, gamers, and pop culture fanatics. Sign up today. And for less than $20 a month, Loot Crate will send you specifically themed mystery box filled with hand-picked apparel, collectibles, and licensed gears from all of your favorite franchises like Marvel, The Walking Dead, Star Wars, Game of Thrones, and much more. Man, these are all my favorite franchises, too. Each month's box features a new theme inspired by movies, TV shows, and video games. This month's theme is villains. And just because they're terrifying or tragic, there's something about bad guys that's just plain fun. Celebrate your darker side with items from Marvel and DC, as well as something unique and wearable that's never been featured in a crate before. Go to lootcrate.com/Opie now to sign up, and for a limited time, use the promo code Opie at the checkout and save $3 off of any subscription. Go to lootcrate.com/Opie now. That's lootcrate.com/Opie. That's REM, a little band out of Athens, Georgia. REM. They are no more. They were one of those bands that stayed together for a long time, but once they stopped, they said, we shan't play another show.
We shan't. There's not a better song than Radio Free Europe. It's so damn good.
Are you saying by them or not a better song in recorded history?
I think I was saying in all of time. It's so damn good. Everyone gets into the pool.
I admire your hubris for picking a...
Why, thank you.
Just the fact that you picked the greatest song of all time. It was the one that you just heard moments before.
Oh, if you play something else, I might change my mind.
Nancy Sinatra just cried. People are actually tweeting to Nancy Sinatra.
No, please don't. Seriously.
Doesn't
she followed me back.
Yeah. Don't start the Nancy Sinatra
Please,
shit.
please don't. I just want her to like me.
Texted to Andy, what's his name?
Richter.
Richter.
Andy Richter, that hashtag. Well, let me see what this is. Hashtag Lives Matter. No, Centaur Lives Matter.
That is true.
Someone else just texted you, son of a bitch.
Oh, no.
Andy Richter's going to be very confused.
I don't blame him.
Everyone's bothering Mr. Richter over this.
We live in a post-Jon Stewart world. His show passed away last night.
Put down.
I believe murdered by a young, attractive Trevor Noah. How do you think Trevor's going to do with that? It's hard to say, right?
It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say.
How long are you going to give him before you decide?
I think you've got to give him like 2 months.
2 months. Chris?
I'll give him 3.
Joey?
1.5 years.
I'm going to give him 6 years before I even go, do I like this?
You won't even say.
Well, I had to, my brush with greatness is Gurion brought him in before any of this happened.
Yes.
And then when he rode up to Montreal next to me, and it helped me put my table tray away when I was jamming it back down. He just pushed it in one direction. I was able to slide it in easy. And I was
so helpful.
Yeah, he's very, very helpful. And let's face it, I could have caused an air disaster if I started freaking out and kicking the window.
Yeah. If you had panicked.
Oh, anything could have happened. I had smuggled a gun on the plane. And I could have shot out the window.
No.
How did you do that?
It's always, I always say this when I'm sitting, how like if you're flying alone, you're sitting next to somebody, I always go like this to the window. Think I could break that?
Don't try.
And then, and I'll go like this. I'm not saying I want to. I'm saying, could I?
Stop.
What, you thinking I don't have the strength to punch through these windows? It's double planed.
Not like the strength of Caitlyn Jenner's cis friends who pushed out the back window of the bus. It seemed very dangerous,
First
by
of
the
all,
way.
I don't think no one has shot a moon since 1974. It's not a modern thing to hang a moon. Hang brain, on the other hand, is still modern, and that works. I feel like with the Stewart show gone, True Detective wrapping up, I'm getting fewer and fewer shows.
I know.
I need football back immediately, so I'll be locked up.
I mean, we know we have vinyl. Scorsese's vinyl.
When does that start, though?
I'm not exactly sure.
It was such a 2016.
It was such a tease.
Yeah. I think it's a 2016 start date. I think they shot one scene and then put it out as a teaser. No one's ever done a radio teaser, I don't believe. Coming soon, morning mashup. Mash your favorite hits together in the morning.
I feel so teased by this. It has me wanting more.
Are you tired of shows that don't mash enough for you?
Yes.
Well, morning mashup. Starring Hawkeye, BJ Honeycutt. Is that what you're trying to say with this? That you guys are MASH? The suicide is painless. Yeah, I'm running out of shows quickly. I don't know what to do. I still watch Big Brother, but there's not a single player in the house.
I watched the first episode and then didn't go back in.
I never watch just the first episode of anything. I watch every single episode there is to watch.
You're dedicated.
It's easy for me to dedicate. You know what I mean? It's easy. I'm willing to sign on and sign up. I mean, I just have to watch.
You're not asking too much from you.
No. Oh, you know what else I just signed up for recently?
What's that?
Loot Crate.
Oh, good. Cool. It sounds great.
I'm just used to getting citrus in crates, and now I get loot. I don't know how somebody could go out and just trust that for $20 we're going to give you stuff that'll be worth more than $20.
It's a surprise, though.
I guess if I didn't have any friends, you know what I mean, I would sign up for my birthday. But
it's a great idea.
If I get something, I want to pick it out. Never occurred to me if you pick it out.
I trust you. But it is fun to get a package in the mail if you've forgotten what you've ordered.
I've been known to get a package in the mail.
Lock it up.
Leave on helm. You know what? I'm not opening it for an hour and a half. I'm just sitting there. So if the cops come in, I can go, what are you fucking talking about? That package? I'm not Leave on helm.
Just observe.
Why would we use a real person's name who's alive and well at the time?
Wait a minute. This isn't for Leave on helm.
Well, you're actually using the name of something that somebody would love to, you know, say, hey, I wonder what that famous drummer's got. I remember when we used to check into our shitty hotels, which were really like boarding houses down on Wildwood. We always went in under Bob Marley. So they were just like, I'm Bob Marley. These are my whalers. And these Yugoslavian women would just let us come in. Yes, no girls. No girls. No party. Mr. Marley, please. That was actually considered wit in my neighborhood.
Oh, sure.
To pretend that you were Bob Marley.
I'm Bob Marley.
Or Bob Marley, huh? You know, he lived for a while in Wilmington, Delaware.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. There's still Marleys. I don't know if there's whalers there. But yeah, he worked in the like an auto plant or something down there.
I had no idea.
Yeah. This is after he hit with the whalers. Not even
Really?
I don't know why he would do that. He was doing well. He just sold 5 million albums, and he's like, you know what? But I'm not getting health and dental like I could be if I worked for Ford.
I didn't know if it was just a general passion he had.
Yeah. I was yelling at the TV. I forget which candidate last night was saying, I'll bring manufacturing back. And I'm like, why? You just have robots working there. You're not. Yeah, we're not having factories with humans in it anymore.
You're lying. Is this whoever brought up that Amazon has no physical stores? Was it that same? I can't. They started to all kind of mad. If they weren't Trump, they were all blending together.
Well, you see what Anthony said, that, you know, Air Supply. While you're waiting for Led Zeppelin, retweet that bitch right now. Retweet it and send it to Andy Richter. Say how you fucking like this. All right? If I ever see Andy Richter, I'd go like this. Why don't you fucking try ignoring me, Andy, like you did Chris Stanley?
What? What
I know your
about?
fucking game.
Like that, Richter?
Who's Chris Stanley?
To me, he's like Bill Cosby when you thought he was a nice guy, and then you found out that he abused women in the past.
Yeah. I felt roofied that day. Self-roofied, really.
Up on the iBang, the Silo Jon Stewart, Unfiltered Excellence. A little later on, we'll have Bobcat and Crimmins stories going up, including all of Bobcat's movies. You said Arby's today. Goodbye to Jon Stewart.
Yeah, they because over the years, Jon Stewart busted their balls mercilessly. They were a constant punchline for him. So then they put out a video thanking him for all the good times.
That's sweet.
It is
That's
really
very
sweet.
sweet.
It's
Did
classic.
you cry at all last night, Chris? I know you get sentimental.
I got teared up last night for real.
What part?
When Colbert was talking to him, and even I got emotional when he was going behind the scenes. I was like, "This is really sweet."
It
This
was
is nice.
really sweet. That was a really cute way they handled the montage of showing all their.
I felt that was dull as dirt.
Did you?
I don't want to hear about backstage people. First of all, I'm like, you have a half-hour show and you have that many people? Wing it. Just, when you go, oh, we're doing 14-hour days, don't. Do a half hour. That's what I would do.
The staff was a lot larger than I thought it would have
It's
been.
gigantic.
Yeah.
Well, remember when he would win for writers and writing and like 18 guys would go up and you're like, it's a 22-minute fucking show. Why can't he just go out like a radio guy and just start talking?
Yeah.
Have shows as bad as us.
Too many cooks.
Oh, I'd like to thank everyone backstage. Chris Stanley. Woo! Danny Pearls. And Jojo, I run a loose ship in the back. What's Joe, what is your crazy last name?
Engelbrecht.
That can't be real.
Swedish.
And of course, Anthony, I'm going to promotions. Fuck you guys. We hope, Anthony. We're all putting in good words for you.
Fingers
We're all
crossed.
trying to get him in the promotions department. They said that if he gets this job, he'll be going to Super Bowl.
Whoa.
Lollapalooza.
What?
Yeah. He goes all over putting up serious flags.
Coachella.
Damn. Sounds like a pretty cool gig.
Why don't you make a run for it then?
Well, I'm good here, but
No, why don't you make a run for it? Sounds so cool. And this job's so shitty.
that's not what I was saying.
Hold on. Fuck you, Andy Richter, and the horse that you were mean to.
Hey.
Hashtag Center Lives Matter.
What a mean man.
Mean man. That's a strange thing for an adult to say. He's a mean man.
You know, when I first met Chris Stanley, he leapt out at me, and I was very kind to him. Here's an interesting thing, too. That was Fez's first heart attack. The night I met Chris Stanley, I was on the Upper East Side almost 10 years ago. It'll be 10 years ago this October. And I come walking out of the thing with Fez, and I'm walking down the street, and I just, hey, Ron, and fucking Stanley jumps out of the shadows. You're fucking great, man. Listen, there's a fucking raging party going on here. If you want to come in, he invites me to some shitty college party.
Hunter college party.
And seriously, he looked like Bluto, but without any friends. He was like if Bluto ran as a solo.
Totally by myself because I was the only person. I didn't really know anyone at Hunter College. I
Yeah.
just went there and took classes. So I would just go to these parties, not really talk to anyone, just pound Pabst because that was what they would give out for free by the student association. So I would drink, get whacked, and then go out to smoke. And as I was smoking, holy shit, is that Rod? Ronnie B! What's up, baby?
He leapt at me in the shadows.
Oh my God. That is so crazy.
And I remember that night too, thinking, because this is how weird it was. Like Fez immediately didn't want anyone to know that he had a heart attack. Don't
Right.
tell anyone. And I'm like, okay, let's worry about that later. And then like Stanley's like, what are you doing up here outside the hospital, fucking around? Where's Fez? And I'm just basically just looking at him. 'Cause I was almost like in shock as it was. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Somebody sent a picture of you, and a pretty poorly crazy picture of you.
Come on.
And it says, hey, Andy Richter, this guy said you raped him in NYC.
No! horrible. Oh my god.
That's what happens, Richter.
Where is that picture from?
I don't know, but he looks terrible, doesn't he? You look like, I hate to say it, but you look like a drugged out Puerto Rican.
That's it?
Yeah. You look bad there, Chris. Do you remember what's from?
That's from my 30th birthday party.
Okay, so you're all fucked up.
Oh, yeah, I was whacked.
Yeah.
That explains it.
Not only that day, but they had to take a knife off of him.
Yeah.
Why did you have a knife?
Well, I used to carry a knife around with me.
And he was jabbing it because he was opening up his Christmas presents, right? And he was running through the room with a knife while he was total drunk.
Blasted.
And who grabbed it off of you?
Earl, I believe. Earl grabbed it?
I guess it was Earl. I can't remember now.
Tackled you to the ground?
I know at one point Earl was holding it to keep it away from me.
Some people were saying it was Bobby the Champ.
Bobby the Champ was there. Yeah, it must have been Bobby the Champ.
And who else was there? Oh, our football buddy.
Yeah, Jerry Barca.
Yeah, I know that once they got the knife, they started passing it across the room, like, oh, to get
I don't want to
far
take
away
it.
from him.
Take it. Play keep away from the drunk.
Chris, I noticed you're not putting those headphones away the way you're supposed to, because they were out this morning perfectly. Same spot as yesterday. And Don asked you.
I know. Well, I figured, but since we're in the studio in here this morning, it would have been fine. Yeah, I thought,
No, he worries about nighttime people stealing. Matter of fact, he just wrote in, hey, Andy Richter, stay away from those headphones. Chris Stanley told me that you banged him in the ass. Hey, Hard Rock Johnny just wrote to Andy Richter.
Oh, yeah. There he is.
From the shore.
I'm sure.
There's sand all over his tweet. You know who he was worried about stealing it is the Bonfire Boys.
Oh.
They got sticky fingers.
Sticky fingers and roaming hands. I got text last night from Big J checking on Fez and his heart attack.
That's sweet.
And from one or two of the Stengels who said that I was turning everyone against them. I was saying that they're keeping me off the show.
Those are the facts.
And that they're like the psychiatrist that hangs around with and Brian Wilson.
That's right. That comparison was made.
Well, I brought it up on Anthony's show the other day, right? As if what could be more ridiculous?
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was saying, well, I tried to talk to Opie, but then the Stengel brothers were like this to me. Well, Ron, Opie's very glad to see you. We can't talk right now. And they were walking me down the hall. And I just kept turning around. Opie!
Opie!
So, it's a ridiculous story. And then Anthony goes like this. Wow, that's odd. Things have, he's like, things have really changed since I've been there. Like he naturally thought. I imagine that's what's happening.
And Santa was spotted above. Are you serious, Clark?
But you adore the Stengels.
I do, yeah. They're sweet. Sweet dudes.
All right, here you go, though. Both Stengels are drowning. You can only pick one.
Oh,
Which
my
Stengel?
God. That is so difficult. There's no way I can save both.
No, it's impossible to save both. This is
And
a
if I
scenario.
if I try, I'll lose both, is what you're telling me.
Sure.
That's the stakes?
Yes. But there's no scenario that you could go, okay, you can save both.
Oh, my God. Okay. Just based on personal connections that I've had so far, I'm going to go Justin.
Really?
Wow.
I don't want to do it.
Erica's the one who said nicer things to you.
Oh, damn it.
Justin yells louder, but Eric said that you're a genius.
Can I change?
No, you let him drown.
No. I hope this is what Eric would want.
I would actually let them both go. Because I can't imagine them not together.
I know you want it this way.
I wish me and my brother would go out to apply for jobs together.
I know.
It's gotta be so hard to get hired that way. Would you consider hiring me and my brother? That's going to be tough.
It's a package deal. You don't split up the Stangles.
I know, you don't. They never do. That kind of loyalty you can't buy, I guess. Family loyalty.
It's priceless.
Oh, there's a price.
Everybody's got a price.
For the $1 million man.
DiBiase taught us all that.
DiBiase taught us that before he slapped that little kid's basketball. By the way, you ever notice if somebody brings up a classic wrestler, they only remember one angle? Like the Rockers, it's always the barbershop window.
Yep. The betrayal of the barbershop window.
Yeah. If you, the Rowdy Piper was always the coconut, hitting Jimmy Snuka with the coke.
Yep.
He did a million things. And people be like, remember that time he hit the coconut on Jimmy Snuka? I'm like, yeah, because everyone brings it up.
What's Jake the Snake's?
When he got his snake sat on by Andre the Giant.
Because I was having a split moment with, is it when the snake got sat on, or is it when the snake bit Macho Man in the arm? Which is like,
awesome.
I always thought that
so
was
intense to me as a kid.
First of all, how did Mach ever even sign up for that?
I don't know.
Are we really at the end of the show now?
Yeah.
Man, these morning shows go fast.
Yeah, that's
so
bizarre.
much fun to do this thing. We'll be back, though, in 2 hours.
Just 2 short hours away.
Let's do a first caller prize.
Yes. Lettuce.
Lettuce and bacon. Should I go over to Pretty Good or find out what Pretty Good gives out after the fact?
Maybe.
Well, he's running a loose shit back there anymore, huh?
You gotta get that shit tight, dude.
I'm
getting it
shit,
tight.
not shit.
Not shit. He doesn't have loose shit. It's rude to say.
Have you taken a minute?
Ton of
You're
fiber.
not giving anything away right now.
Not
Okay.
yet.
Do it. First caller. Oh, look who it is. Beachy Boy himself. It's Hard Rock Johnny.
Bennington's.
Hey.
What's up, Johnny?
What's up, people? So I am not at the shore.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly.
You enjoying the beach?
No, it's 3 weeks beachless right now.
Why? What's going on?
Well, I was in Barcelona for 10 days, then I was in San Francisco for a while, and now my brother's getting married this weekend. It's been beachless. I'm totally confused as to what's going on this summer.
You're losing out on your August. Well, Gail has been missing you, and I said, I guess he's at the beach, but
yes.
I forgot you told us you were going to Barcelona.
Yeah, it was, and then back for like 2 days, and then off to the other coast. My hours are all messed up, and I have no sand between my toes.
Well, you must have flown from Barcelona to San Francisco. Is how many hours? 100?
It was. Well, I had a couple days in between, but Barcelona 7 or 9 on the way back. I think it was, or like 8, and then San Francisco like 4.5.
He's rambling like a guy who's been traveling. But if you went from Barcelona to San Francisco, you probably could have went the other way.
Yeah,
just
really either way. It's hard to tell.
Doesn't matter which way you go. You're going to go to the same place.
Just as fast.
Well, we'll be back
nice
here.
To be able to...
Johnny, I got to check out, but we'll be back in 2 hours if you're still awake.
I will be awake and be calling to the regular Bennington show.
Well, we're giving away a prize. Just tell us right now what. Yeah, Chris, I want you to pick and not lose shit, Joey.
Tight Chip Stanley says, we'll give out The Hangover 2 signed by Mr. Ed Helms.
Whoa!
Let's do it for that first caller prize coming up.
I thought that we were planning on giving that out when we got all the stars to sign it.
Do not worry. Okay? Look, I got backups to backups, all right? This is a nice Hangover 2 signed by Ed Helms.
Just relax.
Ship's nice and tight. You can calm down.
Coming up
Feeling
later
tight.
on, what Gail has said is the finest unmasked of all time.
Yes.
Barry Crimmins and the one and only Bobcat Goldthwait. We'll talk about that a little more at 12 on our Raw Dog show. I hope to talk to you then, Johnny. I want to hear all about Barcelona.
All right.
And Messi's fight. Messi got in a fight. He started a fight with a much bigger guy and headbutted him in the chest.
Scrappy Messi.
Oh, yeah, he fights. He fights. That fucker likes to fight. He fights and fights.
Fight.
Well, it's good to know that Johnny wasn't blowing us off.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Everything's okay.
But Barcelona's hot in the summer, though, huh?
I think so, yeah. I like to say Barcelona.
Where's the rain in Spain mainly?
Plains, I think.
Okay.
Mainly on the plains.
Yeah. Or plainly on the Maine. That's what I like to say when I go to Maine. I want to thank Opie for letting us do the shift.
Yeah, thanks so much, Opie.
We always have a good time. Head on over to the iBang. There's a lot of cool stories up there that we will be discussing on the Bennington show that we'll be back on noon o'clock in the East over on Raw Dog 99. Raw Dog 99. First caller that we pick up wins Signed Hangover by Ed Helms, who showed up last night to say goodbye to Jon Stewart. I don't know what's coming on E-Rock Radio at 9 tonight, but make sure you listen. I think it has something to do with potato chips and RC Cola. See you guys at noon. Yeah, buddies, it's the Bennington Show back after a 2-hour break.
Just a short break, and we're back.
And that's the end of Second Bands.
It's the very end. That was Fugazi. Second band, Ian MacKaye from Minor Threat.
You know who saw Fugazi was practicing in their garage?
Who?
Everyone I've ever met in Washington has the same story. Every DC person I've ever met in my life. Oh, yeah, we used to go over in the garage all the time. So cool. You too?
Sounds like everyone was invited.
It seems like it wasn't that big a deal. Chris, what's in the top box there? Stephen Colbert?
Stephen Colbert announces his first guest.
And then what's in the next box? On the top.
The Daily Show, the last Daily Show wraps.
So there's nothing about the Bobcats on that, right?
No.
Bobcat movies. All right, just to make sure I'm not nuts. Hey, Missy in Atlanta.
Hey!
What's up?
Just a simple girl going around distributing papers nobody wants. But I'm hoping for a prize.
Well, it's a big prize. Tell her what she wants, Chris Stanley.
The Hangover 2, signed by one Mr. Ed Helms.
Yay! Ow!
And here's the exciting thing. He's from Atlanta.
Perfect.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, so it all ties in together in a big, big way.
You couldn't have planned it better. Perfect.
Yeah, it all worked according to plan. We're on top of the world, folks.
I'm feeling it.
All right. We are back in here. And let me tell you something. This deal of taking a 2-hour break, it's almost a siesta. I think the entire world would enjoy doing that.
I know. I feel so rejuvenated.
Yeah. I feel John-juvenated. If that makes any sense.
It does to me.
Yeah. Probably not to anyone else.
No.
He wasn't their Shim Shin Do instructor.
That's true. But he was mine.
He's actually listens every once in a while, too, because he lives in Hawaii.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe he lives in the island nation of Hawaii. He eats Spam, coconuts, and pineapple parts.
Sounds delightful.
I don't know. I think I get a little tired of it.
Couldn't eat Spam all the time. You'd freak out.
They do in Hawaii. Did you ever see the amount of Spam that they eat there?
That's their thing.
I've heard about it.
They eat more Spam in Hawaii than the rest of the world put together. Actually, just 3 dudes eating most of it. They all play ukuleles.
I've never had Spam. I have never had it.
Well, you've had meat, right?
Sure.
It's like meat, but worse.
Okay. I can imagine that.
Yeah.
Canned meat.
Well, you would have had it if you were a doughboy during World War I.
Is it a salted meat?
Well, I don't know if it's a salted, but there was battery. So look into it. Coming up in just a couple of hours, Bobcat Goldthwait and Barry Crimmins, they're on Mass. There's a piece on the iBang about Bobcat and Barry and their interview with us and the folks over at the iBang, and then see if you can find somewhere on the site. It'll be like a little hunt thing to find the 6 Bobcat movies that you need to see. But they're all great. He's such a great filmmaker.
The essential list.
It is an essential list. Normally on an essential list, they don't put every single one, but in this case,
they're all essential.
They're all essential. That's how they feel. Already a great story out there too, that the Spider-Man, the fake Spider-Man in Times Square, got in a fist fight with a fat dude with his ass hanging out. And it's just the strangest thing. And Spider-Man almost tries to throw his leg up at one point, like he actually is Spider-Man.
He's in character. It's a good fight.
God.
It's a good fight, but Spider-Man definitely is the winner. They said it got racial.
God. They're really like grappling there.
It's a fun fight.
Did you see the dude who did a running jump in so he could see the fight?
And get a selfie is what he was also doing. He jumps in, ducks down, and throws the arm up just to get a selfie. Like, hey, look, there's a fight going on behind
I've
me.
never been that excited as that dude is for this fight right now.
I normally
Here he
just I normally just yell World Star.
World Star!
When they had fights in your school, didn't everybody run at it screaming, fight, fight, fight? And they were so excited.
Oh, yeah, you gather around.
Yeah.
Or if you'd hear about one.
But yeah, at the bike rack, and then there you go out there, and you're like, "Where's this fucking fight? You assholes!" And then when they would just be like staring at each other and pushing, you'd be like, "You assholes! I already missed my bus. You better fight.
Do it. Give us what we want."
Oh, what do we want, Dick?
That's what you want?
That's what he wants.
That was the chant over in Brooklyn Tech.
There's a BT.
When do we want it?
Now, all the time.
Wait, before you fight, I want to get some snacks. Is there any chips? What is your go-to snack that you do?
Go-to snack would probably be like chips and salsa is my favorite snack.
It's very south of the border. What about for you, Chris?
I will make tuna fish sandwich as it goes. I swear, I'm not fucking. And sometimes I'll just make tuna fish and use it as a dip. I love tuna fish that much.
Do you dip it with what? Crackers?
Potato chips. Like put a potato chip up in that.
I understand how dips work. You're not telling me anything. And what about you, Joey?
Beef jerky and bananas.
Together?
No, separate, but I'll eat one and then the next.
And then what do? Move on to your C's? Then you have carrots and cauliflower. See, here's the thing. I think you can tell whether people are high eaters or drunk eaters, depending upon their snacks. I think there's a tendency for drunk people to go heavier and high people to go crunchier.
And like weirder too. Like I think that
pregnant
yeah,
food.
Exactly. When you're high, you can say like, okay, I'm going to combine these two weird foods into one food.
See, here's the thing. I don't know whether we could tell whether Chris is a drunk eater or a high eater because he does both.
So
but
hard
the
to
fact
tell.
that you think a snack is a tuna fish sandwich or lunch, as it's known in most of the country.
I eat a lot of tuna fish. Make it at home all the time. I have some in the fridge, just chilling, just because I like it cold.
If I had to put myself in a category, I would say drunk eater because I'm ready for breakfast.
Always, right?
Yeah, and like bacon, egg, and cheese is the best thing to eat
for drunk people.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Drunk or hungover, either way it works.
Well, I think that if you're hungover and drunk, you're looking for the grease. You got to have a lot of grease in it. Where I don't think a stone person wants to have grease. I think they want a high level of crunch and saltiness.
And quantity, too. Like
quantity of small things.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like just tiny, small things that they could just pick at.
Yeah, like if you're high, you don't want a burger. That seems like it's all too much to take care of.
I don't see anyone who's a drunk eater that would turn down any breakfast at any time. Now, another thing for drunk people, there's a drunk burrito attack in this country that's just humongous now. Also, I believe Hot Pockets get used more by drunk people
Right.
Stoned people.
Now, a drunk will try to cook. Will a
That's
person
true.
who's high try to cook?
I did. When I first started smoking weed, I tried to cook. And then one day I cooked some French toast. And I think I used bad eggs or something and got terribly sick. And I cut that shit off immediately. I couldn't trust myself when I was stoned anymore.
You couldn't trust yourself not to know whether your egg was bad?
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, sober, you left those eggs in there.
I don't think he's ever said this food is bad, no matter what it was.
No. I've eaten a lot of expired food. It happens sometimes.
Well, you're sitting there eating tuna out of a can like a fucking cat on the street. Give me my paper, too. Chris, thank you. Let's go over here to Jay. Jay, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? First, I want to say, when you get high, you're like a master chef. You're making a peanut butter sandwich, but you're putting a lot of effort into it. You're cutting it all nice. But what I wanted to talk about was Spam. They serve Spam in Hawaii, and it's one of the this is a new thing I discovered, like regional delicacies. Well, not at McDonald's, but regional treats at fast food places. So up in New England, you can get a lobster roll from McDonald's. Here in Philly, they're doing a breakfast sandwich with pork roll on it. From Dunkin' Donuts, and it made me think, like, wow, what are all these things out there that you can't get other places?
Well, when you're in Maine, there's a lobster roll.
Right.
They just try to bring in whatever you have locally. Up in Canada, there's poutine at fast food
at a
places.
McDonald's?
Yeah. McDonald's will react. As soon as you get up in New England, you start to see lobster rolls at McDonald's.
When we were in Southern California, we had chorizo breakfast burrito at McDonald's. So they're taking the flavors, the local flavors.
They're like, yeah, that's the thing. When people are like, oh, they sell shit there. If you buy it, they would sell it.
It's in demand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely in demand. Here is Dan. Dan, you're on the Bennington Show.
Hi, buddies. Hey, Hicks.
Yeah.
Do you strain the juice out and fucking mix that with mayonnaise and spices, or do you eat it like right out of the can like a fucking animal?
You know what? I'm not an animal. I'll throw some mayonnaise in there. I love mayonnaise.
But do you throw it into the can, or do you mix it in a bowl?
I got a bowl. Okay,
that's all we're asking.
Thank God. You are civilized.
Instead of getting mad, answer the question, because it's all. We don't know how you live.
Okay.
We're all shocked the amount of tuna that you're now telling us that you eat. All right, we're looking at drunk food or high food. What do you have? 866-766-0339. 866-766-0339. Here's Scott in Tennessee. Scott.
Whether you're drunk or high, handmade street tamales, take them home, smash them up with sour cream and salsa. It's absolute heaven.
So you buy it on the street and then you take it home and smash it up.
Yep. Gotta have my particular type of salsa and some sour cream. And everyone I've ever made it for loves it.
You have your own home salsa. You're like, I can't eat
Yeah.
this here. I have to take it home, then smash it up, put in my own salsa, and then I feel ready to go. And you don't care whether you're drunk or high.
Correct.
All right.
I like the way this sounds. When you're high too, you'll order food that you would never order. Like you will, I have a memory of in college, like the deep shame after realizing like we had ordered like Pizza Hut and we were like eating cheesy bread and stuff, or it was just awful. And we're like, what have we done?
Yeah.
And all my friends were all like New Yorkers, we're like, what did we do? It felt so disgusting.
I remember being at a Burger King and thinking it was delicious one day.
This is so good.
We were all saying to each other, we were smoking hash oil and we were just famished. And we're just like, and we're just fucking eating. We're like, oh my God, Burger King is amazing. I don't even know why we're not eating here all the time.
Flame broiled.
It's so flame broiled. And you just think, I mean, there should be a sign at fast food. You may want to smoke a joint first before entering.
You can taste the smokiness.
They should say that for that and kung fu movies, like a martial art movie.
Right.
Well, you're going to think something's a lot more badass if you're high and a lot more delicious.
And you're thinking real deep into it, too.
Yeah. Here is Brian. Brian, what's up?
What's going on? How are y'all?
Good.
Good. Yeah. Has anybody ever been to Texas and got Whataburger.
Now, I ate at a Whataburger in the panhandle of
Yes.
Florida.
They got them in Florida too. It's all over the South, man. Whataburger, anything Whataburger.
They actually say this: best eaten on the toilet, just to be simply safe.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, you and it's. I think the sign also said where the condiments weigh more than our meat. Whataburger.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. Anything there, man, you can get for 99 cents to $8, just depending on what your budget is. And it's all good. But yeah, have a toilet nearby.
See, that is the thing, that you have a tendency to also not have a lot of money.
Right.
When you're in those things, because you've already partied.
Yeah, exactly.
Your
You're
money
coming
away.
home from the bar and you're like, what can I get for $4?
That's the only thing that kept Jack in the Box open for generations, is they were late and they were cheap. They could have called it late and cheaps, because you eat it just because you have to have something in your stomach. Denny's is the same way.
Oh, yes. A sober Denny's trip is not a good idea.
I don't even think it's happened. I mean, if I went in there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I still would expect to hear people yelling and maybe a fist fight breaking out. I will fuck you up, dude. Right now. There's always screaming like that somebody has feeling like the other table has disrespected them and their friends somehow.
Grand slams just start flying.
Yeah. Here's Paul. What's up, Paul?
The best drunk food is a nice side of pussy.
Oh, good point.
That's nice. It's coming from a man who sounds like he's never had that appetizer in his life. Justin, what do you got, buddy?
Yeah, the best drunk food is Taco Bell, hands down. It's great.
I haven't even been to a Taco Bell. It might be the first George Bush years. That's how far back I'm going.
Really?
The first time I had Taco Bell was I was stoned, and I thought Nacho Supreme were the best thing ever. And then I ended up going back there and realizing what I had done to myself. It just turned terribly. It's like this shouldn't be eaten sober.
Yeah, I have not had Taco Bell since college, so it's probably the same.
It's
the
almost
same vibe.
like when they got around to making that Doritos shell.
Yeah.
They make the taco shell out of Doritos, where you're just white trashing up the everything.
When I was in college, the Good to Go was in. I don't know what it's called, but that was the ad. The Good to Go. It's like a rectangle or like a pentacle.
Yeah, filled with
Pentagram.
taco food.
It's an evil taco.
Look who it is, Hard Rock Johnny. We're going to hear about Rhode Island and the trucks. Go ahead, Johnny.
No.
You and your buddies
no
were
Rhode
so
Island.
drunk, right?
No Rhode Island, no trucks. But I love the
What was the truck food you used to eat up there?
The Haven Brothers. I'm not going to talk about it. Now you're making.
Seriously, was it good? I mean, what time would you
It
guys
was
go
great.
there?
It's always late at night.
Yeah. How much weed did
When
you
you
and
were
your boys
drunk
used to
or
smoke?
high. You were drunk or high.
When your mouth is getting dry, you're pretty high. So you ate right out of the truck?
I was. Yes, always at the Haven Brothers in Rhode Island. I've ever told you that I went there before.
No.
It was good.
Now, Johnny, do you still?
I was a high.
Yeah.
I was a high cooker. I enjoyed just cooking when I was stoned. That would be my favorite. Just mishmash of whatever you could find and make some sort of crazy high munchies.
Do you still smoke a scary amount of marijuana?
No, I do not smoke a scary amount. Can't even think of the last time I smoked marijuana at all. It does not mean that I haven't had some edibles, but I haven't smoked in a long time.
Now, what do you do with the edibles? Is that more of a body high feel?
Yeah, definitely. It's not. It's more like you're just really mellow. You just kind of.
People tell me that. I just can't believe it, though.
Yeah.
Depends on the edible. I mean, it really depends. Sometimes, it's a great mellow high. Other times, you're fucking zombified and you don't know what the fuck's going on. It doesn't feel good. It's a bad feeling. You're so high.
I guarantee I'd take it to a weird place.
I think Big J was telling me that he's starting to after getting high for so long. Because once you bend it a little bit, like you always go back to that annoyed feeling.
Right.
You know? Like
Like you guys were saying the other day, it's tough with the edibles because you don't know it's going to kick in a half an hour or an hour and a half. So you're like, what's going on here?
It's hard to
And
plan
then
your
you
day
kinda-
out.
Plus, I also don't want to fucking get a thought of someday I'm going to die without, you know what I mean? And not without just blowing it up. I don't want to stick with it for fucking 2 hours.
I don't know how long this is going to last. This might last until I wake up the next day.
Remember when Handsome Johnny said that he ate those edibles and got on a fucking plane and got weird?
Yeah. I can believe it.
That's the last place you want to get strange.
Yeah.
You know, in the back of a fucking plane like an idiot.
You're locked in a giant tube in the air.
Johnny, we got to make that fucking run up there to Rhode Island sometime.
Yeah, they have a really good food truck there. I don't know if I told you about it ever.
Yeah, you have. All right, peace, dude.
Later.
Love you, kid. He's spending the entire August. He's just been at the shore the whole time.
Yep.
Jeff, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Pepper.
Yo.
I am really, really shocked that you like tuna so much because it doesn't smell anything like
Hey.
He's got a great point.
I was going to do a mean joke, but you would get mad. Can I just do the joke and say it's not you?
Yeah.
But he says tuna doesn't smell like dick. I was going to say his girlfriend's though.
Fuck that.
But see, that's the thing. If you picture that it's not you, then you can enjoy the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm certainly not talking about her.
That's Jeff. That's Jeff's girlfriend.
Yeah, that's Jeff's girlfriend. That's perfect. Let's talk to somebody who understands high-end.
Okay.
Somebody who enjoys being out there high-end sometimes. It's Dickie Jr.
What's up, Dogsy?
Hey, Dogsy.
Hey, Mr. B, last night I had an epiphany. I made some popcorn, went to the fridge to get a drink, and noticed I was low on my bacon bits, so I just put the rest in there, and it was fucking delicious.
Popcorn and bacon bits.
Sounds great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to try it out. And one more thing, I got to break character. I got to give props to Anthony. He finally put me through. Past couple of days, I've been trying to get through, and the other intern's like, oh, I'll pass that along for you. No, motherfucker, I'll pass it along.
All
Love
right,
you guys.
Anthony, come here. I know that you're trying to do your best back there. I know you're highly untrained. No, just
in the on the there's a mic in the studio.
Why make it go longer, Joe? Anthony, Dickie Jr. is a friend and he's hilarious. You got to put his calls through.
No, Mr. B, Anthony gets the props.
Oh,
I love him. His
okay, it's the other one. It's UConn.
All
Yeah,
right.
Have you guys been
himself.
properly trained with those phones? Yeah. It wouldn't run like this, though, if you were. It wouldn't run like this. Dickie Jr.'s got to get through every time.
It's Dickie.
So glad Dickie made it this time, though.
You should always be here.
I got to bring Billy Staples in for a full training on the phones. Because that guy cared. Oh,
He's good on the phones?
he was
Oh,
the
Billy?
best of all time. The best of all time. And if the Radio Shark ever got through, he was getting a fucking call 3 o'clock in the morning from fucking, how do you like it, motherfucker? You like to fucking play games? I'm going to kill you. How's that for a game? I like any time that you fucking threaten people and you throw in the line, I've been to jail. I got nothing to fucking lose.
I'm fine with going back.
It's home to me. Jeremy in Jersey.
Chris should probably get his mercury level checked if he eats that much tuna, though he might wind up with brain damage.
He's having
Oh, wait.
too much tuna.
Too much tuna.
Too much tuna.
Chris, it's too much tuna you're eating.
It's fine. I like this amount of tuna. It's not so bad at all.
But it's too much, isn't it?
No, not really. It's not that much tuna to me. Everyone always makes a mistake and thinks that Gurian said too much tuna, but he was acting like, no, it's delicious.
It's a good amount.
He would not go with the bit. He's the exact opposite of like UCB Improv, where he says no end. No, it's not too much tuna. You
It's
just
the
see this massive
perfect
amount of tuna.
amount.
Do you like a big New York deli, just massive amount of tuna sandwich?
The more the better. I love it.
I remember when we used to go to the other place, you would always have the open face.
Yeah, nice tuna melt. That's a nice little special thing. I don't do that at home.
Why not?
I like to get someone to make it for me, as opposed to just having the tuna salad.
You don't use your oven, do you?
Nope. Don't trust it. The burners usually don't work in my apartment, which probably means there's gas filling up in it.
How are you cooking?
It's just tuna fish. I'm just cooking.
Are you aware of a pilot light?
I'm aware of a pilot light, yeah. But it goes out all the time.
Yes, and then it has to be lit.
Yeah, you can light
when
it.
When the pilot light goes out like that, it means that it's dirty.
All right,
you need
so
to go ahead and give it a nice clean.
I'm going to get a toothbrush, clean that thing out.
I'd rather see you with a stove brush.
He's going to be using his own toothbrush. That's the worst
They
part.
sell stove brushes specifically for stoves.
Yes.
Sounds crazy.
That's what, by the way, a lot of people came over because of that joke I did for Big J's thing where I said I couldn't make it. Big J asked me to come to his roast, and I went, and so we sent a phone message. And I said, I can't make it. I'm 15 minutes away, and I just couldn't possibly come. And I said, there's a river in between us, and I said, someone said that a train runs under it, but that just sounds crazy. For some reason, you remember we all improv that sitting in here that day. You said, let me put the Jonas filter on.
Why'd you put that filter on?
It's funny to him. More people bring that up to me than anything I did on the show.
Really?
I don't understand it.
It's beloved.
Maybe because it just stood out in a night of mean and roasting.
It's your kind words that stuck with them.
Anthony showed me his thing, and I had to say, no, you did right. You did well. Because he's bugged because people are teasing him, say he didn't
Give
do
him
well.
a hard time.
Yeah, I don't like the written roast jokes either, though. I wouldn't be able to deliver those properly.
It's not easy to make that come off natural.
Yeah, it's you see the people with the papers, and they're just reading. You know? Joe, you don't have time to train those guys, or you've never been properly trained?
I have time to train them, and we have talked about it between
You said
shows.
topically trained them.
I've topically trained them, too.
So you got to
But-
get it underneath, though.
Yeah, okay.
Subterranean.
Yeah.
Subterranean tease them.
Deep.
I'm going to get deep with these guys.
But maybe you've never been topically trained yourself.
I've been trained, and
By
we've
Staples?
talked about it. Not by Staples. I've
Then I
never
don't
met
think you've been
Staples.
trained. Who trained you?
Brooklyn Pips when he was here, when I was
He
an
was
intern.
a fucking moron.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. Where's he working at?
He's in L.A. right now.
Is he got a radio gig out there? What's he doing?
Last time I talked to him, he's working a terrestrial gig, nights.
Sweet.
Nice.
Is he on air or producing?
Producing.
Good kid. Big station?
Believe so, yeah.
Big flame flower? Where's he at out there?
He's at K-Rock out there, the night show.
Really?
From what I remember the last time I talked to him, that was a few months ago.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Check back with him later today.
I will.
Tell him I'm asking about him all the time. Tell him every day I just bring his name up.
Like, Pips, talk to me already. Come on, Ron's asking about you constantly.
Thanks. You know what?
That's going to sound nice.
Get Staples to check in with him. He'll do it the right way.
No, I'll do it just fine.
Staples Day wouldn't hurt. Come on. It could be fun for everyone.
Staples can come in and visit. Sure.
Well, what's wrong with having him train people properly?
I've trained them, just not enough. That's what happened.
Let Staples come in. He does a 15-minute training, and they'll stay trained forever.
Just 15 minutes?
Yeah, seriously.
Okay.
Because there's just a couple of tricks. He teaches people how to pump up the colors and move them along. And I'm worrying that you do the training like you do the warm-ups, where I saw them do a warm-up in Montreal, and fucking Chris pushed Joey Jojo in front of the audience.
Physically?
Did that happen? No, that
Joey, didn't he give you a shove?
It was, I toppled a little bit over.
Do you want to tell you what your big joke was that he pushed you for?
Okay. This is it. He goes, hey, Joe, do some stand-up. I'm like, okay. Hey, I was walking down the street, and I saw a lamp. So I bent down and picked it up, and a fucking genie popped out. And he said, I'm an all-powerful genie, and you get 3 wishes. And the only rule is you can't wish for more wishes. And I said, all right, can I wish for more genies? And then crickets.
Yeah.
Crickets.
Now I'm going to do Chris while that was happening. Tell your joke, and I'm playing the part of Chris. Go ahead, tell your joke.
So I was on the street. I saw this.
Joe, please.
Yeah.
Joe, stop. Joe.
All right.
That's what he was doing. Joe. And then he gives him a shove. I'm like, this is unusual before. I've seen warm-ups before, and I've never seen it turn physical between the two warm-up men. Now, normally when two guys go on a stage together, they have an act together of some type.
Right.
It isn't two guys who dislike each other.
We're now physically attacking one
We
another.
were working on that for 2 weeks.
You know who I'm going to bring in to do the warm-ups? Staples will show you how to do it. It takes them 15 minutes.
It's a legend.
Oh, Billy Staples?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he used to do the warm-ups for Match Game. And there was, I guess, it was Hollywood Squares. He did the warm-ups for this.
Really?
Bum, ba-da-da, bum, 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 ba-da, bum, 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 bum. Have you tried to reach him?
I'll shoot him an email.
What are you going to say in the email?
I'm going to say, hey, Billy, what's your schedule look like?
Why would you say that?
To work out a date for him to stop by.
You're going to mention the training?
Just say that you need help. Your
I'm not asking him for help.
Training.
I'm not asking Staples
well,
for
then
help.
why would you bring him in? You can't bring him in for no reason.
I thought maybe he'd want to visit the studio. He hasn't seen the studio.
That's not why we would bring him in. That doesn't help train people. And I know he's out of his short stint away that he had to go to.
It's good to hear.
Yeah. I know because he sent me a LinkedIn.
Nice.
A lot of people send me LinkedIns, and I've never been on LinkedIn. I just know the name, and then people ask me to, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm LinkedIn with them.
Yeah, I've had many invites to LinkedIn, but I've never linked back.
I always write back, I shan't be joining LinkedIn. You see, I was in love once, and that young lady was taken away from me. And now I shan't be on LinkedIn. I always like somebody who claims that their heart was broken so bad they will never date again.
I'll never love again.
It's the uncles. Uncles do that.
Right.
My chicks had these, I don't want to say obviously gay, but certainly dudes living on their own, and they said that they would never date again because of a girl that went back to Puerto Rico or something.
Sure.
Yeah, that does it.
That's what it is.
That's like if somebody burnt their fucking dinner and said, I'll never eat again. Because I had a perfect pork chop, and I forgot I was watching the ball game.
It's better
and
to
it went to ashes.
It's better to eat and lost.
I went to do like a cooking show out of Stanley's apartment without the pilot lights working, and just
careful.
Yeah,
garbage fires.
It's filled with gas in here.
Yeah, if they try to use the oven, just a grease spiral pop up from fucking decades of grease.
Yeah.
I'll leave it up to you, Joe. Would you like Staples to come in for a training day?
I would like to train this team and really thoroughly go through it.
Yeah, but if you don't know it properly, you got to have Staples.
Well, I will talk to them. I will beat it into them, not physically.
Here's
physically.
Here's the problem. None of you guys have ever worked terrestrial, so you don't know the pressure, the actual pressure of radio.
It's true.
You know who has worked?
Billy Staples.
Yeah, the legend. I think he's still wearing the belt from Producer of the Decade. From the yeah,
This is a huge honor, Producer of the Decade.
he told me, and he thought there was going to be a dinner. That's how
Oh, really?
excited he was about it. I go, you can't eat that dinner. You've been stapled, my friend. Stapled tight. Friday in the summer, man. I look down the hall. There's nobody here.
No, it's so quiet.
We could do anything we want it right now.
Anything.
We could probably even rape someone down the hall.
Yeah, if we can find someone to rape.
Yeah. What time's the cleaning people come in?
Around 5:30.
I ain't waiting that long in the summer.
For a rape? Come on.
I want to get out of here and go to the public pool.
I'm trying to get my rape
Am I
on.
the only one who enjoys public pools in the summer? I like to go up in the Bronx and just go swimming.
Sure.
Yeah. I tried to take a canoe in one of those pools, and they were saying you can't. I go, why not? It's water. I go, if it doesn't float, fucking throw me out. If it floats, stand back and let me canoe.
Do we have a deal?
Yeah. Do we have a deal? Mr. Lifeguard. If you were any good, you'd be at a place with waves. How many times? I think the third time they go down, they'll drown. That's what they used to say when we were kids. Like, he went down for the third time, meaning like anyone can come up once and they're drowning, twice, but when they go down for the third time, they'll never go up. And I'm like, don't some people just go right to the bottom? You know what I mean? Just immediately to the bottom, like people.
I just think.
Like our own Stan Chrisley, you don't swim.
No, I don't. No swimming ability whatsoever.
Do you dance?
I've danced, but I don't really dance. No, I mean, I danced at the
Do you
Jewish
dance
dinner.
better than you swim?
Oh yeah, I definitely dance better than I swim. I mean, because I can't die dancing badly, but I can't die swimming badly, or swimming not at all.
Mm. You ought to go on that $100,000 cruise ship.
Oh, that'd be great.
What's that?
It's a $100,000 ticket cruise that's going to sail around the world, and they're almost sold out.
How many cities?
It's 60 ports, and they hit 6 continents.
And how long are you out there?
128 days.
Oh,
about $100,000 ain't bad then.
128 days?
Yeah,
too long. Too long.
You're going to 6 continents. If you were traveling by plane, that would be too long.
Yeah, I know, but that's still so much boating.
I feel like they're going to get sick, and it's going to go. It always happens on cruise ships where everyone gets, I don't know, food poisoning.
Wipes them all
It doesn't
out.
always happen. It's the only time that you hear about it.
I guess there are a lot more cruises.
There's not an
they're
alert every time
constant,
it doesn't happen.
And every couple of years, somebody gets sick. And then that's all you remember. That'd be like, man, every time you hear about a plane, it disappears. I guess planes disappear all the time.
Constant.
You know, I hate the fact that fucking Antarctica keeps them from stopping at 7 continents because they could have easily done it.
There's got to be a hotel company that can set up. It's like one hotel. Just
You know how close it is to fucking South America too? You can almost throw a rock there. There's only one rock and roll band that I know of that has played 7 continents.
Who's that?
Well, do you want to give it away? Or you want to play questions with it?
Okay. First question.
Yeah.
Are they a currently touring band?
Yes.
Are they a metal band?
Yes.
Are they from the 80s?
Yes.
Are they a hair metal band?
No. Chris, we're playing a game on the air.
Are they?
Yes, they
have
are.
they cut their hair recently?
Are you asking if it's Metallica?
Yes.
So just say that. Instead of wasting all of our time.
Is it Metallica?
No, you don't get. You did the. Are they cut their hair? Now it's Joe's turn.
Is it Metallica?
Yes.
Yes.
Good job, Joe. How'd you come up with that?
It just came to me, literally.
Oh. That's what he says about cum.
Just came to me.
Jason, what's up?
Hey, in the post-Cosby world, you can't be raping or use the term rape. I prefer to call it a snuggle with a struggle.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's really disgusting. If there's anything, there's only one thing worse than rape, and that's rape jokes.
So much worse.
Your Honor and members of the jury, there's only one thing worse than this heinous crime of rape, and that is a rape joke. Now I implore you to hit this person with a life sentence. Not only for the rape, which is understandable, but the rape joke, which is never understandable.
The jest that followed.
Now I see that I have a couple minutes left, and I will show you my version of Shimshindo.
John Juvia? No.
A South American martial art. Taught to me by John Juvia. Or Mr. Juvia. We need a break here, Chris.
Yeah, we should break.
Coming up in just a little bit, it's Unmasked with Barry Crimmins and Bobcat Goldthwait. Bennington.
Bennington will be right back. Raw Dog Comedy Hits. Sirius XM 99.
Tito's, what you gonna do? I think I could stay with you. Hi, everybody. I'm Ron Bennington of the radio. And when I'm not working in radio, I find myself serving my friends Tito's. Gail, from Tito's Vodka.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Stanley.
Yes?
You want to get Bad Lieutenant?
Yes.
Tito's Vodka. Oh, that's loud.
It's good stuff, though.
Yeah, but just hearing you do it makes me get ready to dry heave. People ask me, why do you serve Tito's? And I say this, because I don't hate my friends. If you care and love your friends the way I do, the way a modern day saint or Latter-day Saint, as it's known out west, would do, then you serve your friends a refreshing Tito's beverage. I have a lot of friends that are gluten-free, and I tell them, well, then this is the drink for you. It's 100% gluten-free. And they're like, is there any gluten? I go, what don't you understand about 100% gluten-free? I'm not going to play around with your life. When you come into my pad, or penny house, as it's sometimes known, you're going to see three things. Old school pinball machines.
Cool.
An above ground hot tub. Right in the living room. And a bar stocked with Tito's vodka. Why? We only go around once in life, my friends. You heard me, India. We go around once in life. Stop lollygagging. This is it, no matter what you heard when you were a kid. So you want to enjoy yourself. A lot of people say, I work hard and I play hard. Well, I work easy and I play hard. That's my way. And if you don't like it, get out and take that above ground hot tub with you. It barely works. I'm not getting in another lukewarm hot tub. But I will have some Tito's vodka with you. Why? It's the best. It's simply the best and better than all the rest. Tito's vodka. Drink what radio people serve to their friends. Live your life like a radio person. And if anybody asks you, you tell them you're on a Mexican radio. Chris Stanley.
Yes.
Hit that click track.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times for 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at Tito'sVodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
If you feel like leaving, you know you can go. Well, why don't you stay until tomorrow? Hi, everybody. This is Radio's Ron Bennington. And you just walked in on me while I was singing some Hall & Oates. Yeah, I like the finer things in life. I like Hall and Oates. I like above ground hot tubs. And I love Tito's vodka. Why? Why not? Why not live each day as if you had a lot more days to live? Not the kind of... A lot of people say, live like you're dying. I could never do that. Too freaked out. I live like I'm living. And that's why I like a Tito's. Yeah, I might have gotten famous as a karate man, but the years have taught me to chillax. And that's what I try to do with friends like Gail, Joey Jojo, and my butler, Stan Chrisley. Stan?
Yes, Ron?
More Tito's for my friends.
Right away.
Guys, don't thank me. Thank yourselves for being cool enough to show up here. How you guys doing on your glutens?
I'd rather not have any, if possible.
Then drink this. It's Tito's vodka. It's gluten-free.
100%?
When I say gluten-free, I'm basically saying 100%.
Oh, sorry.
Or is it the basic that scares you? You know, a lot of people look at a guy like me who's established in his life, black belt in certain type of karate that I invented myself, and I was its first black belt. And also I make fine Caucasian jewelry. Not too flashy, but still very nice. Why wouldn't I have a nice Tito's after I'm done that? I've got every right to.
I'll serve you sub.
You know what? Take off that apron and those orange clogs and sit down with the rest of us.
Really?
You're a person.
Thank you so much. I get to sit at the table.
The Tito's table, I call it.
I'm gonna have some
Or
Tito's.
TT. Do me a favor. Don't drink it out of the bottle. This is a nice cultured affair.
All right, I'll pour it in.
Ask any question you want about Tito's.
How much corn is it made out of?
That's the kind of question that you would ask?
I'm interested about what kind of vegetable Tito's is made out of.
Here, I'm just going to give you this paper. Read it out loud to us. It'll tell you all the details you're looking for.
Oh, okay. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from, 100% corn.
Yeah, 100%. It's 100% corn, 100% gluten-free.
It's naturally gluten-free.
It's got everything that you want and nothing that you don't want.
Sounds like Tito's is for me.
Yeah. Sometimes I sit back and I just think to myself, I wish Neil Armstrong could have had Tito's before he walked on the moon. Or at least he knew that it existed before he left the earth.
Why?
Because I think it would have changed everything with him. I think it would have been more outgoing. There was something about him when he got back from the moon, he wasn't comfortable.
He was a wallflower.
The band?
No. Just
Let me tell you something about the song 6th Avenue Heartache. I never hear that song without thinking about 6th Avenue.
What about Heartache?
I'm not as driven by, worrying about homeless people as he was. That's what that song's about. Do you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's about a homeless dude, and then that he would see every day, and then he walked by one day and he wasn't there, and it made him nervous. You ever get that way for a nervous dude? You'd be like, I haven't seen that guy in a while. I guess being a Tito's man makes you a little more sensitive. You look out to see how you can make the world a better place. A lot of people just send me pictures of themselves partying with Tito's now. And it makes me happy. We've got an Unmasked coming up a little later on today with Bobcat Goldthwait and Barry Crimmins. Very, very talented people who have lived an extraordinary life. They brought up their Tito's moment. That made me incredibly proud. Here's a strange thing, and I didn't get this from Bearcat, as Barry Crimmins was known when he was younger. But when he was running that club up in Boston, and this is in the article up on the iBang, when he was running that club, he became friends with Ian Stewart, who was doing stuff right around the corner. And Ian Stewart, some people know as the piano player with the Stones for all those years, played on a million different things of songs of theirs. But also basically started the Stones. It was like almost his idea, like, hey guys, who wants to be in a band I'm putting together called the Rolling Stones? And then he didn't end up as a full-time member. Some people said because he didn't look, rock and roll bandy a lot. But really, really big part of the Stones sound. Barry becomes friends with him. And guess what he said about the Boston scene of comics that Barry had put together?
What's that?
This reminds me of London in '65.
Really?
Was that amazing? To get a compliment like that?
Yeah.
It's in the article up on the Interbank today. And that's what we're talking about is a Tito's moment. Just having those experiences and recognizing them and digging them, That's why I tell people to go over to the Tito's website all the time.
Tito'sVodka.com.
Yeah, Tito'sVodka.com. I wasn't sending them to Drudge. Like people are saying, where's the article? It's Bobcat Crimmins' documentary is dark, funny, and life-affirming. It's really great. I saw this come up. There's if you can find it, it's all the films of Bobcat Goldthwait. See if you can find it, Chris, how long it takes you. It's not at the top with that. It doesn't get one of the big things. It gets a tiny one. But if you go through there, it comes up. I was reading it today, where they're saying, I hope this gets a chance for the Oscar people to take a look at it. Can you imagine those two guys walking down the red carpet? How hilarious that would be.
That would be the best.
That would be the best night of my life.
The best Tito's moment.
Yeah, the best Tito's moment. Maybe that's a contest we can do one time. What's the best Tito's moment you ever heard or experienced? Sometimes you have that Tito's moment when you're just, making those decisions to change your life and have an exciting life. Other times, a good Tito's moment is just chilling on the couch, drinking some Tito's. Always do this. Always yell this out at home. Hit the click track.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
The 6 must-see Bobcat Goldthwait films have been moved to the top of the box. Let's go through these, Chris, and tell me which ones you've seen.
Shakes the Clown.
Very, very funny stuff.
Yeah.
I saw it.
That's one that comics love.
Yes.
Because basically it's about comics. What else?
Sleeping Dogs Lie.
Perfect film.
Love.
Perfect film.
Love that movie.
And like you really, for a guy to watch that film, you will watch that film and go like this. Yes, I am a hypocrite sexually. Because here's the thing that I think happens with guys. They don't really want to know anything about what their chick has done sexually. They might say that at first, but if they're really crazy about her, they could end up hearing something that disgusts them.
Right.
And that's what this is about.
Once you get the emotional connection, then suddenly you're not so interested.
Well, yeah,
What a freak nasty she is.
Yeah, what a freak nasty is a turn off when you think, but I thought I loved you. And what happens here is he tells her that he ate an ookie cookie, right? Where somebody jizzed on a cookie and then you eat it. By the way, I've met guys from Long Island who've done that. And they were like, hey, man, we're just fucking around. I'm like, I think it's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. And then she says, all right, I don't really want to tell you. And he's like, come on, tell. She's like, I'm not sure. And he's like, tell, I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad. And she's like, well, I blew my dog. It was just a silly thing. It was when she's telling it, she looks up and she just sees how disgusted he is. Now, I remember the first time I saw this film. I thought that the scene was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was hilarious and heartbreaking at the same time. But I also said, he's never going to be able to dig his way out of this. You've basically ended the scene. And that's just really kind of the start of the movie and where it goes. I think that one's amazing.
Yeah.
I think the difference in kind of subtle humor between that film, Sleeping Dogs Lie, and Shakes the Clown,
yeah.
it's a gigantic jump. What's the next one?
World's Greatest Dad.
Maybe Genius there.
Yeah.
Again, a really weird, dark place where this guy who obviously isn't the world's greatest dad, he's a failed kind of writer in school, teaching, not respected there, not respected by his son. Something happens. I don't want to give it away because I'd love for people that haven't seen these films to go out and see them. They're all up on the iBank today. But Robin Williams in that film is as good as anything that he's ever done.
That's absolutely true, yeah.
He's funny, he's creepy, he's sad, he's weird, he makes you feel bad as you're grossed out by him. It's amazing performance, and it's another film like when you get to that one dark spot, you're like, okay, how does the story go on from here? It's terrific. And then weirdly at the end, it's got this strange, I've taken everything off, my shoulders kind of moment.
Yeah.
Liberating is the word I'm looking for. Liberating. What's the next?
God Bless America.
That one's brilliant.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so wild.
Joel Murray in that film, in my opinion, had as strong as anybody's performance that year. I was sure that Joel Murray is a terrific character actor, one of the Murray brothers. He's performed in all different kinds. I think he and Bobcat did those Savage Steve movies earlier too. The summer one,
One Crazy Summer.
Oh yeah,
is that the name of it? With the cartoon that takes place?
Yeah.
He was one of the kids. Joel Murray was one of the kids.
Oh, awesome.
on
Okay.
that. He hung around, but not the two brothers. Well, yeah, they were all friends together. Bobcat was kind of their friends, part of the twins that didn't look alike. Joel Murray in this movie, and well, this one I'm like, you watch it, you know, because of the news and the way we feel about that it would be hard for anyone to deal with watching this movie.
Oh yeah,
and yet why is it funny and why do you kind of almost cheer for him?
It's gutsy. Like the whole thing is very gutsy.
But haven't you ever felt just so burnt out on American popular culture? Like you feel like, I don't know if I can take this anymore.
Or you just feel like a stranger in like amongst everyone. Like you're like, I'm not in
stranger in a strange land.
Yes. That's what it feels like.
I'm just a stranger in a strange land. What's the next one?
Willow Creek.
That one surprised me. Found footage. You watch it?
I have not seen Willow Creek.
It's a found footage film. It's much closer to a Blair Witch type. It was, for me, it really stepped out of where he was going before. But I guess that, he was looking for a whole different kind of scene. But I will admit, I'm like, I got the goosebumps. I got the fears from it.
Right.
And I talked about this before. People who act like, there couldn't be a Bigfoot. When you're in the Northwest and you're in the middle of all that kind of stuff, and this is like way Northern California, you can't believe that there aren't Bigfoots. You know what I mean? Like you feel so small out there because the trees are big and there's this vast amount of this, and you're like, man, I don't know if you could ever feel as small as you do out there. Like you would think that would be true of New York, but there's something about being surrounded by people that doesn't give you that feeling of the buildings.
It has to be like vastness of nature or something. It's
and of course his last film, first documentary that Bobcat ever did. Highly recommend this. It's Call Me Lucky. Barry Crimmins, who I'm going to be totally honest with you, all the stuff that comes up about Barry in the film, I didn't know of. I knew the legend of Barry Crimmins. And actually, if you look at our lives, I tried something similar to what Barry did, but because of my own laziness and probably lack of organizational talent, and quite frankly, surrounded by lesser talents than he had in Boston, I didn't come close. I didn't come close to what Barry did. And I was way more selfish than him. You know what I mean? I never saw it as an us situation.
Right. You felt more like
me. I felt more like me. Like if there was an Earth 2, an evil Barry, it probably could be me. And this is why they don't make documentaries about me. You know?
Yet.
You know what? I'd make a documentary be called Who Is He and What Did He Do Again? Barry actually uses a term that I'll never forget in my life in this Unmasked. So maybe you'll find it as we go by. But you've been to a lot of them Unmasked and you've listened to them all, and you really love this one.
I adore this one. I think it's my favorite so far. It's super powerful but also really funny, and it's great. It was so good.
Coming up in just a couple hours, and go read the article up on the iBank. You got a couple different ones. One is about the films of Bobcat, and the other is just the story of what's going on. Some quotes out of Unmasked in there, but I'm very, very happy that the film is out today. Amazing that you can get a documentary release.
Yeah.
They're in the IFC Center here in New York. Playing in select theaters around the country. But look who it is. You remember her from last weekend. It's Molly the intern.
Oh, Molly.
Hey, Molly.
Hey, guys. Hey.
What are you up to?
Hello. I'm with my family. We're road tripping up to Maine. We're going camping.
Where up north?
We're going to Acadia National Park.
That's where the escaped prisoners were.
That's right.
We're in big trouble.
We're going to be looking out for anybody else that's looking for us.
Are you guys tenting or are you in a cabin?
We are tenting.
Ooh, careful.
Yeah. I wanted you to...
Mandatory tenting per Molly Bean.
Oh, that's nice. See, my dad used to make us go tenting, and we hated him for it. It
So
hurts.
far, we're all right. We just had a lobster roll. Pretty good.
Oh, sweet.
Door lobster.
Door lobster.
Well, it's just the three of you?
4.
Melissa's in there.
Oh.
The whole fam.
Bring a cup. You know what? That's nice that you guys are close. I can't get my kids to do anything with me.
I'll go camping with you.
I don't want to go camping with you. Who's going to watch Birdie?
Birdie can come camping.
Oh.
The family that camps together stays together.
Well, this is the movie Vacation.
We need that.
It's starting
There's been
right
so
now.
much distance between
I know.
us.
Almost 3 feet. Well, you guys have a great trip. Enjoy yourself.
All right, thanks.
All right. Keep an eye on the girls, okay? There's a lot of just hill people up there. They're dangerous. A lot of inbreds. A lot of inbreds. All right. Talk to you later. Bye. Molly's family is so sweet.
So sweet.
How much champagne do you think they brought up there just to,
Why wouldn't
tide
they
them
enjoy
over?
themselves?
Oh, yeah. Celebratory.
Here's the thing about when you go camping. When you wake up, your body hurts. Like you got beat up.
It sucks. It sucks sleeping on the ground.
I remember my dad was always fishing trips, so we'd go to Canada. And then I would wake up in the morning and I think, am I a young boy or am I a 45-year-old boxer who just fought his last fight? Everything would hurt. And I'd be like, did someone beat me up here in the middle of the night?
I still want to experience it.
Well, go ahead. You and your man can head up there.
He doesn't want to.
No, of
He
course
has the
he
same
doesn't.
experience. He was
went
forced,
camping, Phil?
He was forced to camp.
Well, all children are forced to camp. It's never you're forced to do everything.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to Paris, you're forced.
You don't
as
have
a
much
child.
say.
Yeah, I remember. Not only that, but we'd go all the way to Canada from Philly, and we would, for some reason, instead of going to a restaurant, my mom had packed picnic stuff, and not only did we go, but my uncles, cousins, and even grandparents went up. We went in a caravan to Canada.
Nice.
And then we would get out and have these picnics instead of eating hot food. And then we would go the rest of the way to Canada.
And then make a tent city.
Make a tent city. Although my uncle couldn't, because of his bad back, he couldn't, what's playing?
Nothing.
It's you.
This thing went on again?
You didn't even touch it.
Hey Siri, pause my music.
I want Siri to listen.
Pause my music. Why aren't you talking to me, Siri? What's going on with you?
Siri, you okay?
She's so distant these
Siri, are you there?
Oh no.
Siri?
Siri? She's all screwed up.
Give me the cold shoulder.
By the way, did you see how happy Molly's family seemed?
Yeah, I know. They were very excited to
Doesn't
be.
even seem real for them to be that happy.
What do you mean by that?
It's just all of them just so happy. So
They love to camp.
They love to be together as a family.
All right.
Sleep outside, the open sky. I don't know.
Well, you know our friend Kyle, this is a place that you should go camping. It's this place over in Pennsylvania, and they're far away from any light pollution, and it's the best place on the East Coast to see the night sky, and you can see the Milky Ways and all that.
I would love to see that.
Man, I was up in Woodstock just a couple years ago, and the whole Milky Way was available, and people were getting almost like dizzy from it.
Yeah,
just
it's a
seeing
very-
the night sky the way it's supposed to.
It's a very weird sensation.
Yeah. They also say it's one of the better places to be murdered.
Oh, nice.
That makes it less good.
Hey, do you think Molly was sitting up front, or were both the kids in the back
Kids
seat?
in the back.
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, I think Molly sees her. She's such a little control freak. I think that she sees herself up front with an old-fashioned map. And
Gotcha.
Actually, a map from an Esso, from an old Esso.
And then champagne in the back.
Well, we like to say business in the front and champagne in the back. Why not? Joe, you see, if you would have played your cards right, you could have been invited on that.
I know.
I fucked up. I wanted to go. I love camping.
I wonder if Molly told her parents about that little Mick boyfriend that she showed us the pictures of.
I know.
It looks like a little bomb thrower, like a little Belfast bomb thrower. Oh, the troubles. Oh, we're having the troubles. It's the English fault.
He looked like a handsome kid.
Yeah, he was a good-looking kid. Well, the Irish, they're good-looking, they're poetic, but at the end of the day, they're going to steal your money and be gone in the middle of the night.
That's true, but it's worth it.
Yeah, they're travelers.
Gypsy travelers.
Just dark eyes and dark hearts. You don't want to, Molly's a nice girl. I don't want to see her dating a guy with all busted up knuckles from God knows how many bar fights. He's constantly headbutting people every chance he gets.
That's his thing.
Tell this story about the Irish boys that you made. This is one of my favorite stories of yours.
Me and my friend Rachel were hanging out at a bar and meet a couple of Irish guys, and they're kind of trying to like hang out. And it's pretty easy to talk to Irish guys.
Sure.
You know, they're very charming. So we're talking about, they're just visiting, and so I was like, any good bands in Ireland? And immediately gets pissed. He goes, "Ever heard of a band called U2?" It's like, I'm not trying to fight you. I know U2 exists. I meant like bands I've never heard of, dude. He's like, "Oh, okay." Always ready to fight. Then we go outside. A couple other guys start talking to us, and they start to feud, right? And they're going back and forth. Things get very tense. Like, I'm really thinking it's going to go south, but we split it up. The other guys leave. We stay with the Irish guys, obviously. And I was like, shoot, that got really tense there. I thought you were going to throw down. And he was like, an Irishman never throws down. And I said, well, throw down, it means like fight. And he goes, an Irishman always throws down. You're yelling at me a lot. Are you sure you want to?
Like I'm your old girlfriend when really we haven't even dated yet.
Known each other for an hour.
Let's go to the men's room for a half an hour before you get attitude with me. Have you ever heard of a band called U2?
Yeah.
Conquered the world with their rock and roll music. U2 is the most popular, hated band, I think, in the world today.
Yes. Like, you seem to find everyone's like, U2. Well, somebody's loving them.
Hipsters hate U2.
How could you? Even if what you like is old U2, that's fine.
You know what? If I was in the Republican debate last night, and I should have been, I would say this. I promise, if elected president, if anyone badmouths U2, I will run them down and kill them. You have my word. My word as a Democrat that if you elect me as your Republican president.
How'd you get in here?
Here's the thing.
Desire. I am the son of millionaires, and yet somehow is able to crawl out of that.
It's brave.
And then promise to avenge U2.
I always do that because it's the right thing to do.
Sure.
But they're all those guys, if you watched last night, their parents just had bad jobs and bad houses. I come from two simple-minded people. Neither one got out of high school. My dad used to fix lawnmower parts. They called him Sling Blade.
Dad was Sling Blade?
Yes. My father was Sling Blade. Walk around town with books and a weird haircut. His best friend, nothing but a little boy. Now look at me. I've bypassed him and really anyone I've ever met in my life. I'm ready to be your next president.
The American dream.
Yeah. I've done something none of the other men have done. I put out someone's eye with a thumb during a bar fight.
Jesus.
Yeah. I'm also the person who came up with the saying dropping heat when using the men's
That
room.
was you?
You too.
Did you ever heard of a band called U2?
I was also the first person at any rock concert to go, ow, ow.
You got my vote.
And now it's caught on. I was the first son of a bitch to yell Freebird, despite whatever concert we were at.
Oh, good.
And it always got a laugh. Oh, one more thing.
What's that?
I came up with the phrase, who let one? Never had been said before. Again, when I wanted to smoke pot with my friends, I came up with, let's get Chinese.
Really? Everyone was doing pizza before that.
Yeah. No, I meant Chinese eyes.
Oh.
But I would also eat Chinese. When ordering Chinese food and I heard the bell, I would go like this, ching chong, ching chong,
Wow.
knowing that it was the Chinese delivery man. I was the first person ever to say sup instead of what's up.
Stanley picked that one up.
Yeah, of course he did.
I'm a disciple of Sup.
No. He stole everything he's ever had.
Son of Sup.
And I had two other funny jokes, but I just realized how racist they could be taken out of context.
Yeah, sometimes you want to step it back.
Yeah, I do, but I'll tell those to you off the air because I think they would get made. They would have got major laughs.
Okay.
But again, you have to watch out. This is the 90s.
Yes.
If something is taken out of context, there's nothing we can do about it.
Nothing.
Monday is going to be what we believe a fantastic Unmasked over at Caroline's Comedy Club on Broadway.
I'm so excited for it. Monday, August 10th, 3 p.m. at Caroline's, and you can go to theibang.com for a chance to get free tickets.
Yeah, will be a chance. And also, we understand there are going to be a lot of comedians there to honor and pay homage to Mr. Brian Regan.
I know. It's going to be the sweetest deal, guys.
And I've known Brian Regan longer than I've known Gail.
That's true.
Isn't that crazy?
And you've known me a pretty long time.
And I know this pen longer than I know Stanley.
What?
It's your favorite pen.
Well, not even. It's my third favorite pen. And I still prefer it to Stanley.
How old is that pen?
It says shout on the air. Shout it out design. Oh, we still have the old shout it out design pens. Thanks, dudes.
Those are good pens.
The design company, too, isn't it?
Hell yeah. I got a shout out design pen right here. Look, writing stuff down. It's great.
My pen from home.
This pen is good for writing stuff down.
Making notes. Even drawing a picture.
Good design.
Dave reminds me, he said that I was the first person to do the impression at a golf, when we're out golfing, to go, get in the hole.
Oh, that was you. That really caught on.
Yeah. Redbeard says, I think Gail likes to step out. Don't make you a bad person.
Mm.
Grip Boot said he was molested by camping. Yeah, but by yourself.
It's called masturbation.
A lot of people are writing to say, could you please, Stanley, some possible way get the on-demand up today?
It will be up today. It will be
including the Friday mornings that they say takes you until Monday.
It will not be up by Monday. It will be up this afternoon.
And then you'll pull it by Monday?
No, it won't be pulled. It'll be there.
You just said it will not be up by Monday.
I said, no, wait, what?
Time.
It's going to be up by this afternoon. It's going to be up.
And we'll stay up.
First time, last time?
First time, all the time.
Caroline loves and it's raining all day. They want to know whether we ever played Joey Jojo clip from The Simpsons. They said it on, sent it on Twitter. Can't believe we don't use it. Are you familiar with this, Joey Jojo?
No, I'm not.
All right, let's take a listen. Chris, be hooked up to Twitter. find it. They sent it to us.
I'm finding it.
OMG, really? It's the best.
I'm unaware of this.
It's the best around. What would we play if the person lost the game?
We played.
Can you get Joey Jojo while you're saying that?
Hold on.
You can't do things.
Okay, all right. I found the Joey Jojo thing. After
Just relax. Go ahead.
All right, here's Joey Jojo.
No, wait.
Oh.
What's the other one? What was the other song we did?
All right, we played "You're the Best."
Yes.
And then when they lost, I can't remember what we played.
Okay. By the way, we went out for coffee today, and Chris Stanley threw fucking sugar all over himself.
It was ridiculous.
Okay, there's a entire container of sugar packets. I get a cup of coffee. You shake a sugar packet to get all this delicious sugar to the bottom so I can pour it in correctly. I start shaking it, and there's no bottom to the fucking sugar packet, and there's just sugar flying all over me. I'm just covered in brown sugar. It's just all over my pants, all over my shirt, all over the table.
Then he sits in it and yells, "What the fuck?" and looked all sad and upset, and then glaring at Gail for laughing at him.
I was sad and pissed off.
Now, he had 3 incredibly quick cups of coffee and used 12 sugar packets. He was surrounded by empty sugar packets.
There was a lot of sugar there.
I like
You're
sugar.
going to end up cutting your leg off. All right, how long is this clip?
It is 14 seconds long.
All right, that sounds a little long for me to watch a cartoon, but I'm going to try to put up with it.
All right, here you go.
Your advice. Yeah. See, I got this friend named Joey Jojo Jr. Shabadoo.
That's the worst name I ever heard.
Hey, Joey Jojo! Oh, what the hell? It's me.
Weird. That's your name.
That's weird.
That whole thing, just to hear that. Well, the name Joey Jojo is used a lot, isn't it? Joe didn't invent it.
Isn't
You said even your dad said it?
Yeah, my dad would say it to me.
Like that?
Not like that, not like Homer.
How would he say? Do an impression of your dad.
Joey Jojo.
I like that.
He sounds like a nice guy.
Hey, Joey Jojo, let's go play hacky.
Look who it is. It's our old buddy Pit Doc. What's up, PD?
Hey, Ronnie. I'm not sure if you're covering it today or not, but just to look at the funny side of it, they have Patton Oswalt live tweeted the GOP debate last night. It's fucking hilarious.
What did he say?
Well, first they start with a picture of a bottle of whiskey, and it says, "Here we go." But he's talking about things like, immigration, and he says, "Immigration, save Trump for the end. No one can follow Gigi Allen shitting on the stage, guys." And I won a radio contest to be here, John Kasich.
So he's having fun.
Yeah.
He made it fun for
Hilarious.
everybody.
Got about 20 of them. Anyway, I'll let you go.
All right, my friend. Peace.
Bye,
Take it easy,
Doc.
The Patton's a big tweeter,
Oh, yeah. He loves the Twitter.
and people love him on it. Like, he's the type of guy who'll tweet something and it'll make a newspaper. Like, the next day, people are like, "Oh, he summed this up completely." Probably you'll see that if you'll just do it later, you'll probably say somebody will be like, "Guess who won Twitter last night? Patton Oswalt again." They love his tweets. We talked about it earlier. We just thought that they were mean to Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Give him a chance. He's a new kid in town.
Get off his dick.
I don't want to hear it. There's a new kid in town. We got a break first, Chris? Or,
Yeah, we should break first.
because normally I like to set these up and go right into them, but it is going to be Barry Crimmins and Bobcat Goldthwait. The film is amazing. Call Me Lucky. It's obviously Barry's life is amazing, but the film so incredibly done. Really, really moving film, and these guys have been out pushing it. Just film festival after film festival, and the day that they were in here, I saw them right before the Unmasked, and they were just beat. They were just emotionally beat up from everything that they had done, up to the point where I'm like, "Hey, do you guys even want to do this? Because it doesn't, And they were like, "No, we definitely want to." But I could see it in them. They were just drained by what they were going through, because you're reliving a horrific story, a childhood rape. And he has to explain it to each and every interviewer. So for these guys to be able to come in and be so touching and sweet and hilariously funny.
Yeah.
I mean, the steady laughs that take place during this. And later, you and I were talking, Gail, and we're like, it's like a reflection of the film. The film had their interview, their personality, was a direct reflection of the way that when you're watching this film, I don't know how they tell you and show you something horrific, and then minutes later you're laughing again.
Yeah, the tone was perfectly mirrored.
Yeah. It's a phenomenal documentary. And by the way, I'll just say this, go out and see the documentary, but up on the Iron Bank today, if you haven't seen these films and you consider yourself an independent film fan, you like to see something other than, computerized spaceships blowing each other up all the time. Check out some of these films. It's the 6 must-see Bobcat Goldthwait films. But this is Unmasked. And one day I hope to bring these guys in where we can just hang, where we don't have to get completely heavy. But I met these guys separately at different times, heard about them, the legend of them separately at different times from knowing that they have this past together. Our buddy Anthony Cumia was just with Tom, whose name comes up. He's SpongeBob voice, and he was one of the kids and best buddies with Bobcat, and they were all together when they were young. So it's a chance we'll take a break first, and when you come back, this will be Unmasked with Bobcat Goldthwait, the director of the film, Call Me Lucky, along with his muse for this and the star of the documentary, Call Me Lucky. It was one of the best afternoons we ever had sitting down talking to these gentlemen. It's Unmasked coming up in moments.
Bennington will be right back. Raw Dog Comedy Hits. Sirius XM 99.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beveridge, that's his real name, had the idea of building his own microdistillery, incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas and put his life savings into it, racking up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Since then, he's been awarded a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiast, won the unanimous Judge's Choice Double Gold Medal at the World Spirits Competition, the Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic, and many others. It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle, so all you pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside. Tito still makes his vodka by hand on the same land where he started it all, in Austin, Texas. Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Barry, what'd you do? He's got a traveler. It's been a long day for these guys. You're talking about on one hand, of course, it's this documentary, but it is also Barry's life, and to just pick out the most traumatic thing that's ever happened to you and relive it in interview after interview. It's not an easy day for you.
Put it on the big screen. Yeah.
Well, there's a line in the movie where you hear Barry not only does he relive it, he revisits a place where this childhood trauma took place, and you hear him say, "And I never have to come back here again," except it turns out every single film festival.
Well, and we don't always sit through the whole film. And I just have this unerring ability to walk right in exactly as the car is pulling up to my childhood home. And in that whole period, and I say, and I'm not coming back here again. Wah, wah.
And then you get to do a lot of interviews and people bringing it up. And it's
it is what I mean. I think I'm pretty good usually.
I think it's almost, Barry is a courageous guy, a survivor. He's changed a lot of people's lives, including himself. And this is just me, I actually think what's been draining on him today is the love and the amount of people calling you a hero. Because he just felt he did the right thing when he defended those kids, and so
I don't mean to interrupt.
No.
But the the big problem I have with the hero stuff is, I'm going to call a hero for behaving decently and noticing things that, oh, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Let me close the door and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
People, there's nothing I did that other people couldn't do. I mean, maybe they're not going to run into the same sort of combination of things I have, but I don't want to make it seem inaccessible to people. And a hero is sort of like, well, heroes will take care of that for us, and plus I'm just tired of the whole hero shit.
Well, I understand. I definitely won't call you a hero, but
you're a radio hero.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I am a radio hero, and there's so few of those these days.
Yeah. You bet.
But and there's something, of course, this is the amazing thing to me. Your friend made a movie about you that honestly made me want to be a better person. As I watched this film, I've watched it a couple of times now. And yeah, there are parts that are tough, but there's something that just comes through that I think it appeals to anyone who cares about humanity. And it's not lost on me that the film is made by a guy that you knew since he was a kid and you helped, and these comics.
Yeah, but the subtitle of the film for me has been, boy, was I nice to the right kid that night.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's actually true.
Imagine if I'd been a dick to him.
Yeah.
I'd be out on the street car going, listen, what happened to me?
Yeah.
So.
He did tell a young Quentin Tarantino to cram it.
And that broke the right way, too. Because I didn't want one of those movies. I already lived through one of those.
Yeah. Well, after watching this a couple of times, like I said, it didn't occur to me at first, but maybe then finally I'm like, well, this, because I first saw this, I'm like, well, Bobcat is really stepping outside of what he normally does. But then I'm watching this, I'm like, this is really a Bobcat Goldthwait movie at the end of it. It is a dark comedy, and there is these surprises that show up that make you feel like you want to connect with the human condition. It's very much fits in with the rest of your films.
The thing that no one knows. It turns out all of Bob's films are documentaries.
Yeah. Actually, there were reports of this. I'm like, is this fiction? Is this, I hope?
There is some fiction in it.
Yeah.
Very little bit.
Yeah.
Home movies of Barry's life it would have been easier to get Bigfoot footage, actual Bigfoot footage. So that's fake. So when you see home movies, it's me and my family.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I was talking to my sister after she saw the movie. She goes, "Oh, I cried so much." I go, "Oh, what made you cry?" "Oh, when I saw my birthday." So, and then the other thing is where I'm really a huge phony is when I show up in the movie, and I'm not in a lot of it, but and I show up in interviews, there's no one interviewing me. I'm just sitting there acting all serious going, good question. When Barry moved to Cleveland, there's no one there. I'm talking to an X. I'm talking to an X on the side of the camera, a piece of tape. It was so, in true Barry fashion, that nothing could be cooked. If I asked him to do something, he really would bust my balls. It would be, can you walk now in your yard where you were dragging that log in the winter? Now it's summer, and he's like, yeah, Wizard of Oz, fucking magical. I'm glad it made the movie.
Yeah.
And I have yet to apologize.
By the way, the wood splitting.
Yeah. Let me apologize
I had a broken
first.
goddamn knee.
Okay.
And Goldthwait, first, well, before we have you split the wood, can you drag this tree trunk up a hill on a toboggan?
It's a good shot in my defense.
It's beautiful.
60-year-old man, sure.
But the log, too. Remember, it weighed like 250
It was
pounds.
a tree trunk.
Yeah.
It was a maple. I know a maple is heavier than, it was a lady.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, is that his past he's dragging behind him right now? Beautiful.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I always like when later on people, that was the metaphor, definitely. No, the next one is just going to be him dragging my corpse out into the woods, putting a shallow grave. But when
no, I'm a hard worker. It'll be a nice deep grave.
Yeah. And that's, and Barry's nature is not to say, hey, I got a broken knee,
right.
and I could tell he's discomfort. I was like, well, that's how he always gets out of a chair, so I'm sorry I made you do that.
Yeah, no, but when I turn and I go, this isn't fucking working. That's me started directing from the floor, going like, we're not using this shit. 2 minutes into the movie, this isn't fucking working.
Yeah, it's some of the best stuff that works. That's amazing.
And then, and he had never seen the movie until we were sitting together at Sundance. So 2 minutes in, it's what he's asking me not to put in, and he's like,
I think I was pretty good about the stuff I let you put in. One little thing. Never mind.
So
Well, there was also the scene where you went to a sister to tell her side of the story, which she didn't know was going to be in the movie.
I felt it was key that we have her in the movie, and I think she is super important to Barry. His life, obviously,
saved
him, but also the nature of child abuse is so ugly that people want to attack the people that disclose and come forward. And I knew I needed a witness, so when the people who were going to come after Barry and come after this movie, so I'm very grateful that she's in the movie. But it was awkward.
As with everything, I help funnel a lot of people to Bob to interview, and I didn't try to skew them or talk, tell the truth, because it's important because of the nature of this film and the story. No, I want to. If it came out that I was around telling I would do this or that, I would be this. It just wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. I've been a bit of a journalist, and I just I've done other stuff, and so I have like sort of a code of ethics, and so I just said, Bob's making a movie about me. He wants to interview you, and my sister comes on the movie and goes, well, he said he said you were going to interview me, but I didn't know there were cameras, and it's like it's a fucking movie. What? Right. But I understand she was. But I just really hardly say anything. It's weird. It's my sister, and I hardly say anything. Mm-hmm. And then she shows up, and and you should. It's like people keep saying to me, it's like it's a real movie.
And that too. Like I'm sure she probably, even if she didn't know we were interviewing, she probably thought I'd have like a home DV camera. I don't think she was going to realize that she was. That there's going to be giant cameras and big lights and
this, of course. His sister walked in many, many years ago when this happened, and I'm sure she hasn't said this out loud too many times in her life. So, her bravery alone and the beauty of that connection and just the weight of her soul in that scene, it just takes all of us away. Yeah. There's so many, and by the way, and I kid you not when I say this, it's a really funny comedy, too. You know what I mean? It's an amazingly funny movie, and then so touching, and then you're introduced to this person that she was so touching in that scene. And it was one of those things, again, makes you want to be a better person, makes you want to love the people in your life more.
Well, I mean, she saved my life. It very well could have saved my life because it was very close. I was being suffocated because I was getting my head, I was so little, and I was getting my head shoved into this couch cushion, and I was getting asphyxiated. And who knows if that day when she came in, it had been going on, on and off for a while, a number of weeks anyway. And, who knows if that was the time I was going to, and it stopped after that. Even though we didn't really have you don't have context, you don't have a vocabulary for what's going on. I mean, Mary Jo just said to my parents, they were mean to Barry, but the babysitter knew they had a problem. Mary Jo was ridiculous,
Yeah.
And so it just became this sort of thing where my parents, well, we won't use that babysitter. I don't know what the problem is. But Mary Jo, why didn't you behave for the baby? And they were mean to Barry, and that was about it. And, it was the 50s. People weren't thinking, well, why is she so, maybe they were raping Barry. I mean, there was.
Yeah, and there's children that didn't even have the language.
Absolutely.
But, when you say, it makes you want to be a better person, that's my whole adult life with Barry.
And you make me want to be a funnier person, prick.
Yeah. That's the thing that came through for, I think it exactly comes through is when we're watching this, all of us sharing that, are we doing what we can? Because the thing about Barry is far apart from this story is just the way that he has carried himself time and time again. Whether he's being a cranky comic or in the scenes that he's before Congress going out to save kids from happening. I mean, to me, that was what I love from the movie is, of course, Barry on stage, the way he's treated other comics, where other comics have treated him, because you look at a guy who's really just a stand-up guy, and it doesn't mean like living above it, but living in it, being a stand-up guy.
And that's the thing I've had to learn was to not take life personally, not take the world personally, just live in it.
Yeah.
I'm in the world. It's not all around me. And I think that's very important for people who've been through things like I've been through. You set up these situations where if you set up this expectation for the whole world to come and apologize to you, you're forgetting that everybody has horrible things they've had to deal with at one time or another. There's various degrees or whatever. But if you set up this situation where everybody's supposed to think in terms of you all the time, then you're just going to end up deciding you're being persecuted and you're going to wallow and you're going to stay in that pit. Well, that's just not a good approach. And I already lost my childhood to this shit, And so once I had a chance when I was older, I was like 38 before I really dealt with it. Once I had a chance, God damn it, I wasn't going to waste any more time. I wasn't going to cut corners, but I was going to deal with what had happened to me, try to, get as much healing as possible. And it turned out the trick to healing for me was helping others. It really was. I got out of my own way and I was able to do some stuff, like the testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee. That was kind of like a spectacular little moment, but I answer the phone when someone calls. There's people, or someone we see at a film festival that comes up and discloses to me what they've been through, and they're just sort of beginning to deal with it.
Sure.
I've got my caseload has increased significantly.
Yeah. It was, I selfishly, when Barry had written a really funny story in the Boston Phoenix that was all, and it was a great story, and it was about him going to the Florida Senate. It was really funny. It was well written, but it was, when I read it, I was like, this is a Capra story.
Sure.
And that's why I wanted to make the movie. I was like, this is, and I thought, well, I'm going to write it and another actor will play in it. There were, because I two reasons. I didn't want Barry to relive these events, and then the other reason was I just thought we could get a lot of money. But
it was a real, the commercial possibility.
Yeah.
Left-wing political satirist who came of age in Reagan America, who then, to kind of top the commercial viability, decides to come out and make people think in terms of a 4-year-old boy getting raped. It's
it's all there.
Yeah.
It's all there.
So I had to tell Tom Cruise, no, you can't play Barry Crimmins. No. So
I would have if you didn't. Scientology, and they give you a personality test, and if you have one, they look for the next victim.
But the scenes in front of Congress with, first of all, Congress doesn't understand what the internet is, or
don't worry about it.
They're really happy to show how dumb they are about the internet.
I don't get it much, but
and apply that to everything else they do. Yeah.
So Barry's there to say, he went on AOL, and people are trading child pornography, and of course, Barry is not a hero, but takes it upon himself to go out and stop this giant corporation from doing it.
Because they were profiteering.
Yeah.
In those days, you're on in line for 10 or 12 hours a month. Then it was $3 or $4 an hour to stay online. So all these people in these chat rooms, that one of the second thing they talked about after they were holding their child rape clinics was the size of their AOL bills. That's what they tell. I $1,400 last month, and you'd see hundreds and hundreds of them. I wonder. It didn't take me long to follow the money and figure out why AOL was dragging its feet.
And Barry shows up in front of Congress, and Congress is like, "Yes, we're going to keep children from seeing pornography." They don't even understand that this is happening. And the amazing part of it is that Barry in front of Congress is not that different than he is at Stitches. He just squares up.
Right.
He just squares up and handles this room. It's amazing.
Yeah, and to me, that's what made me laugh. I think this attorney probably thought, well, he's a nightclub comedian.
Right.
And
you should have thought, he's a nightclub
comedian. Yeah. And it's just like,
and it's drink some whiskey, I might have a problem with you.
Yeah. He just nails the guy a few times hard with and these are
pummels.
These are skills.
Yeah.
These are skills.
By the time he makes the mistake at the end, it's like the 15th round.
You see that the blood has lost his face.
They're calling in a cut doctor.
Yeah.
He's just I'm blind. I can't see.
He's looking forward, but not at anything, And this is
two things. Wouldn't be in the movie.
Yeah.
Surprise. And the other thing is not an attorney anymore.
Isn't he?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He left the business.
But if you need aluminum siding.
Yeah. Like a lot of people Barry's dealt with over the years, they left the business completely. But
I never knew that, Laurie.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's doing well.
Yeah. He's better now. Thanks for asking. But just to, one of the things that's amazing about his life, and not too long ago, I guess it was like 4 or 5 years ago, I got asked to do this Bill Hicks thing at the Friars Club, and I know John Lahr, the critic, was going to be there. And I go back to read his original stuff, and Hicks is name checking you and using your quotes. So when I talk about, when you talk about Barry's career in comedy, it's as important as anybody's. The fact that comics keep coming out of Boston to this day, being original, not copying each other's styles, and, just phenomenal comics keep coming out of this one area, has a lot to do with the system that was set up very early on with Barry Crimmins. And that has to do with a morality that doesn't exist in a lot of places.
Well, Barry insisted that that in order to get work in the rooms you were in, that you were original, that you weren't derivative, and that you had your own voice. Mm-hmm. He didn't want many versions of him. He wanted people that were coming up with unique takes and unique
I know
things.
how hard it is. I know how hard it is to do what I do, and I'm supposed to do it. I never expected anyone else
and then
to
there'd
do
be
that
guys
shit.
that wanted
Just
to get
do
books.
what you're supposed to do.
Right.
There was guys who wanted to get books, so they do versions of him, and he's just like, ugh.
But it's, and again, to you, this is just obvious, but this didn't happen in New York or L.A. or Chicago. It's really a Boston
I
thing.
had this Tito moment when we were doing that last year.
Yeah.
I was hoping I could get on last year to take, because I had this great Tito's vodka moment. My father was, my father was the greatest. He was a literal war hero, and I mean, the problem with this country is we would rather create veterans than care for them. And I think all recruiting for the military should be done on the top floor of VA hospitals, and then then see who wants to sign up. But he was sick, and he was in a VA hospital in Martinsburg, West Virginia, and it was close, but he pulled through. He was going to be okay for a while. He's been dead for over 20 years now, and I miss him. But I leave there, and I'm poor. I'm a kid. I mean, I had just been working with you guys in Syracuse, and so I go, well, I'm gonna in Skaneateles, which is my Skaneateles is my hometown. It means it's an Indian word that means beautiful lake surrounded by fascists, and so I hitchhike. I'm hitchhiking, and I'm going to go to New York to take that beating, and the comedy club beating, not the New York, not the one you all lived through. We try to get up and honk our horns all day, but anyway, it's raining like hell, and this guy who picks me up says, well, I'll drop you out. I'm only going this close. He's kind of scooting around New York because I'm going to Boston. You can go, I'll give you a ride to Boston, but I got to drop you out here out in New Jersey. And I mean, it is raining, as we would say, I'm kind of a farmhand. Crazy is coming down, pitchforks and hammer handles. So I go, fuck it. Boston's in the American League, And that's where that's how I ended up in Boston. And think about, so that's pretty good. Do I get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, you're going to get a bottle of vodka for that.
Perfect.
But so that was all just a mistake, and then you decided to do it yourself, create that
As
scene.
Kevin Rooney would say, turn into the skid. Well, I mean, I created, whatever I created was because I knew I needed stage time. Yeah. And I'd also been around the country, and I saw comics that were treated like shit so many places. Now, I don't know why you would treat people like shit, that you want to walk out on a stage and act like there's somebody before an audience. So all I did was treat people well, and the way I mean, literally golden rules stuff, And that's all that happened at the Ding Ho, and a couple of the other things I did was because I knew what it was like. So like these, the comics, their parents would come into the show, and I would give them free Chinese food, keep them out of the kitchen because they didn't want to see what was going on back there. But give them, feed them. You can't pay for anything here. We got you covered. Drinks on the house, and then go over and tell them, your kid's great. We're so happy to have Jack or Laura or whoever it is working with us. And you would watch them just change. They come in sort of like, well, we're not quite sure what this is, and they're beaming by the end of the night. This makes the comics' life a lot easier. Like suddenly they've got a lot more support. That adds another level to them being able to walk out on the stage and feel like somebody. So that's all, so be original, and you treat people well. And I did this thing where I took the cover charges that were paid, and I split it up and gave it to the comedians. I know it's
yeah, it doesn't happen.
Well,
I didn't tell people, that it was socialism because, they would have been very upset.
There's a couple guys who would have lost their mind.
The workers sees the means of production, and they just didn't know it.
Yeah, there definitely would have been a couple of people freaked out.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. What'd you benefit from?
So, I don't know. In reality, the guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
No.
He's both, though. That's the beauty. That, you know what I mean? Like, people who said, oh, you know, he's... Because you would hold people to the standards that you put yourself to. There's plenty of your friends who are like, oh, he's a pain in the ass, and I love him. And that's what I think is really beautiful about this film as well, is there's no gloss.
Yeah, but you know, but Barry's
we just couldn't we didn't have a budget for that.
We didn't have a gloss budget. You know, but Barry's, you know, he says a little bit in the movie, but he's not cynical. I mean, the reason he's angry is that he's
skeptical. Yes,
he's looking. He's asking the audience, "Hey, man, we could do a little better." You know, he's asking the comics, "We could do a little better." Doesn't say it as politely as I just did.
Right.
Sometimes they don't know him, so they think I'm just being a jerk. But you know, there's no mincing of words. You know.
Yeah.
And I started welling up a minute ago when I said about Barry. You know, as an adult man, you know, this is, you know, the standard that I could do better, you know, so often I'm not making movies and I'm doing all this stuff and I'm still thinking to myself, man, I hope Barry is cool with it. Not in an abusive way, like in a genuinely, you know, once I got a call.
You can't wait till I die, by the way.
So well, then I'm going to put out the rest of the footage. But
we are doing a sequel. Call me greedy.
So he this story didn't make the movie, but in the middle of the night, I get a call. It's like 3 a.m. and he's like, "Goldthwait, you suck." And he's hammered.
Years ago.
Yeah. And I go
hammered.
Hammered. I go, "Barry, what's wrong?" He goes, "Nothing." This is in the 80s, like when I was relevant. And he goes, "Nothing. I'm just drunk and I wanted to call a movie star and tell him he sucks." He goes, "You suck."
Yeah.
Okay, love you. Bye-bye.
Well, this is another thing, too, about Barry having this eye or just this strange life that you run across the same time. You and Tom Kenny met him when you guys were what age?
Tommy was 15. I was 16. I met Tom when I was 6. We went to Catholic school together. There was a nun whose will I had destroyed, and she was crying. And I was crying because she just grabbed me by the back of my head and dragged me into Tom Kenny's class and said to that nun that was teaching him, saying, "I can't take him anymore," and left me in the classroom. And I was like, oh, I was devastated. I thought, oh, I really fucked up. I'm not going to see my classmates anymore. And Tom Kenny said, at that moment, I was like, I gotta meet this guy. I gotta, you know, he
and then you got a laminate.
Like, I know he could make a grown nun cry.
Yeah.
So we became pals. There's an ad that Barry took out for the show that he did in Skinny Atlas Under the Stone, looking for comedians. We answer it. I'm sure convincing Barry that we're grown men, you know, he says, "Sure, come on out," you know. In my mind, I'm Tom Kenny, who's the voice of SpongeBob and does a lot of other voices. In my mind, I'm sure he's doing like a really low voice, you know, like I think Wilford Brimley's coming by to do a set. And I remember the first time I saw Barry and the reaction. He's on stage and he's, because he'd write a new act every week because it was the same crowd and it would be the stuff from the pages of the newspaper. So he's writing his act, smoking. In my mind, he's like, there's smoke coming out of his ears even. It's just all this smoke all coming around him. And he looks up and he's like, ugh. The fucking kiddie core. and he put us on stage, despite, you know, he put us on stage and
because I didn't have anybody else.
Yeah.
I was writing a new act every week.
And Barry never looked young. At no point. Every shot that you have, you look like an old reliever coming out in the night just to mow down everybody.
He's like
Wendy
McDaniel.
Yeah.
There's photos of him when he's 9 with a mustache.
Yeah. But that's. I'm not even asking if you believe in fate or destiny or anything, but it's amazing to me that you run across these young people and instead of just kicking them out to the street, you let them hang around. their lives are changed forever. Your life,
I mean, we named it the movie The Right Thing again and again. I mean, the main reason the movie's named what it is because I didn't become a perpetrator of these heinous offenses against children, or I wasn't, hopefully I'm not, someone that harms innocents. So I'm very fortunate. Who knows if I had been raped a few more times, what would have happened? How far I would have, what would have happened? I don't know. I feel very fortunate that I became a human rights activist rather than a perpetrator of offenses against my fellow humans. So I feel very lucky. And then when you start adding guys like this walking into your life when they're 7, I mean, they were so cute. I mean, they were like hilarious. They come in and, they really look young. And then they go out and they're doing this biting humor. They're funny little motherfuckers, these guys. But then afterwards, when we're we get to know each and whatever, and they kind of trust me, and they're being these cutting edge, funny guys, but then the next minute they're asking me for advice on how to get a prom date, and it was so dear, And I mean, it's like the prom date thing that like the bonding moment with me, like, oh, I remember that sucked getting a prom date.
And
at the time I'm like homeless, living in the basement of that. I mean, I'm living like next to the walk-in cooler at that place. No one knows, and fighting rats.
It's like, Mom, shut up, Barry's helping me ask Betsy Woods to the prom.
Is that who you took? Did she? Yeah, that was, we were worried about her.
It was also funny, is like, we're these snide, snarky little pricks with all this energy and all this bile. We were very punk rock. We were like, but what were we mad about? I mean, we had 3 squares. Like you said, Barry's sleeping next to a furnace, and it was really funny because we had no life to write material about. So Tom Kenny's up there talking about his therapist because he's a big Woody Allen fan. It's like, he didn't have a therapist, I'm up talking about my wife, I actually kind of did, because I would go up on stage reading a Dear John letter, crying, and then I would go start doing it, and I'd be like, my wife is so fat, and they go, how fat is she? I go, I just told you I don't even have a girlfriend, and I just start crying again.
And that's how funny they were. I mean, that's how funny they were.
Yeah.
You just hit the lottery because the door's open.
And bizarrely different, right? Like they're, I mean, in the amount of originals that you met in your life. Did you guys go to Boston because
I moved there? Yeah, because Barry did, and then when I get there, he started this club already with folks like Stephen Wright and Paula Poundstone and Lenny Clark and Steve
Kenny
Sweeney,
Rogerson, Mike Donovan,
Tony V, all these people with
legends,
and original voices, Gavin,
Tingle.
And again, Barry was like,
Tingle, I love Tingle.
And again, Barry said, "Hey, man, here's the stage,
Right.
And he didn't say, here's this nudge that followed me, and
I was thrilled to see you. I wanted you to look at what I pulled off now.
Look at this scam.
It was like a complete hoax. I just bluffed my way. Oh no, here's what you do, and everybody listened, and it was hilarious,
and it was anarchy. We talk a little bit about it, and Barry really hated cocaine, and he really feels that that's what ruined that whole scene.
As Tim Walco
ruined all the scenes.
As Tim Walco, the great Chicago comic, says, I don't like cocaine because I don't like to stay up late and complain about my Little League coach.
And I remember once with the Ding Ho, we would put cardboard over all the windows so we could drink all night. And it's about 9 a.m. and the door swings open. I'm still gonna tell the story. I think. Yeah, there's a statue. So, and I mean,
Christ, look at Cosby.
Yeah, true.
We're having a couple of beers. I don't give a shit.
So we were. So I'm 19, and I actually been. Not that I talk about this much. I've been sober for 34 years, but this is what. But I'm not here. So I'm drinking, and I'm doing coke. And the door swings open, and it's 3 cops, and they're backlit with sunlight pouring in, and the smoke from everything, and it was very cinematic. And I'm just gacked out of my mind. I'm looking at the cops. I'm like, oh, I'm going to jail, And the cops come in. And they go, Lenny, how the fuck are you? And they come down, and they sit down, and they start doing blow. And I'm like, up is down at that point. Yeah, right. I was just like, there's no. And I also remember
but the cops didn't want to do it in front of me, which I think is funny.
Yeah, they didn't want the wrath of criminals. Hey, is Barry here? Let's be cool. No, he's gone. All right. Yeah. So it was anarchy, and then Barry was asking of us to in a weird way to at least be professional, in the guides of and being don't talk down to the audience. Don't
harass. I was never one of those harass the audience guys. Excuse me, am I interrupting? I was never one of those, where are you from? What do you do? You're homosexual. Why do women go to the bathroom in pairs? Because they get hassled by drunk men. Write a fucking act, nice shirt. Maybe the guy's got a shitty shirt because he spent his last $5 coming into the show tonight. Thanks for wearing that shitty shirt so you could see my act, pal. I never. On the other hand, if you gave me shit back then, that it was on. But I got too noted for that, so I stopped. After about 3 or 4 years of really hammering hecklers, then I just started Jesusing the fuck out of them, and that was just to make it as boring as possible. Oh, really? You think so, huh? Because my act was always new, and I wanted to do new. I wanted to see what they thought of that. And you finish a show, you're dealing with some random shithead, and they go, "That was amazing, the random shithead thing." And it's like I spent, the 3 days.
Anything I said, but you because
there's drama at that point.
I was there the night. This person was just relentless, and he shuts him down, and then finally goes, usually the batteries run out on a dildo. Yeah. So, but here's another why the Ding Ho wasn't a really good business model, is that Barry knew so many people and had a soft touch, so they were all getting in for free a lot. It's like the bar and Cheers wouldn't have made money if Norm was the bartender.
Right. Exactly.
It would have been free beer, you know. So
I love George, but
yeah, George was great, but it was a bad business model because people were always, Barry didn't give a shit if if you had the money, you got in. If you didn't, you got in.
But, from a business point of view, it might not have worked having a socialist at the till. But from an artistic point of view, like I said, I think those echoes of what you set up are still there now. When I see Bill Burr or, Louis C.K., Patrice O'Neill, those guys were raised in that environment.
And there's the other guys that show up in the movie that were removed a little bit, but still, like Marc Maron.
Sure.
And Patton was amazing to me because he was just a fan of Barry and knew so much about him. You know? And other folks that like Margaret Cho saw him do a set, and she said to me, and didn't make the movie, but she said, when I saw Barry perform, I realized that, not only could I do comedy, but I could say something when I did it.
She sent me this lovely note a few years ago that said, when I saw you open for Billy Bragg at the Wiltern Theater in L.A., that's when I realized that a comic could be like a rock star. And I wasn't thinking of myself. Although there was that tour with Billy was great, and it's in the movie.
Yeah.
We would do... we at the end of the show, they do this thing where everybody does a solo, and they brought me out and I would have this wood block, like I was going to do a wood block solo, and then I would do a joke, So I did a joke solo, and it was usually my greatest hit, which Hicks quoted in that New Yorker piece. Was like, you don't love this country when you get out of it, because I don't want to be victimized by its foreign policy.
But in the movie, it's a joke solo. So then all of a sudden, the band kicks back in.
Yeah. And you're also an amazingly bad dancer. I wanted to point that out.
While we're saying when I got that footage of him dancing, it was like it was backlit. That cassette had angel voices, like oh.
Well, the film also opens up where you're saying that that you really only want to accomplish two more things.
Two things,
left in your life.
If I can just accomplish two things, I'll feel like I put my little tile in the grand mosaic of life, and that's, of course, I'd like to overthrow the government of the United States and close the Catholic Church. I mean, you have to, bite-sized.
Bite-sized. Yeah. But when that's done,
it's baby steps.
Yeah. But so there's that fight that, I mean, you're set up, of course, for a fight that you can't win. It's your life's work you're not going to win this fight. How do you keep going with that, Barry? When you truly do want both those things?
Well, play to the ages, not the age,
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a book, I have a couple books. They published Mark Twain's notebooks. And there's all these notes in there. And what I think I am opposed to capital punishment. Like Twain kind of formulating his thoughts, and I could see him working out. Then I know kind of what came of it and how far ahead of his times he was. And I just decided at that point, and not in some haughty way, but play to the age, it's not the age. In other words, when I write something, I think about what somebody 100 years from now, hopefully the things are a little more civilized, and they look at it and go, this guy, that isn't bad. You know how dumb people were in 2015?
Yeah.
And this works out ours. So,
my money is they're going to discover Jeff Dunham.
Yeah.
It
won't take long.
But it's not. They're not real. But they're talking.
But yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's just my life's work, Bob. Sort of the whole point.
You're just wrapping it up, putting a bow on it.
Yeah,
I got to sing about Dunham.
Fucking Jeff Dunham joke, and hey, how about Towley Head? Fucking.
So
racist.
you're enough of an optimist that you do believe that we're going to reach some kind of.
Well, no, I don't know. I'm thinking it'll probably suck then too. But I'm not thinking, I'm going to be revered by the world or whatever. It's just some poor bastard like me 100 years from now will go, like, look at this guy. Because I find stuff like that all the time. These little moments in history, which is something my dear friend and my mentor Howard Zinn taught me about being an optimist as a historian. He would find these moments where there's a spark. You didn't know. Someone just took a principled stand and suddenly the prairie's on fire, So, you never know what's going to do it or whatever. But a certain amount of progress is inexorable. And we've had some of it lately. The fucking Confederate flag finally got taken down. Not everywhere, but at least we're allowed to say, oh, well, we have to be thoughtful to the people. I know all sorts of hip people in the South who hate that goddamn thing. I would rather play like a Union Hall in Arkansas than some jaded comedy club in D.C. or wherever. Because those people, it's like you're the Berlin airlift to them. You're bringing shit in, like, wow, this guy, come on, he says this stuff in a row. It's great,
Well, I find myself thinking about stuff that you say all the time. I'm still hung up on you being understanding and thankful that you didn't turn into a child molester yourself. I've never heard anyone make that's statement.
That's the name of the movie.
Yeah, but that statement of being able to say, I'm not even sitting in judgment of this evil. I just know that it's evil, but I also know where it comes from, and that's an earlier generation of evil.
Well, one of the things that did want me to tell Barry's story was, and I'm paraphrasing him a little bit, but we were having a discussion, and he had discovered that the guy who had raped him as a kid had died in prison, and he said that made me really sad. And I said, because you didn't get to confront him and you didn't have closure. And he said, no, because he died alone.
He had a bad life, you know,
so,
and then I later came to learn grew up in, foster homes, and he had been abused a lot himself, and I feel really fortunate that, I was trying to find from New York State, because he died in prison. I was trying to find where his grave was so I could go put flowers on it, not because to honor him, but to say, I didn't become you, Guess who won? Guess what prevailed here? Decency. I'm really fortunate that happened. I am so lucky.
And
Stop it. No. Ron's giving me this look.
No, man, I'm blown away, because, I believe in gratitude and service, but I had to really bottom out and rebuild through steps to even get to that point.
Well, I'm not that far ahead of schedule. It's just I bottomed out when I was 4.
Right. Yeah.
So.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also even more fascinating if it was coming, if it was coming from a guy who is Hugh Beaumont, what I mean? But here's this guy who's fiery.
Well, I'll tell you what, I got to stop you there, because when I was doing the AOL investigation, I had to go through every one of those chat rooms to figure out what these people were doing. I thought I was kind of a spicy guy and involved with a lot of women over the years. And I'm kind of I see what these people are up to, and I'm going, I'm Hugh Beaumont. I'm just like, what? How many, how much devices do you need before you can, get a boner?
That whole,
Jesus.
Well, also, we're talking about, I'm getting really honest. I don't know if I should tell this story, but I'm about to.
Yeah, I know. You've always been so careful.
I hope I don't name names. I've spent my adult life in a series of relationships, and I've been single recently, and this woman thought, and this is kind of similar to you, like, I don't think I'm a prude, and she brought a whip and said, I've been a bad girl, and I said to her, well, we're all flawed. because it truly freaked me out. Like, I was like, well, that's the human condition. If you're a Christian, you believe you're born with original sin. So it was like, it was kind of like, I checked out, because I was also just like, I would like, sex to be spontaneous. I don't want, I quit acting. What I mean? I don't want a line.
Yeah.
So, and then
you were never a prop act.
Yeah, I was never a prop act.
Don't bring stuff in from the outside.
And then I get a text saying, I can't find my whip. I leave my whip at your home. And so I tear it apart and I can't find it. And then the housekeeper put it with the cat toys. Which I guess
she has a little reading problem. She's cattails and cat toys.
Well, I think also it's the same thing. It's not a real mouse. It wasn't a real whip. It was actually kind of soft.
Which is what I am now hearing that
story. Barry, you had this.
That's the most crotch joke I ever did.
That was the strongest.
Yeah.
What made you, after you had this certain reputation in Boston, you were a really, fast writing, quick thinking comic. What made you decide to open up and kind of out yourself and your past on stage? That's the part of it that's...
Well, when I disclosed on stage what happened to me as a child, and we disclose, we don't admit, guilty people admit, I was a victim. So I disclosed because it was right after the Rodney King stuff. I'd been out in California writing a TV show where someone who's now a Fox News personality Dennis Miller. And, he was always good to me. I got along with him.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the fuck happened. But anyway, you know, I wish him the best. He was really good to me. So the Rodney King shit went down, and that right when I really, you know, I mean, I always knew, I never knew, and I just telling my sister, you know, I'm out there, I'm in LA. I'm writing this show, and the two things, there's these two other shows that are right next to us on this lot, with Channel 5, I think, studios and Fox and LA, and our offices are there, and across the way is Hunks, and above us is Supermarket Sweep. So there's people walking by with like styrofoam meat, and then there's these gay guys who are being made into the ideal to American women, all of it. So it's just like, it's so fucking, you know, why don't you have a show where the gay guys date? I mean, you know, who cares? Right. But so it was just like so weird, and you know, everything was so like so shallow and fucked up, and I was really kind of reaching critical mass. I'm telling my sister, you know, she kept saying, I gotta talk to you about something, and she had told someone years earlier, a guy was my painting partner, and I later found out, because I painted buildings, I later found out from him that, you know, she had mentioned something to him, and so I just said, look, now or never, because I was just about suicidal. I was just, I couldn't go on anymore, and I'm in LA, and it's so vapid. And then the Rodney King shit happens right as I'm leaving town. I mean, like, I'm flying out, and the smoke is rising from the sky, and I feel like I got to do something about that. So I put together in Boston, a benefit for the Southern Poverty Law Center, and then I'm watching the news and paying attention. And there's a lot of people knocking these kids, you know, in LA. They're like, you know, these kids you got to stomp down. You know, I don't care how. And so I do this show, and I got a bunch of people, a really great lineup. David Cross all these other people were there, and I said, I want to close tonight. And Steve Sweeney made the mistake of saying, no, I'm going to be a little late. I want to close. Like, I don't think you want to close this show, Steve. And so, so I go out and I just talk about, you know, I like a pretty, you know, thorough indictment of American society. And then at the end, I just say, you know, what's the matter with these kids? I'll tell you, I don't know what's the matter with those kids, but I know stuff happens to kids that we don't hear about. You know, they're not spoken for. We don't know where they're coming from. You don't take the time to consider, you know, and in fact, you know, like, for instance, here's where I came from, and I disclosed what happened to me. I didn't talk about it in public after that for another year. I got calls from, like, you know, the horrible daytime talk shows, and it wasn't, you know, I wasn't going to treat it like that. And then a year later, I wrote the Boston Phoenix piece about it. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it is. But how did it feel on stage? Was it empowering for you, or were you vulnerable?
It was heavy. Yeah, I mean, it was really heavy because there's a lot of people in the room. You know, I took the advantage of the fact that a bunch of them I hadn't been around town. You know, so but everybody sort of came out because I put together, what's he doing back? He's writing the Dennis Miller. What's he doing here? And so, like, a great lineup. Brian Kyle, all these other people are there, and so. I was, and then, you know, I told the story, and again, you know, you kind of fade in and out. So I don't really remember what happened, except I know I was pretty choppy. And, you know, the audience was certainly, had gotten something that they didn't, you know, they had gotten a bonus they weren't really expecting that night. And then Sweeney got the closer in, and one of the critics really got it right, and the other one went, boy, Steve Sweeney had a tough night last night. So
I thought one of the great things in the film is showing like some of the friends saying, I didn't quite know where to put it. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's one of the reasons why I was bringing up about how amazing the scenes were with your sister, because when when something affects one person, it affects everybody. Yeah. And I mean, I think that's what you were trying or said better than I could even comprehend about the evilness moving from generation to generation. Yeah. It also taints the water all around
You
us.
don't pollute part of the pond.
Yeah. And you were able to capture that in the film. Is that something that worried you, Bobcat, going into this? Am I going to be able to tell this story properly?
My biggest concern making the movie was I wanted to make a movie that didn't compromise telling a story that people were engaged in, but more importantly, I wanted to do my friend well. I wanted him to be proud of it, so that was the challenge. And so the big challenge was, as you mentioned, and I'm glad you did point out that you found it funny, was it really needed to be heavy and funny, and and then at the end it's uplifting, And it was funny because when I make a movie, I do it backwards. Like there's certain elements that should be in most movies to make them well-rounded. There really should be a musical number. There really should be this. There really should be that. And it was someone else just pointed out. I was like, well, where's the love story? And it ends up being, I thought it was the love story between Barry and I. Is that the love story? It's like, well, kind of, but it ends up being, the love story ends up being Barry's love for mankind.
Sure.
Despite everything that happened to him. So Barry's 62-year-old Anne Frank.
It,
that could be let's not turn into Huckabee right now. It's going to be people going, you're not, come on.
But you could have been cynical about the world, and that did not happen.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's the line from Anne Frank where she says, despite everything.
I know. She's amazing.
Too bad she didn't have a friend like me to make a movie.
Yeah.
Get her a little ink.
Well, I said to this early on. It was a couple of viewings before I realized that it did have all the stuff in all the elements that your movies normally have, which is there's always humor and uncomfortability, and then there's some kind of moment.
Boy, he does like to make an audience
squirm. You cringe, but seriously, then you come back in a better thing.
He's got so much more balls than I do with that stuff. I'm Mr. Empathy, so like in one second, I can't do that to that. No.
Right, but there is empathy at the end of it.
He knows that's where he's getting to.
Right.
So he has this courage. He has the courage to put others through hell. No, he really does, though. It's brilliant. I mean, it's a genius.
Well, thanks. But it was Robin was my pal, and Williams, and his whole thing was that he really mattered that everybody went away liking him. That wherever we encountered, and he was super generous. He would listen. Not only did he make people laugh, but he would listen to what they had to say. He'd laugh at what they had to say. And I would say to him, I go, you want everybody to say thumbs up, and that's impossible. I said, I'm not as interested. I'm more interested in people saying, what the fuck did Bobcat Goldthwait do? And I said, your form of neuroses is way more lucrative. It's not a lot of money in annoying people.
Well, I will say this too, and only because it got said, but we're talking about the service that you do. One night, Ron White was sitting here, and he was telling me when he was at his lowest of low, you and Robin Williams showed up to be there. I
heard that. It was an amazing interview.
And didn't take, by the way, but that has nothing to do with it. Right. But like I said, there's some of that's learned behavior as we grow and we say, oh, we want to do the right thing. And yet there's stuff in this film that seems like it's organic. For a guy who wants to shut down the Catholic Church, you're certainly one of the more spiritual dudes I've ever
Well, it's a prerequisite.
Yeah. And I do believe in secular saints. I think there are people that live a life, without any hopes of karma or heaven or whatever it is.
Bad enough.
You're
Ron.
doing it. It comes through in this.
Secular
Seriously.
saint.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh,
hey, can I use that?
Yes, you can.
For the rest of the press, that'd be great.
I would like you to replace
Secular Saint is going
Lucky. Call me Lucky.
Is that
the Secular Saint movie?
Where is what is the closest bar to this?
Yeah.
I promised I'd make this easy on you, and we actually went too far for you in the other direction.
Well, I think
Yeah.
and both he and I have been fragile, and it's just it's like it's not. I think what happened is that the movie worked.
Yeah.
Neither of us expected that.
Right.
I mean, I just keep, I go full steam ahead and I keep trying to make movies and I don't really think, but the response, we have these screenings and adults come up and they're crying and they're hugging us and they're disclosing and, I'm a misanthrope. I don't want to hug strangers, so I'm kind of steering them over to Barry.
I'm a misanthrope. I'll do anything for people so long as they stay away from me. But I have to disagree with you on that because I had great faith once you started making the film that it would be pretty strong. And false modesty aside, I thought it had a pretty good story. So, I'm. A lot of the business stuff and whatever and how the media, I couldn't expect it to just kind of surge or us to be honored by 7 film festivals and to be a selection at Sundance and all the amazing stuff that's happened on sort of the business and promotion end of this thing. But going into it, I knew it would be, I knew it would be good. Part of the reason I knew it would be good, Robin was still with us, but, he was behind it too, and it's amazing that this film is a result of one of his last quiet acts of generosity. And I must say, I've never met anybody like Robin. I know everybody did love him. I've never known anyone who was as present with everyone he spoke with. Whoever it was, he kind of squared up with them and listened to them and knew they were there, heard what they had to say, and that's really hard. That's hard for me. Doing what I've done, I didn't have the level of, and with him, every day he was like a meteor shower, Well,
it was like walking around with Mickey Mouse. Seriously, the reaction. I remember taking him into this snarky store in L.A. that sells art and things, and all these tattooed gals with piercings, and they didn't. They wouldn't give me the time of fucking day when I need service at the counter, and I bring him in, and they're going ape shit, and I'm like, seriously,
Yeah.
Back off, blue hair. It was really funny how it didn't matter all walks of life. People just, he connected with people, so it was weird to he I don't know, did we talk about it? He knew Barry's story and was a fan and knew that I was trying to make a movie without, that would have been a narrative that Barry wasn't in. Someone would be playing him because I didn't want him to go through all these events again. And
you didn't want me to go through.
And so he suggested that, I do it as a documentary, and that was in February 14, he gave me the initial money to start filming.
You keep saying February 14, and I keep thinking Valentine's
Day. No, I meant
2004. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
But 2014. But so
this would be a weird movie to start on.
Yeah, this would be. If you see one Valentine movie this year,
date movie of the year.
Yeah. But
excuse me.
Did Robin get to see?
No,
he saw footage though.
He didn't see footage. He would know what I was up to. I truly didn't have a friend that I actually was closer with. We text and spoke almost every day. Even in those last couple of years, even more. So he was my best friend. So So he knew what was going on. He would talk about this movie going to Sundance, and I would tell him to go fuck himself, and he was right. So it was weird. It premiered in the same theater that that World's Greatest Dad premiered in.
Isn't that amazing? And you know, I do kind of feel whatever that Robin thing is there. Maybe it's because you made it and you made the film with him before, but there is that kind of sensitivity and pain and humor that just carries through.
And the movie is Bob dedicated the movie to Robin, so that's really.
And I'll think, it sounds corny too, but sometimes I think of, you know, normally at this phase of the movie, I would be on to my next movie.
Sure.
And I think of what, you know, the reasons why we made it. You know, I said that to Barry in the middle of it at one point. I said, you know, I think we're making this movie for the same reason. And it was when I was asking him to do something that was rather challenging. And often I think, what would Robin wanted? And I know he would want me to promote it. I know that he would want me to be happy, you know, and everyone has their own theories and stuff, but I you know, Robin had a thing called, his coroner's report came out, and it was Lewy body dementia, which his brain was riddled with. And I'm not a doctor, but I know that it's a form of dementia. I did see this change, and it wasn't a change where someone's up or down, you know. My friend got sick, and that's why he passed away. You know, I think it's the human condition to think, well, I'm depressed, or I suffer from X, Y, and Z. But I really think that's what got him.
Bob was shooting it the day it happened, and he sends me a text 3 or 4 hours before it hit the news, and it's such a weird.
It was even worse than that. It was. I shot the last scene in the movie. I said, "That's a wrap on Call Me Lucky." Check my text, and that was it. So I had about, you know.
I know you had Cindy Sheehan there, and
it's just been. It was like, you know,
to know that was good. I was just watching CNN and to wait for that to hit, Bob. Knowing this fucking, you know, shitstorm was going to hit with all these people who are going to make it about them, and to be so, I mean, ripped up over Robin, but so worried about you, and that you went on and finished this thing, edited it, put it together, and got it to Sundance like a few months later.
Well, it was
unbelievable.
It was a really good year. I went through a divorce. My best friend killed himself, and then my girlfriend and I broke up decorating the Christmas tree. But when things got really dark, I could edit a movie about my best friend getting raped when he was 4. So my other best friend. So it was just what I'm saying is 2014 ripped my cock off. It was the worst fucking year, but
it's also
talk about found footage.
Yeah. It's got to be the strangest thing too, to lose a loved one when the entire country loves that same person on one level or another.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
and you know, I spent the time with his loved ones, his kids, his wife, his even his ex-wives, his you know, all these people, and everybody. The wagons were circling, and we were all trying to. So I didn't have to deal with. I didn't know what was going on in the press. I didn't care. It didn't affect me. It had nothing to do with it. You know, I lost my friend, and that's all. But it's kind of weird because in life, well, I don't know. I think you can relate to this. I spent a lot of time trying to make myself not better than people or not less than people, but just on the same plane. Mm-hmm. And then you have something that's so unique and weird happen that truly there isn't a support group for that. You know, I mean, you can't, you know, what I'm supposed to do, call Prince Charles and say, yeah, you know, when you have someone close to you and everybody else, you know, I mean,
only the Kennedys.
Kennedys you know, so everybody else can weigh in, but I understand. That's just this guy that he projected, and it was a part of his wonderful character and his innocence. But you know, it's funny. I was talking to some people that were very close to him, and they were going, and one of them goes, you know, he never said a bad word about anyone, and I started laughing, and I was like, oh, you're serious? I was like, oh, he said many bad words about many people. And, and his wife said, well, he only told you.
Well,
so I'm the list keeper. You know what I mean?
Sure,
Like, if I had actually tuned into TV, I'm sure I'd been making some calls. Hey, get off the fucking air.
Right.
Well, I'm, the hypervigilant rape survivor, and I know I got a list. If you need it, there were.
But
some
that's
people.
okay.
Like one guy went on TV and went on a website and said, "Well, we lost Robin because of depression." Like they're coming up with their other diagnosing,
sure.
But thanks to the Affordable Care Act, you have got to be fucking kidding me.
And I really have gone out of my way not to talk about it too much. Now I'm starting to come out of this, but it's I didn't make much of a relationship publicly when he was here. So, it wasn't, It seemed weird to go to the press when they were all asking.
But I think it's like, this is an interesting thing to dedicate this film to him, because the part that reminds me of, it's hilarious. It's sad, it's tragic, it's sensitive. It's all the things that he would always try to bring in to every and then finally uplifting is all in this. And to have him, be the guy who ponied it up. And then, you sit and think, what is the more interesting role here? To have been a young man who grew up into a great filmmaker and is ready to make this film for his mentor, or to have lived the kind of life that somebody that would make that film about you. It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing film. It's Call Me Lucky. Make sure you say it. This is Bobcat Goldthwait and Barry Crimmins. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
That was